got my picture-in-picture confused because I was also looking at the number 77. It just is missing one of the 7s in the front.
Yeah, and slightly slower car. This is in the ZR3 class. Currently running in 6. Haven't touched on this Big Mission Motorsports car all that much, but this is another car that's just been kind of steadily putting the laps in. They're going to allow the 290 machine to get on by, which is getting dangerously close to taking second place away from that 94 that we touched on a little bit ago. I think there's still 2 laps before Kaufman overtakes Fardos for that P2 and ZR2. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled because suddenly we could have a significant shift up at the top. Ooh, there was a moment for Smith as we rode on board.
And what a day for that 290. We have touched on it a few times, right? And saying that they've had a tremendous comeback drive. There is still a long ways to go in this race, but they were knocked down heavily in that first hour. They came back to what was 4th, and then it was amazing that they were in 3rd place and on the podium. And now, just with others kind of having some unfortunate luck, they are in potential as long as they keep chugging along to grab away that 2nd place position as you get a couple shots of that white Ginetta on the screen.
Yeah, and those who are watching closely probably saw some of that damage that were on both the left and right rear. Did he just suddenly slow on the backstretch? Oh, there's a dog.
That's a coyote, it looks like.
So
now, this will be interesting. I was going to say race control is going to have to handle this.
Yeah, no, that is a danger, and it's not just for the animal itself, but it can do serious damage to the cars. It is a danger to the drivers as well. So yeah, no wonder they're going to have to become animal control instead of race control, at least for a brief moment.
If you've never been to VIR, it is smack in the middle of nowhere, really. Martinsville isn't too far, Danville isn't too far, South Boston's not too far, but we're not talking about these huge urban sprawling cities. Lots of forest and woodland area around, so not surprised to see a few furry creatures also enjoying the sights and sounds of Zenith Racing Series.
I mean, he's paying attention to the track.
He is.
It's been kind of interesting to watch. He almost looks a little bit confused. I got to cross the track. Now what do I do? Because he's got that concrete wall to his inside.
I think he's asking, like, what happened to the race, guys? I finally got my spot to watch this thing, and everybody slowed down.
Slowly trotting along. Yeah, I'll be curious. Okay, they have a truck that's heading over to try and wrangle this thing. I don't think they're very much equipped for trying to capture it, so they're almost going to have to coax it probably somewhere outside of the track area.
And I mean, it's not up to a safety worker to try to wrangle a coyote. That's not a safe thing to do by any means. So this is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to turn that safety truck into a border collie and simply herd it where it needs to go.
It's going to continue along our wall here. This is kind of turning into one of those races that sees a little bit of everything at this point. I don't think I've actually called a race that's gotten paused because of an animal quite before. There we get a nice above view look at that coyote. Yeah.
And now he's crossing the racetrack again back to driver's left side, so he's not in harm's way anymore. Does he make the jump? Oh, he couldn't quite clear the green guardrail. So now he is going to test the speed limit trap on the back straightaway, see how fast he's running at top speed right here before the brake zone of turn number 14, and just try to figure out exactly where he needs to go.
He's coming back to the inside. Now that will get him out of the racing room. He makes it over that hurdle, but he's not completely outside of the facility. So I don't know if they have something better to deal with it here on the infield, potentially, hopefully. And everybody who is there, please stay safe and don't approach the coyote.
And I'm wondering who our camera op is over just past the bridge, because I have a feeling they're going to have a furry visitor here at some point soon. As we cut away to some onboards and try to figure out exactly how we are literally going to wrangle the situation. Oh my goodness. So that was a replay that we just cut to, and that was on board the 290. And he did some amazing avoidance to not hit this coyote. And now you see the wildlife returning back into the forest of VIR.
That may be still in the infield, I believe. But yeah, it's at least he should be able to hide out there. And yeah, I suspect that 290 clip that we saw was the one that initially we saw from above, where I spotted that car slowing mysteriously, and no wonder that he had to try and check up there. Great heads up, because I think that's the last thing I would expect to have to watch out for on the back straightaway.
I understand if you're over in Bathurst, right, and you got a kangaroo hopping across the racetrack. I think that's a pretty standard thing, or I shouldn't say standard, but not unheard of. And this was the first wildlife crossing at VIR that I've seen at a race.
Yeah, I think I would have expected a deer probably before we got the coyote invasion out here on track. A number of teams,
was it Wiley?
We've been distracted. And maybe has anybody seen a roadrunner trying to get across the track that he was maybe going after? We do have plenty of cars in pit lane. Actually, many of them already out. Sounds like a number of them we're seeing from info from Sloan have already been in for fuel. Not really that great of a surprise. In the meantime, the safety truck looks like they're going to exit as their crew returns to the vehicle.
And I am curious where that little rascal ran off to. I do hear you that there is that forested section on the infield, and I wonder if he hopped back over the fence over to driver's left as well at the end of turn number 14. I see that the 77 is in pit lane right now. That is pitting from second place. Also the 59, I'm not sure if you said the 59 was in as well, but the 77 full on getting a driver change. So that will have a new fresh face behind the wheel.
Could probably use it. We've been talking about how this is some of the hottest hours of the day, and trying to go for those long stints are going to be a lot harder than what we saw earlier in the morning when it was somewhere around 75 degrees or so. Still warm, but not as crazy hot as what we're seeing here. And if our viewers who are not longtime race fans or endurance fans have been noticing, they do need to try and make sure the drivers can have a nice view outside the car. What that does is prevents them having to use up another of the clear strips that they oftentimes can pull off the windscreens of these cars to clear them off.
You see a lot of these cars finally finishing that service. And I think crucially, importantly, it needs to happen right now, because we are green flag action back out on the racetrack. So if you are still stopped on pit lane, you are losing more time to everybody else who has returned to the racetrack.
Well, right now, that's Gavin Vaughn and, well, actually Camden Hibbett. I just saw that updated. The 4-car did have a different driver in there, but it looks like that is switched around, because it was Bellarmine before. And now Ethan Barker is back in. Sloan did say that was going to change hands. Along with, we're hearing a tire change for the 77. That might be able to help them pick up the pace.
And it is just past that halfway mark. Wasn't it right at the opening of the show that we were talking about those tire allocations, and some of these teams and drivers, knowing that they can swap, are going to simply wait until that 6-hour mark, get those championship points, and then be able to take the first opportunity to put some new tires on the car. And if you made it 6+ hours on the first set, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to make it the same on the next.
5.5 hours to try and reach that checkered flag. And a couple other cars still sitting on pit lane. The 94 is one of them. And then it looks like the 392 still waiting. Almost everybody else has managed to get out. There's a few of our ZR3 and ZP2 cars that are well down the order. It look like they are currently sitting in the pits. The 73, the 14, the 908, the 85, and the 58. As we watch that 77 pick up the pace and head on up Madison Avenue.
I'm curious if I can find where the 59 car is right now in terms of on the racetrack. I mention it because they were all relatively close. I want to say it was maybe 3, 4, 5 seconds between first, second, third, kind of all equal distant gaps between those 3 cars. However, I feel like the 77 lost a ton of time during that pit stop just between the tires and all the extra work that was going on. There are some of those Code 60 penalties that you were just mentioning as well. But I think that the 59 has taken off well down the road in comparison to his 2 competitors.
You are not wrong. The 4 lost a ton of time as well. I'm looking at the track map. Right now, the 59 is getting ready to enter turn 10. The 4 is only entering NASCAR bend. That's a massive loss. They are actually still relatively close to the 77. Barker, I don't think lost nearly as much, at least in relation to the 4 car. But the 59, that played perfectly into their hands. And they have Clay McGurk in the car.
They got the car serviced and out by the time the Code 60 ended. I think that was the key part. If the Code 60 had been a little bit longer and the 4 and the 77 were able to resume to the racetrack while the Code 60 was still active, we would not be seeing these gaps. But because Stratus Racing did such an excellent job on pit road, they got the driver swapped and the car back out onto a hot racetrack. Clay was able to go out there, foot to the floor, and now, like you said, has, 40 seconds of gap between himself and second.
We got some info from Sloan. She's saying that 94 that has actually now officially fallen to third place went behind the wall because the differential was getting hot, and they fixed it. Supposedly the car should be returning to the circuit soon, but the 290 is now up into second place with, let's see, it is 11 laps up to the lead. I mean, that 99 team has this one on a silver platter at this stage.
From yesterday's performance, go ahead, Joe. I see that we got somebody lined up.
Yes, we do. Ethan Vaughn, who had a heck of a stint, is with Jonathan. Let's go down to pit lane.
Down here, just debriefing with the team briefly. Gavin Vaughn has just hopped out of the race car, and you did it in pretty good condition. You were in the car for, you said, almost 4 hours in the Virginia heat. How was that stint?
Shoot, I was just focused on driving, man. There was a point in the race where my hands were kind of numb and just focused on driving. Like, it's a state that you get in when you drive these cars. They're so fast, it just requires so much focus. I love that feeling, but started making mistakes towards the end. You can only be in the heat for so long, in the car for so long. I just had a few offs, and I was like, guys, let's come in for fuel, let's get a fresh driver, and we'll go at it again and try and get P1 again.
Did the maximum you could to get those points scored at the 6-hour mark, and you did it in the lead of the motor race. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it definitely feels good. I came on the radio, and I was like, hey, guys, like, did we get the points? And they're like, no, like 5 minutes, you got to get him. And I was giving it everything I had to push and catch these guys. The number 4 round 3 car is insanely fast with 3 top tier drivers, and I gave it everything I could to try and catch them, and luckily we got it with just a few minutes left. So
probably the hottest part of the day is when you were in the car. Temperatures on track will cool, and the car should get a little faster and grippier. How confident are you in the race pace for the last hour or so?
I'm super confident. I've always been pretty good on old tires and in tough conditions as far as when the car is super oversteery, super understeery. I try and work on learning how to manage the car and get faster. But I'm just trying to improve myself every time I'm in the car. and I do feel confident that we'll be up there with the top guys. The lineup of drivers here is just so far above anything I've ever competed in before. So I just try and push myself and try and keep confidence. Yeah.
Finally, we saw you took tires. How many, and what was the strategy and the thought behind it?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I was so gassed and so like in the moment that I was just get me out of the car. I was so tired, but Ethan with 2 brand new left sides will be super quick. At the end of my stint, the left side tires were falling off, and it was super slippery, super slick. I kept making mistakes, getting oversteer, understeer, all the steers that you can get. But yeah, it was mainly about just preserving the car, preserving the mistakes, keeping the car on track, and going a bit faster.
Gavin, we'll let you get some well-deserved rest. Thanks for your time.
All the steers you can get. That is a quote that I'm going to hold on to for some time.
You think he was dealing with livestock as well?
That's where my brain went. I was trying to come up with a good pun, but I didn't get enough time to unleash my torment on the rest of you yet. So, Clay McGurk, though, I noticed is not as quick as Camden Hibbett and Ethan Barker this last time by. Keeping an eye on it to see whether or not that stays consistent. While it looks like the 392 exceeding number of permitted tire changes gets 5 laps taken off. Now that is our second place car, who was 1 lap behind the 76. That's not going to be the case anymore, and in fact, they are going to wind up
dropping down to 5th. Either 4th or 5th place. They are on lap 165 right now, so if they take a 5-lap penalty, that is going to drop them behind the 411 Heinlein Racing machine. That's a huge one for the 392. And there it goes.
Well,
it was just applied down to 4th.
I would argue that is huge for the 76 as well, because that was the only team that was close to them. Now they've got 4 laps to the next nearest car, which is the 330. Another team I don't think we've talked hardly at all about, but that's HQ Autosport, who again, quietly but surely, has just put themselves in the right spot.
I'm with you. I think that the 76 right now is looking at the strategy call of changing the tires for Harrison Motorsports, and they are saying, thank you, because now we are just a cool 5 laps ahead of second place. And even if they're running into any sort of small issues out there, whether it be car setup or the driver is not completely happy with the performance, they're able to just kind of run their own pace. And actually, if we zoom out, there is the 392. So the 392 that was running in second place in class, chasing down this car, is now in frame.
This thing just seems to turn on a dime. Certainly have been no lack of stories for us to follow throughout this race. And this is going to look to the inside, coming up to the braking zone. Yeah, he just let him on through. Probably got the word, you do not have to worry about that car anymore. They've got a lot of work if they have any hope of catching us at this stage. And the nice thing is, at least for us, that the lap times, at least for the fastest cars, being roughly 2 minutes, a little bit more than that for the slower classes, means that you can basically equate this to somewhere in the realm of 5 laps, 4 to 5 laps for every 10 minutes that you sit stationary on pit lane. And I think I can quickly hand off to Jonathan, who's telling us what's going on with that 76.
Yeah, they're your leaders in ZR3 and have been since really the early stages of this race. Despite some zip tires on the mirror, that certainly has not helped their pace, and their tire wear has been pretty good as well. They're in a position, like you guys were just saying, where they could effectively afford to change all 4 tires. That's not the plan. They are pretty confident in their tire wear. They said they are looking at potentially changing that right front to fix what's now recently developed as a little bit of understeer, some plowing in the right-hand corners when that left front is loaded. But other than that, they are trying to leave those extra 3 laps that they have effectively in the bank to try to continue to maintain that advantage that they've built. So they'll change tires as needed. They have the gap at the front of the field to do so, but right now the only plan is to eventually just change one single tire in the left front corner of that car.
The teams are kind of thinking about these things, it sounds like, keeping it in mind. Rebay is hopped into that number 76. Had a little bit of a catch there coming through the left hook. That's one of those corners, Joey, I feel like that gets underestimated a lot of times.
And you're talking about the whole left-hander there.
Turn 4.
Yeah. Oh, turn 4. Yeah, no, turn 4 is extremely tricky. And you're right, it is that kind of shallow left-hander there because one of the slowest corners that we've got at VIR, so a lot of the drivers start to use that apex curve to help rotate the car. Some of the cars, they like it and they'll climb all over it, drive over it all day long. Some of the cars don't like the platform being upset quite as much. So each car, each driver has their own method about turn number 4, and the other little quirky part about it, the later you apex it, the more you hug drivers left on exit, the better it sets you up for turn number 5, which is far more important.
And we've also heard a number of drivers and teams say that they're trying to stay off the curbs as well. And I'm sure it'll vary from corner to corner which ones that you want to try and stay off of. But no doubt there is some thoughts being sent to the suspension of the cars, the tires, just trying to make sure that your equipment can get to the end of this race. The 290 team I've seen has just brought Kaufman in. That's our second place in the ZR2s.
And they've got a pretty significant gap up to the lead. I think what's more important, though, is that number 94 car. They are back out on the racetrack. I'm not sure if we ever actually found out what happened to that 9-4 Motorsports car, the actual number 94, because they were stationary in pit lane for quite some time.
We did. Sloan let us know that it was a differential getting hot. So they actually took it into the garage. Yes. So to get that fixed. Yeah, there's a lot that's happened in 12 hours. I don't blame you.
Oh, Joe, it hasn't even been 12 hours. It's only been about 6.5 hours so far.
Still got plenty to stuff our brains with.
We got a lot more information to try and remember.
It's a rough one, but this is what I love. Endurance racing, very much its own beast, and has been quite the test today. We want to see these drivers, these teams have to face a true challenge, and I think they have out there. It's for those that are watching online, about 3 in the afternoon currently. Remember, we've been racing since 8:30 a.m. here, so it's getting hot, it's getting tiring. We haven't even reached the final third of the race when we'll start to lose light out there, and it'll start to become a question of who actually will see the finish of this one. We've lost officially 4 cars, although I think we might have a few others that are going to be gone because they've been sitting in pit lane for quite some time. But the 57 team, the 95, the 555, and the 109 are the ones that have been withdrawn so far.
We are currently riding on board the number 77. This is Ethan Barker behind the wheel, chasing Camden Hibbett by a significant margin right now. I think about 15 seconds or so behind that yellow and white number 4 car. The track position was playing out for the 77, and I think that code 60 just really unraveled a lot in terms of track position between these top 3, and I think an excellent strategy call as well from Stratus Racing with the driver swap around. We know that McGurk is always fast in the car, but I really think that Alder is probably going to be the anchor in terms of that driver lineup. So while you're out front and you can extend that gap like what we saw, why not put Clay in the car, have a beautiful stint out front and in the lead, and then be able to hand it back to your drivers knowing that you are incredibly comfortable in terms of that track position.
We were just talking about the 94 losing second with those problems. Well, now it's been reversed. Jonathan, there's something happening with the 290.
Yes, there is. It was sitting in fairly decent position after some of the tire changes. It had made its way up into the top 3 in its class. It will drop significantly as it is still stationary on pit lane. The engine cover and that front mid-engine Ginetta is off. They're chasing an electrical gremlin. We saw the other Ginetta chase a vibration earlier in the day. Remember, this is the car that lost a lot of time and ground early in the race after making no less than 3 tire changes for rear tire failures on both sides of the car. That has not been a story since the early hours. The damage of that car has not plagued it any further, and it has run a clean race up until this point. But the team is scrambling at the moment, trying to get cooling on the car. They have the engine cover off. They're pouring over the inside of the car and just trying to understand what is happening right now with the 290, because I don't think they have a solid answer yet.
Thanks for that, Jonathan. We could see the 98 team also coming in. They're going to have to ease their way around that car. Looks like they got plenty of space, thankfully. So Random Vandals coming in from 4th out there. And it looks like they are getting ready not only for a driver change, but appears to be some fuel that's going to be put into the car, which I guess you might as well, with the way this strategy goes. So let's see who they put in to replace Josh Green.
I think it's pretty cool to be able to be sitting in one car and see another car come into pit lane and have their stop done directly in front of us. And I mean, things have seemed to be going well for that Random Vandal squad ever since they had the little hiccup early on. I'm sure it's going to be a race of what if, knowing that they could have kept up. It just was a couple laps right there in that first couple hours that kind of set this car back. Maybe a left door as well.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Okay. Having some trouble with that one. The driver not going to be able to find his way over to some comfort, hopefully a little bit of refreshment as well. And
now they got it closed.
Okay. The other thing that I just noticed, I think it was 3.5 seconds. Yeah, 3.5 seconds difference between McGurk and Hibbett on that last lap. And I have noticed every time I look, it does seem like the 4 is the faster of the 2 cars. Could we see that battle for the lead return?
That's why I was mentioning, I think that it's a perfect call from Stratus Racing. Get McGurk in the car when you've got that track position advantage. Get his stints accomplished right when he doesn't necessarily have to worry about having to catch up to another car or having to absolutely defend against another car. We've seen the performance in the 59 pickup when they absolutely need it to. So I think right now for Stratus Racing is a great strategy call with what's happening currently.
On board with Curie in the 777 as that chasing car. That's the 4 just going by now in the yellow and white. Camden Hibbett in a hurry and does not want to be held up through corners such as Oak Tree to lose time, as Clay McGurk is going to try to get his best out of this stint, get them back out into the lead when they have their next pit stop. Let's go down to Sloan because she is with the 73 camp. Sloan, what's going on?
Here with Austin again for the 73 car. Austin, you just gave me some interesting news. Did you care to share?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go ahead and retire the car. We're going to save the hours. It looks like a few off-track excursions did some damage to a lower control arm mount. And, we want to be safe. We want to make sure that we're protecting everybody out on the track as well as ourselves. So we're going to go ahead and retire the car, and we're going to get it prepped up for Road America, where we're actually bringing another car. So we'll have 2 cars at Road America. We're going to throw our hats in the ring in the ZR4 class as well.
That is super exciting. I was like, what number is it going to be? You got 73, and he was like, I don't really know what's on it now. So you're going to have to update us then. And if it's like a lucky number, we got to know the story behind that and everything. But glad to see you guys are in good spirits. Are you guys just going to pack up and head home now? Or are you going to stick around for the rest of the race?
We're going to pack up a little bit, but we're still going to cheer on the other teams out here. We really enjoy this series, so we want to see these guys to the end.
We love to hear it. Thank you for your time, Austin, and very proud of you guys for what you put out there today. You truly left it all out on the field.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, shame that they won't get to see the checkered flag, but they put their best in on that one. That 73 was one of the cars that we saw have a big off at turn one. Not too surprised that it caused some damage at one point, and that is what brought about the retirement.
The attrition rate has been relatively low, though, in comparison to some of the previous rounds we've had. So, yes, there's always going to be misfortune somewhere on the racetrack with somebody. It's just a matter of how much the teams have prepped themselves, their cars, their drivers, their crews, and what they can or can't fix at the racetrack. And sometimes not every single problem is fixable.
This is on board with our third place car, Ethan Barker in the 77. Also actually pacing quicker than McGurk right now. So top three are essentially closing in together. In fact, pace looking quite similar to Camden Hibbett's, and keeping him honest so that he can't do anything too silly out there. The gap, I think if I'm seeing right, is still wide enough that the 77 is not a direct threat, but certainly wants to make sure that the Ford cannot rest on his laurels as we watch him come back up along the sweets here of the main straight once again and climb through the gears along one of the fastest parts of the track.
Let's see about that speedometer. It's all the way in the bottom right part of the dashboard here, about 135 miles an hour on the front straightaway, which seems pretty accurate in comparison to what we've seen on the back straightaway by about 140 miles an hour. So maybe just a couple mile an hour slower on the front straightaway. That's traditional here at VIR, as goes bounding up and over the curbs of both the apex and the exit of what is turn number 3. And now you see him accelerate through third gear in the lower S's here. Going to be flat out, and I think that we saw the cars enter sixth gear in the uphill S's yesterday. They're right at the top of the rev range in fifth gear, and it's really up to the drivers to decide if they want to grab that sixth gear, maybe use a little bit less fuel in terms of the rev range. You see him click it up to sixth at the very top of the hill and then immediately back down to fifth to get it right where he needs it to be for turn number 10.
Definitely impressed with a lot of the drivers for today and the way that they've handled the conditions to drive as well as they have. But especially these prototype drivers having to be that much more accurate through the corners and carry their rolling speed to find the pace of these cars. Speaking of which, the 99, since we kind of touch on it from time to time, is still in fourth overall. So ZR2 still looking at a potential overall top 5. But credit to the ZR3 class. Rebay in the 76 is actually sitting in 8th, so we're looking at maybe a top 10 for the ZR3s as well. But of course, like we keep mentioning, the attrition has played a big part in that. In probably the last 2 hours, seeing many more cars start to come upon issues. And as of 13 minutes from now, we're going to enter into what will be the longest race that these drivers have experienced so far in the Zenith Racing Series.
Long stints all around for everybody out there. Just got to keep on chugging the laps away and keep on trucking here at VIR. It's definitely going to be a long 12 hours.
I see the 777 is pitted in from there on board. So I think some work being done. 290 is still sadly sat stationary. Also, not the views that we want to be able to see out of the windscreen of our cameras provided to us by the lovely folks at GPX. As the Heinlein Cayman is going to stay out of the way of one of our prototypes between turns 10 and 11. Glad to see that lone Porsche is still representing the German brand out there amongst the many BMWs that they're racing against. And of course, our two Ginettas as well. Unfortunately, only one of the Ginettas, I believe, running at this point, and that is the Camburn Performance car. Otherwise, as I mentioned, the 290 is still taking some service. But we take a look up at the front at the impressive number 59 of Stratus Racing, currently being piloted by Clay McGurk. Last lap, still another 2 to 3 seconds being lost consistently to Camden Hibbett, kind of hunting him down. So as the cars continue to cycle through here, looks like we'll keep an eye on Clay McGurk right now. See whether or not Camden Hibbett can continue to cut in on this one. The exact time difference last lap looks to be in the realm of about 1.1 seconds, or 2.1 seconds between them. So just a shade over 2 seconds. Got to give a lot of credit to that 76 team. I know we were talking about it maybe about a half an hour ago with how impressive it's been. They've held off ahead of everybody. I think the big key at this stage is that they need to continue to avoid the pitfalls that many of the others have. About the worst drama I think we've seen from them is literally a rear view mirror that will not stay in place, that they had to zip tie. We thought it was going to cost them a decent amount of time. Apparently not enough, because all those around them either haven't had the pace or can't seem to manage to keep the mistakes away. Looks like the 330 of HQ Autosport just trying to keep themselves in it and on the track to try and chase them down. Where did that 330 actually start this race? Yeah, they're another one that did a very good job. The 76 started from 5th, which is about mid-pack, but the 330 car was 10th out of our 12 cars, in the ZR3 class at the beginning of this race. And yet right now they're sitting in second and honestly 10th overall in the field. Honestly, if your car is still running, you're probably going to be in a pretty decent spot of the overall positioning. Right now, at least of those that are on track, I don't know of those who have officially retired yet. I'm seeing let's see, looks like 16 cars still running out of 28 who started this race. That means we are at just above half the field still running. Do see that the 777 has returned to the track, so they had a bit of a long stop. Not sure what the cause of that was. They're currently running 6th in the ZR3s. Curie stays in that car. They got a ways up to the 444. Looks like about 7 laps between themselves and Hoffines. Haven't seen that driver in the Bruce Innovations 444 in quite some time. I'm sure he's nice and rested by this stage. Class traffic has been doing a very good job with behaving out on the circuit. It's been a few scary moments out there from here and there, but haven't really seen too many that have tangled with one another. That is the good news, that everybody's been treating this extended race length with quite a bit of respect. This is our 99 of Jackowitz in the car, currently leading. Rob has helped drag this car to a victory yesterday. I think if they show up to more races, it's going to be a real problem for a lot of these other teams. The 94 finally has their hands full. 94 Motorsports, who was winning all of our previous races, suddenly finding themselves many laps down. In fact, some of that came from some penalties a little bit earlier, along with having to work on the drivetrain. You could see the difficulty in trying to overtake some of that class traffic, which I think is part of what also makes this very impressive, that they've behaved so well, because that 99 car is very clearly out-dragging the prototypes, and you would think that the difference in speed in the various places, despite the prototypes being quicker over a lap, would cause a lot of problems. But they've been quite respectful down into the corners, not trying to trip over one another, giving a little bit of room, and especially the trust from the ZR2 cars to just wait it out, knowing that the ZP2s are going to outbrake them once they get to the end of the straightaway and clears them down into the corner. Of course, one of them has to take a compromise line, but that is just the nature of the beast. Also want to give a shout out to the Camburn Performance car, the 177, still out there on the track. Last time we saw them, there was a lot of tape on the front of that blue Ginetta. They're still running in 5th, so they've still got a lot of work to do. Here's where finally that 59 car is able to shine a little bit more than the 99. Makes his way past. I mean, it was quite a few car lengths between them going down the back straightaway. That just goes to show you, after losing about a dozen of them, he's immediately passed by the time they get to the other end of the track. By the way, for those that have been watching the battle for the lead, the gap now down to about 10 seconds. Hibbett's been chomping away. McGurk's still trying to run consistent lap times. I am seeing relatively consistent laps, about 2 minutes and 3 seconds for the most part from the 59. The 4 has been about 2 seconds a lap quicker most laps, or in that range of these recent laps. And it's been a similar pace for Ethan Barker back there in the 77 Nimbus racing machine. Let's see, the 59 car that we've been watching, currently coming down through Hogpen, and the 4 is actually just coming through Roller Coaster now. So as they crest the hill, they actually should be able to see them and have that visual up ahead. In the meantime, we've got Joey back with us. And Joey, it's been not too much to report out there, but I can tell you that Hibbett is closing in bit by bit.
I can see that, yeah. Now under what is 10 seconds, that gap between McGurk and Hibbett. Ethan Barker also giving chase. That last time by was a 2:01.0 from that third car in line. That is that Nimbus Racing number 77 machine. Currently watching the 99 on the racetrack. Also conveniently named Team GTR 99. Currently driven by Rob Jackowitz. Has been the class of this ZR2 field ever since we dropped the green flag, and I can actually include yesterday into that as well. Of course, we had the 2.5 hour sprint race, the first ever sprint race Zenith Racing Series yesterday. And this ZR2 car won overall. Yes, you are hearing that right. It won in front of the ZP2 cars. Just the outright pace over the course of the 2.5 hours combined with the pit stop strategy. We had a couple of those code 60s as well that shook things up just a little bit. And they came out victorious, which was pretty cool to see. It's not the first time that we've seen a ZR2 class car out in front. We have seen one of the 9-4 Motorsports cars lead overall as well. I think it goes to show you how competitive this ZR2 class really is. And the GT4 platform of cars that can kind of fit right into this class and take them out with that horsepower to weight ratio and be able to compete against some of the best wheel to wheel here at Zenith Racing Series. Still just line astern out front in terms of the lap times. I think that McGurk actually responded just a touch on lap 192. It was a 202.4 in comparison to a 202.6. So both of them dealing with a little bit of traffic, and as they crossed that time, advantage swung heavily to Camden Hibbett by about 2 seconds now. So that number 4 car, like we heard Joe Peak say just a few minutes ago from round 3 racing, is starting to close it in. Ethan Barker in the 77 in Nimbus Racing still sitting there in 3rd place. Roughly, I see about 20 seconds out of 2nd. So if our top 2 cars fight it out for a few laps, we all know that can slow down the lap times, right? And if it's sacrificing 1, maybe 2 seconds per lap, and you fight for 3 or 4 laps, all of a sudden 15 seconds can evaporate, and Ethan Barker will be right on the tail of things once again. Have the 94 car slow on the racetrack. This is on the back straightaway. This is our 2nd place car in the ZR2 class, and we have seen this car maybe have a few hiccups from time to time, have it slow on the racetrack, and then maybe be able to get refired. But where it is on the back straightaway right now is actually in the uphill section. Now, it's not very steep uphill. However, I do see it coasting to a stop right now on driver's left. Hopefully they'll be able to get this car refired. However, the driver definitely knows that it is coming to a halt and has pulled it 2 wheels off into the grass on driver's left-hand side. We'll just have to patiently wait to see if they're able to shut down the power in this thing, get it refired back, and see if that maybe fixes the issue. There's the message from race control. I know it says turn number 12, but turn 12 was the previous corner, and now we are getting a code 60 starting in about 10 seconds. This could make or break some strategy right now. And there it is. Code 60 is now applied for the number 94 car of Ed Fardos that is stopped currently on the back straightaway. And I understand that Jonathan Grace is down on pit lane with a little bit of an update of what's going on with this 9-4 Motorsports machine.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the number 94 for the 9-4 Motorsports crew. A loss of reported drive. Team was speculating perhaps a differential, but they don't know for sure. They'll have to wait for further assessment, but that car, as you can see on the stream, is going to require recovery. I can tell you, Round 3 Racing is laying out and preparing for a round of pit stops just across. Their rivals all race to their right. Stratus Racing also gearing up for a pit stop. So I think at least in the ZP2 class, everyone going to try to take advantage of the slower overall on-track pace from this Code 60. That's not unique. We've seen that throughout the race, but I can certainly tell you there are driver changes on deck, and I think full tanks of fuel about to go in once these cars make their way down pit lane.
That's awesome information that we're getting from Jonathan down there, and I was especially keen to hear about what was happening with our top 3 in ZP2. Of course, we're seeing the safety trucks right now attend to that number 94 that is stuck on the back straightaway. However, hearing that round 3 Nimbus and Stratus are all gearing up for a pit stop, that tells me just you got to take advantage of these Code 60s when they're here. And right now is definitely one of those times, and especially with how close the racing was getting in that ZP2 class between first and second, you can't afford to get caught out and lose a ton of track position. can report it sounds like we got Joe Peak back here in the commentary booth. And just to fill you in real fast, because nothing eventful happened per se. We are under code 60, but it was because of this 94 car just simply lost drive from what Jonathan was saying. So a little bit of a drive line issue somewhere in this car and pulled it off driver's left on the back straightaway.
Which definitely lines up with what we saw a little bit earlier, where they had to go behind the wall to try and solve those issues. So I fear they have not completely got them under control at this phase, and this could cost them a second-place finish. It all depends on whether or not they get it out in time, and if the 41 can make up, let's see, it looks like about 4 laps I'm seeing to try and overtake them on the timing screen. So as we wait for that code 60 to end, which should be relatively soon, because we can see on our screens they're actually opening up the gate to get the car out of the back stretch, and now they've successfully given a release for the safety vehicle to get out of the way.
It may be just a little bit longer to retrieve the car back to pit lane this way. However, I think the big positive, right, is that you get the safety trucks off of the racetrack a whole lot sooner. So when you are running a race with the code 60 and don't have to wait for a safety car to make it all the way around to the start-finish line to resume green flag racing, we can do exactly this and say, hey, you know what, in under 10 seconds, we're going to be back green.
And I think that's about to be happening now. There it is. Green flag is out. Clay McGurk is still in pit lane, but Hibbett and Barker are both still out on the circuit. So this could see a quick change. McGurk, no, he is actually just out now. So we wait for the timing to update to see what position exactly they are in, because we could have another switch around to the top spot.
It's always interesting to see which one of these teams is going to kind of shuffle things around, and every pit stop seems to be just slightly different in terms of that timing. So there's the number 4 car. It is out in front of the number 5, and then Joe, there's the 59, and I think that was a huge wiggle. So the 59 is going to be stuck behind the number 3 car, and the number 3 car really slow on the racetrack. What's going on there? And now we're under another code 60. This was just a little interesting, wasn't it?
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what caused this latest one. I hope we didn't get visited by our coyote friend again, because it certainly was quick that this happened. So everybody comes to a slow crawl once again. Hibbett did get out in front of the 59, as Joey detailed, but it is not a huge gap, so he can still get back in there and try to catch back up. But Hibbett has been the quicker of the two of them before this, and that is why, as the Random Vandals 98 has buried itself into the tires.
I would expect this is off of turn number 12, turn 14 at the end of the back straightaway is where I'm guessing. It seems to be just slightly downhill off of a right-hander, and that kind of spells roller coaster for me. The front end of the car is completely underneath the tire wall. Now, the tire wall does not extend up over the windshield. I do feel like the cockpit of the car is completely okay, so the driver, is not out of the car quite yet, but I don't feel like it is anything significant in terms of that, other than just a little bit more of call it a snowplow shape going underneath the tires rather than into them.
The good news is I'm pretty sure I saw him moving inside, and I think he actually has the door open. So I think he is okay at this stage. Sadly, it's taken a little bit before we see the safety vehicles. There it is now, and they can take care of everything. This is by far the biggest hit that we have seen all race long up to this point. And in fact, you can see they're going to have to reverse out the car just to get him going. Let's go down to Jonathan, because he's actually in the pit stops talking about how things are really in flux right now.
Flux is exactly the right word to use, Joe, because I think the strategy right now is all scrambled up. We saw both R3R and Stratus laying out to make their stops for the top 3 or 4 positions in this race. As the field went green, everybody that was laying out for a pit stop pulled back, and immediately we saw the 59 come in. They would have timed that perfectly had it not been for the Code 60 ending, and unfortunately they're going to effectively serve a drive-through penalty. Not that they were penalized, but they were going to lose time coming in and out of pit lane without making their stop. They will not lose any further time for the service, although I can see the 59 their changes anticipate. We'll update when those cars are back in pit lane, but now everyone, for the second time in about 5 minutes, laying out for pit stops.
Now, the fact that that car wound up there, to me, says it was at speed, and we had gone back to racing for at least a little bit, Joey. That seems extremely sudden, and I wouldn't have thought that the tires and brakes had gotten that cool in that period of time. This seems like an uncharacteristic mistake from Kevin.
100%. I don't know what happened, and I agree with you. I don't think that these tires... Actually, look at the safety truck spinning all 4 tires trying to get this thing out. Uncharacteristic out of Kevin. He does not crash cars like that. He's not known as a driver that's going to go and tear up equipment. And so you're right. You're not used to seeing this random vandal's car buried into the tires. I do have one theory, and this is plop on your tinfoil hat here, folks. Under the Code 60, I wouldn't be surprised if the drivers are trying to clean off the tires, right? And that's going to be left and right, just trying to swerve to clean them off, build the tire pressure, build the tire temperature back up. I wonder if maybe he drove it over a couple little curbs in that process, got a little bit of brake pad knockback, and the first time he went for the brakes, once we went back green, it just wasn't there.
It might be that. Again, just speculation at this point. In the meantime, Jonathan can report on the pit stops happening with the leaders right now.
They are in. It is chaotic in pit lane. You can hear the 59 leaving. Actually was the best of the stops for Stratus. It is fresh tires going on. It looks like just a slightly scrub set onto the left side of the number 4. The front left 5 lug nuts come off. It was a tank of fuel that went off as that fuel can was thrown over the wall. Fuel was splashed out. 1, 2, 3 round racing cars. It is crowded. In comes the 77 as well. The 4 is still at the nose of this field. It was a driver change, and now it is a second tire going on. It's going to be a rear right changed, a rear left change. We saw the front left change. I wonder if they're going to change all 4. You're allowed to do so midway through this race. It is going to be fresh rubber on all 4 corners. No changes so far for the 3, but it is wedged between its 2 teammates as the driver change takes place in the 5 just behind. Your ZR2 leader has come in, but to avoid some of the traffic, that BMW had to nose into its pit box sideways. Plenty of space is now. The 908 is having to be pushed back so it can refire. The 59 is off and away. 77 in for fuel. 1 tank, 2 tanks, engine on. It's off and away. You can hear it fire the engine. Good clean stop. It looks like the 4 might be losing track. The 3 having to be pushed back. Finally, the 4 off the air jacks, but it's the 3, the teammate, the sister car. It's a race off of pit lane, and the 3 is out ahead of the 4.
We thought pit stops would be an important part of this race. I didn't think they'd quite wind up to be that action-packed out there. In the meantime, let's head down to Sloan. She's got one of the drivers with HRD.
Hey guys, over here with Alex. They say Alexis too, apparently. Okay, Alex over at HRD. They just had a great pit stop. I believe you guys took 2 tires, or this was your second tire that you took today?
Yeah, we took 1 tire earlier, I think the previous stop. We just took our second tire on this stop.
Okay, gotcha. And you just got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I did.
How was it?
It was pretty intense. The track is definitely getting a little slick out there. You can see in all the turns, things are getting very black and a lot of rubber and emulsification down, and it's getting slippery.
Slippery. So is that what caused you guys to come in and grab another tire, or what was that about?
Oh, no, the tire was bald. The tire was very bald. We came in, but the Code 60 is what prompted us to come in.
So you would have stayed out there with a bald tire if there was not a Code 60, or?
Yeah, I had at least another 15, 20 minutes in my stint. I would have survived somehow.
Wow, that is honestly impressive. So do you have any strategy for the rest of the race?
Go fast and win.
I love that. Are you fueling your team with any type of food to go fast and win?
I try to get them to drink water, but they're drinking terrible things and eating hamburgers, so.
We had a raspberry Uncrustable that was divine. It came down from heaven.
Wow, that's really, really special. You like raspberry?
Well, I didn't until I had this raspberry Uncrustable.
That's phenomenal. I don't think I've ever heard of a raspberry Uncrustable before. Me either.
Carly is the true winner.
If you don't know, we do have a cart girl who's going around, and she's got snacks, she's got water, she's got literally everything, and apparently raspberry Uncrustables, which is pretty great. So tell me, is this your guys' first race with Zenith?
Yes, our first race with Zenith, having a good time so far, no question.
I'm so glad. And you guys are from where?
Northern New Jersey, Long Island, and New York State.
Wow, East Coasters. Okay, well, glad that you got
Tiv is really from Hungary, but we don't.
Oh, we're all over the place. Very exciting. Well, thank you guys for your time. I absolutely love the enthusiasm over here. We're happy to have you guys in the paddock, and wish you guys best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Back to you.
So that was, Todd Rutura. I can attest. We've got to watch him compete, and one of those that comes from that New York area. But Joey, that pit report sounded like something I'd get from you talking about raspberry Uncrustables.
Well, what's wrong with raspberry Uncrustables?
I just every single time I feel like you have an opinion on food that you can share with me. So that one just felt like something that I'd get out of you.
Now, I will say, I do have an opinion. Yeah, I honestly, I've never actually had an Uncrustable sandwich. Now, I was a picky little brat of a kid that didn't want crust on his sandwich, right? But I've never had one of these new Uncrustables. Have you?
It's been a minute. They're not bad, I have to say, but I haven't tried the raspberry one. So we'll see what we can do after the race to get that sorted out. Now, interestingly, they're pulling the flatbed away. Is he able to drive this car back potentially? No, excuse me. Looks like they're getting the ropes out. So yeah, they're going to flat tow it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get this car back to the garage and there's not a ton of damage. Remember that round 3 car that went into the tires, call it a couple hours ago down at turn number 12. Now, I expect that one went in at a little bit of a slower speed. However, that car didn't have a whole ton of front-end damage. It kind of shows you how resilient these cars can be. I think that this car more went under the tires than anything versus going and causing heavy damage into it. You see him pulling it right now by the strap. I do see at least the front left is pretty crumpled up on this car now that it's kind of pivoting around to something where you can see it.
Yeah, so I wonder if that does it. Or yeah, they're removing it, so they will in fact need the flatbed in the end. This won't cost us, I think, too much time because we're hearing from Jonathan that they are sending some tire bundles out, so they might need a little bit of time to get that fixed. With 4 hours and 45 minutes left to go, we aren't going to be out too much racing in relative comparison to the total time we're out here. But as the teams prepare to load up the stricken number 98, most of the teams have already managed to be in and out.
I also, just kind of checking up on the various classes, it's pretty impressive how far in front the 99 car is in ZR2. I understand that Jonathan Grace has an update for us on one of those cars in class, the 290 car.
The 290, who did a nice job of climbing its way back up the order before an electrical gremlin plagued them. They spent a significant amount of time in pit lane. Happy to report they are now back out on track in that beautiful white, great-sounding Ginetta, albeit multiple laps down. They will continue to try to finish this race and learn as much as they can for the next round. It seemed the solution was to route some air to blow cool air onto the electrical components that were overheating. That is all the information I got, but it seems that everything is in working order and that Ginetta is fired and away under code 60.
And that puts them back behind the other Ginetta. We should point out, for the first time in a long time, they are out of 5th place and now up to 4th with multiple laps over the 290. So I don't think that's going to be changing very quickly. Between the Virginia dirt and the missing bodywork, that car is looking a little bit more like a modified right now.
I wasn't prepared to put that mental image in my head with the skew and everything. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to eat my own words here because I thought that this car was totally okay and it more went under the tires, but just the more we're able to see the front left, it pretty much looks destroyed on the front left. Very unfortunate for Random Vandals.
Yeah, so maybe went in it just a little bit catty-cornered and hit the front left instead of directly where maybe it could have absorbed some of that impact. You could see them lining it up on the entry to the flatbed here. Sure, that's its own skill for the track workers, is giving them a little bit of complication to try and extract this one compared to what we've had with all the previous incidents, which have been pretty darn simple, of removing what few cars have actually come to a halt out there from the racing surface. So this might wind up being one of our longest Code 60s we'll see, at least up to this point in the race, and we're about 7 hours and some change into it.
I can't help but to think that gosh dang Wile E. Coyote had something to do with this.
You know what? He could have been trying to avoid the coyote. We don't.
And it's a raccoon.
We haven't
car.
got word yet.
Right? I mean, it's wildlife on wildlife.
Oh, good catch on that one, Joey. You've apparently upset Sloan for blaming the coyote, though. So let's go to Jonathan in the meantime. Sounds like the 3 car is back in pit lane.
It is, and just as quickly as back out, because it was a beautifully clean swap of all 4 tires for that number 3 round 3 racing car. We mentioned the blue, the red, and the number 4 yellow car came in all at once, and it was so chaotic the team did not want to change tires in that melee because they would have had to back the car up to do so, filled it full of fuel, and sent it back on its way. Quick examination of the tires now. Boy, they are toast. They are in good shape. They are not corded, but they are significantly worn in this Virginia heat. So if there was a good a time as ever to change tires, I think now was it. But trying to utilize the benefit of slowing the field down under Code 60 to change that rubber, albeit with another trip down pit lane.
With tires balder than me and other tires looking like they were about to give up, I think, Joey, that teams are starting to get a better picture of just how close it's going to be by the time we get to this 12-hour mark on those tires. Caring for your equipment, going to be job number 1.
Now, I have seen how bald you are, but what I am trying to picture right now is maybe that shredded tire and a wig that we could somehow get on you for something like that.
My wife does have dreadlocks, for what it's worth, so
I don't know if she'd be willing to let you borrow them, Joe.
This is true. We'll take a picture later playing around with it, but we've got the car now up on the truck bed, and we're going to be going back racing here pretty soon, most likely, unless there is some work to be done on those tires. We haven't seen them come on over for that, and I don't see any that look too out of place, at least here, unless they were sending them off somewhere else where they didn't like the way that they looked from something earlier on. But safety vehicles... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, typically when they have to replace those tire bundles, it's when they physically get out from the wrapping, right? There's almost like a plastic wrap that goes around those tire bundles. And when they get out from underneath that, typically, aka when they get hit really hard, that's when they have to be replaced. But it seemed like they were able to stay within that band.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've got here is you can see the cars have been just kind of puttering around at this speed. It's about 36 miles an hour when you get the 60 kph. And I think we're going to be seeing that removed shortly because we should have those safety vehicles into an opening, since I think there's a number of them coming down that hill that are easily accessible, including the pit lane itself. But this is our leader, Clay McGurk, who is ahead of Ethan Barker. Now, I believe that was after the pit stops, because I want to say that we had the 77 at the front before those pit stops. Did we not?
No, I do not believe so. I believe that the 77 was really in third place, giving chase, at least before a lot of this Code 60 shenanigans happened. And remember, we had 2 Code 60s kind of back to back, so things got a little bit shuffled up and then re-slowed down almost immediately. But from before the initial Code 60, it was the 59 ahead of the 4, ahead of the 7. And it was, I believe, Bellarmine in the car. It could have been Piatek in the car that was hunting down McGurk. That was really the gap that we were watching, was the 4 catching the 59. And then we had these, call it double Code 60s.
And pardon that, just for a moment, had a little bit of a flash of a hiccup, but looks like the 909 just emerged from pit lane, as now we finally get official word that green flag will be starting imminently. The clock starts to count down. That allows the 909 to get back out in 5th place, which interestingly is in the same lap as the 98 who was involved in that incident. So we're going to see them up to 4th in class after that one. Green flag is out. McGurk does not waste any time. He does not want to allow Barker or Piatek to close in anymore.
It can be a little bit of a difficult task to do when you're a driver and you've been under these slower conditions for so long, and you get back going and we've got more problems on the racetrack. I believe this is in between 5 and 6. Car gets refired. Almost seems to be like one of those electrical issues where as long as the driver is able to completely shut down the car in terms of the battery and the power cycle, it can come back to life.
That, I think, was the 58. Matt Million currently in that car. They were experiencing problems earlier on, but it looks like they solved them, came back out, and maybe had one final little trip up out there. Let's hope that that is the last of it. Do want to say that we're being told that Kevin Boehm is fine right now. So that is the best news that we've been wanting to hear.
Catch back up with the 290 out there. They are still sitting in what is 5th place in that ZR2 class. I think I see Johann Schwartz behind the wheel currently, being chased by the Retro Rockets machine, and that is just on track. Retro Rockets a little bit further down, I should say actually a little bit further up. They have been up in 3rd place in that ZR2 class.
Yeah, exactly. And the 41, I think, has been as high as 2nd at one point. It's been a back and forth between themselves and the 94. But right now, the 94 holds that advantage. I don't think that's going to be for much longer. And, well, as soon as I say that, on my time and scoring, they swap places because the 94 Motorsports car was dragged back to pit lane last we saw. So now, Retro Rockets is one more step up the podium, but let's see what the gap is. 8 laps? Or no, is that 18 laps? I think that's 18 laps up to the 99.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. I know. I had looked at it, I think before I had spoken with Jonathan maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, and I had to do the double take as well. I was like, wow, that Team GTR 99 car is way out in front. And also in ZR3 class, I know we're getting some race control messages about some tire allotment penalties that you guys can kind of read out. That's the 411 for Heinlein Racing out there in 4th place in the ZR3. But we had that car back in ZR3, the 392, which was looking so good, right? And then they took that huge 5-lap tire penalty. Well, it has breathed a little bit of life into the 330. That's the HQ Autosports machine driven by Mike Donick right now. And I believe you had said something about that machine. We haven't spoken about them too much, but very, very quietly find themselves in 2nd place in class.
Sometimes that's the best way to go about these long races, is just do your thing. Don't stir up any drama. If you don't have the pace, you don't want to draw attention to yourself. No, none of the other teams really going to be watching that closely then at that stage. So, the 330 has been flying under the radar. They're about a lap ahead of the 392. So that's the good news for them if you're following that 330 team and cheering them on. The bad news is it's 4 laps behind the 76, who has been hard to touch after their initial problems with their mirror early on.
Watching these overhead shots here, I just can't speak enough about VIR, the entire facility there. Of course, I love the road racing circuit and full course, which we are running here, but they have so many alternate courses between the Grand course, the Patriot course. You can even just run the interior. You can run, I forget what they call the big giant version of it all, is 59.
Grand West and Grand East.
Okay, there you go. I got a little nervous there, is that ZR car almost looked like it was going to bump draft a little ZP, and I was worried for that spoiler. But yeah, no, just an amazing facility. And then you consider the go-karting as well, just outside of what is kind of turn number 1 on the racetrack, the condos, the barns that they've got, the garages, the paddock that they completely paved over about, 10 years ago now, maybe even 15 years ago. It used to be an all-gravel paddock. So VIR is keeping up with the times, and it is definitely one of the premier road race facilities in North America.
I said it yesterday during our 2.5-hour show that, I love all the work that they have been putting into it. By the way, off to the side, we've been getting pictures of the damage of that Random Vandals car, and it is definitely extensive. The team's been carefully inspecting it, and there you can see it now on your screens, and also just how much it was dug into the dirt as well. That sort of snowplow effect, like you were saying, Joey, did it no favors.
Look at how strong the car is. You see the crew member going over there and standing on the splitter. Now, this is a broken car, right? And he is using his foot on the splitter, and it is completely using the entire shock absorber. I think that goes to show you how strong these cars actually are. It ripped off the front left fender. And he's even trying to move around that front left corner, see what arms are broken, see if there's any lateral movement as well as any vertical movement in the car. And Joe, I know it looks drastic, but I only think that maybe there's a couple broken arms and a lot of body work that's gone.
Well, crossing my fingers for the team that it isn't as much work as we had feared as we started to get pictures of it emerging from that tire barrier. But it is still Clay McGurk, by the way, who is leading right now. I think that's who we're watching on screen coming down the hill in that 59 gap. I'm showing it about 13 and a half seconds over Barker. And actually, Clay was outpacing Ethan on the last lap. Let's see what this one holds.
202.5 compared to a 203.1. Those are those lap times you were just mentioning here. The 59 is going to cross the line. Very, very consistent. The 202.8. Now, the 77 was about 10, maybe 14 seconds behind. He's going to be crossing the line here momentarily, and Timing and Scoring will update his lap. 203.00. So the Stratus racing car resumes to be the fastest car on the racetrack, at least inside the top couple.
Interesting. The tides have changed, because remember, he was being gobbled up almost 2 seconds a lap for a long while, but Ethan Barker not looking like he's able to match it, at least on these laps that we have watched. Now, traffic could always be a part that maybe we're missing, and we're hearing the 290 is now headed behind the wall. What's happened?
Oh, no. Yeah, for a car and a team that has really fought back from a lot this race. They had dropped down to what is 5th place in class after being up as high as 2nd, I believe. And it was really kind of the heartwarming comeback story, but I saw that Ginetta cruise on pit lane behind the Random Vandals car, so they are not even on pit road. They're back by the garages.
Jonathan says it is more electrical problems. And we've seen that, I think, from both of the Ginettas, if I'm remembering correctly, because didn't the 177 also have to have the team kind of looking underneath the hood for a little bit?
And they had more, maybe, imbalance on the tape as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Jonathan reminding me it was a vibration on the 177, so maybe not electrical for both of them. Still, a bit of a shame to see them both run into such serious troubles that at least one of them we might not see at the end. It all depends if they can get those electrical problems fixed this time. They've got 4.5 hours to try and get it on the track, but at this point, they're now losing many laps up to the 177. And we've said that's the end of it before, or at least won't see them climb very high, but at this point, I'm not going to write anybody off.
You know, it's been a few hours of endurance racing over here, Joe, and my mind is wandering a little bit. I wonder if you could get one of those raspberry Uncrustables into the slushy machine.
I don't tempt Sloan. I feel like that's something she might try if we left her to her own devices.
I'm just saying, it's available.
You know, they asked a bunch of the drivers when they gathered information of what the weirdest thing they ate at a racetrack was. I have a feeling that you would have some interesting answers based on the way your brain is going.
Look, I am always a fan of racetrack food. I've never been a huge combination guy, It's funny you mention him. My dad always loved to mix his food, but I've never been like that. But at the racetrack, I do love my racetrack food. Big time shout out to the Snack Shack, the stand over there at VIR. I always loved their chicken sandwiches. I always know that they're upgrading as well. They got a bunch more stuff on the menu, but I always knew that a chicken sandwich over there at VIR could definitely cure a hungry tummy.
All right, so if you're listening from the track race fans, there you go. There's your recommendation from Joey, who you could consider a local, at least for about 10 years, having spent a lot of time at this track in his early career. But we're watching that 24 car still out there. Another of our vehicles that deserves what we sometimes lovingly refer to as the Dory Award. They're the last car running, and I promise you it is meant with the utmost respect to the drivers out there, because when you are the last on the field, it can often feel a little bit hopeless. So to see a team that has the spirit of the race behind them and keep carrying on in spite of their track position always gives me heart and makes me excited to see that they just love racing. Doesn't matter if they're first or last, they love being on the track.
Will Tompkins driving that number 24 for Montgomery Motorsports, and just kind of taking a look at that ZR3 class in front of them. There are 2 cars in class that, as long as they keep chugging away and doing those laps, they should be able to pass them. So what is a 9th placing class could easily turn into a 7th placing class, and they're actually going to jump up several positions in terms of the overall running order, as long as they're able to continue on.
And that's pretty much what everybody's been doing for quite some time, is just get it back out there, carry on, and don't do things like that. The 59 is pushing as McGurk trails through the dirt coming out of Oak Tree for a good chunk. That was definitely a number of feet that he's had 2 wheels off.
I'm all for it. I think it's okay if you use a little bit of grass and dirt. After all, I did grow up racing spec Miatas, so I think that the racetrack is significantly wider than what it actually is.
If it gets you the lap times, then you might as well use it, I suppose, is the theory you got to go by in racing. So it seems like McGurk kind of subscribes to that. Now, last time by, he was about 7/10 slower than Barker. We're going to watch him cross. Let's see if that dirt gives him any lap time. He crosses with the 2:03.1. That's a little bit slower than what he did last time, so don't think we can count that racing line as effective for him. And then we know that Barker, maybe about 13 seconds. We'll make that 10 seconds back. Ran a 2:01.2. Now the Nimbus Racing team is responding.
Don't discount that line yet. He just needs a couple laps to be able to optimize it, Joe. He'll figure it out, okay? Sometimes you just need a couple laps to be able to optimize that off-track racing line. But you're right. Ethan Barker, all jokes aside, took out 2 seconds that lap. And before those code 60s, remember how we were reporting that the number 4 was chasing down the 59? He is in a similar position, just a little bit further back in terms of where he is on track right now. He has been turning laps consistently faster than our top 2. It just depends on when he hits the multi-class traffic, because they are hitting him at different areas on the racetrack when they catch him.
Manage the traffic, make good decisions, be safe, but at the same time, try not to lose time, because after nearly 8 hours at this stage, we have our top 3 separated by, let's see, what's the total? 28 seconds, which in a sprint race would obviously sound like a lot of time between them, but you consider how quickly things have swapped around, either with issues out on the circuit or changing drivers or the pit strategy, that those 28 seconds means that all 3 of them are easily in the hunt for the victory.
And things are going to start to get tight, right? They're going to start to worry a little bit more of, where's our fuel window? Should we be picking up the pace just a little bit? Where's our competitors in terms of their pit stop cycle? Because our top 3 has been pretty much identical within 1 lap, maybe 2 laps of each other in terms of when they are pitting and taking those driver swaps and the full tanks of fuel. I guess that's the biggest outlier, is the driver changes haven't been identical on when they are swapping the drivers, and that could certainly play a key part once we get towards these closing stages.
And we have seen enough of a difference in pace. While not majorly dramatic, it's enough that if you put the right driver in the car at the right time, you could find seconds per lap compared to your rivals. So that strategy is going to be paid close attention to all the way to the end of this race. The 909 got bumped up to 4th in class after Kevin Boehm's car was overtaken. And then Pease in the number 3 round 3 racing also makes his way back up into the top 5. So we continue to see changing around for class position in these prototypes late in the race. The 59 having to wait a little bit for the 41, and then now I fear that ZR2 car is going to start to frustrate him more, as he'll have more grunt down the back straightaway. Checking back in with our Ginetta, the 177 now up onto the podium thanks to the problems to the number 94 team. So another return to form from Camburn Racing after they also were down in the depths for many hours in this race.
Kind of both Ginettas have been a similar story, haven't they? We've really been documenting the 290 and how they've been able to come back. A little bit of a heartbreak recently seeing them in the garage, but you're right that the Camburn performance car finds themselves in a nice position because of it. Back up onto the podium in that 177, got to chase down Retro Rockets, which is another one of those cars that has just been quietly chugging away right now, finds themselves second in that ZR2 class. Here is the shot of that heavily taped front end on that 177. There's the 909 of Automatic Racing. Another one of these stories that, guess what? If you have a little bit of trouble with the car or a little bit of trouble on the racetrack and you've got the solid team behind you that you can rely and say, hey, we've had problems, but we can fix this thing and you can keep doing laps out there. Yeah, you may be a handful of laps down from the leader, but you look at the overall spots, that 909 is up into the top 5 overall, 4th in class.
So as they carry on they're going to keep that tucked away without a doubt. We watch them come down the hill. Big drop through there at Hogpen, and then along the main straight. That's the suites and the garages, by the way, that you can stay at the track, just above where they're working on the cars. Just be prepared for maybe an early morning wake up if you aren't part of the regular team working the event, because the cars will start to fire up in the morning. So we see that 909 get by a couple of our GT cars. The ZR2 machine having to play patient, unfortunately, is the ZR3 not exactly letting him by quickly.
Back to the inside of turn number 4. If you're side by side, thankfully the Ginetta is able to clear him by turn number 5. If you go side by side through turn 5, it can cause some major choke points all the way through the lower S's, where the cars really then have to drag race down this short chute to the climbing section of the S's. But thankfully Clark was able to just sneak right on by the inside, and it was a non-issue. And you can see the Bruce Innovations car, because they did not get by, are held up all the way down here through Oak Tree.
This 444 has been another interesting one to follow all throughout the race, as Hofines has brought it up to 4th, just outside of the podium. Seeing, I think, about a lap behind, maybe less than that, over Zerbuchen. I'll see when our timing and scoring starts to catch up, if that changes here. Otherwise, they've got to make up a fair bit. Not impossible, as we've seen, to get back into the hunt on this one. But it looks like they are, in fact, a full lap behind there. We've got 3 cars left on the lead lap. So that's really what is perhaps the most tantalizing thing about this, is that up at the very front, the overall win is still being contested. And speaking of which, I just realized, Joey, since we looked last, it's gone down to 2.5 seconds between McGurk and Barker.
What I think is pretty neat, yes, the gap is closing. A little bit of a race on the track down into turn number 1, just between these cars, not necessarily for position itself. But I was doing the math. We are currently on lap number 208. Once they complete lap 208, that is 680 miles completed here at VIR. And to your point, our top 3 still on the lead lap.
Car 24 has stopped, but it looks like they're getting going now that we're getting live picture. Saw a little smoke maybe coming out the back, but it dissipated quickly. So hopefully that wasn't anything terminal. They're another of those cars that we're talking about that have been circulating far back down. They're no longer the last running. That is the 85 of AOA Racing right now. They've got Manley currently plopped into that car.
This has been a pretty good scrap here between these 2 different BMWs. It's the 444 machine with Hofines in the car. TJ Hofines currently driving that, call it black with the day glow yellow vinyl. I believe that is one of the AOA Racing machines that is directly in front. I believe that might be the number 85, and they're back out there on the racetrack. Of course, both of the AOA Racing machines having to deal with some of the problems a little bit earlier on. Here's a top speed difference between the 2 different modeled cars. Certainly seemed like the Bruce Innovations car maybe had a little bit more mid-range, accelerating up through that straightaway, but once they got to a little bit more of a terminal top speed, the AOA car was able to regain that advantage. And here's that gap that you were talking about. The 77 is within missile lock range.
Here we go. Another battle for the lead, potentially. I saw maybe they had something dangling off the right-hand side. That's where they taped up those rear tail lights. Hopefully it's not coming loose for a second time here, and put themselves under threat of needing to come in to fix that, especially with them so close being able to take the lead away. They've been outpacing the Stratus Racing machine for many laps now. It's taken them quite a while to cut it down. Let's see as they cross the line how close it is. We can visually see, of course, but it was up as high as about 20 seconds between them. They'll cross the timing line, and I'm showing less than 1/10 of a second as they cross.
Pretty impressive. The hunt is on. Can Clay McGurk hang on to this lead? I believe this is his second stint, at least in terms of this part in the race. Of course, he was driving a little bit earlier in the course of this 12-hour race, but he has now been stuck inside this number 59 for a pretty good amount of time. And he has been out front the entire time that he has been in the car. Ethan Barker has been hunting him down. It's just a matter of, can he find a way around this Stratus Racing car?
Ethan's already using some psychological warfare as he was flashing the headlights at him to try and distract McGurk. Didn't seem to do anything, at least at this stage, but we'll see what other sort of tactics he tries to pull out of his hat at this stage, getting close to the final third of this race ticking over. Won't mean a whole lot other than we've only got 4 hours left to go. On to the backstretch. This is where you need that good run. Both the tires are getting so worn out for all the cars by this stage. If you get the grip, if you find the limit of getting that throttle down, you could have a good effect, but it's not good enough for Ethan, who stays just out of range.
Look at the slipstream. It's just so powerful that once you get really towards the end of the straightaway, you can physically see that closing rate. Yeah, it wasn't close enough by getting into that brake zone in order to make the lunge, but as long as you're a little bit closer and you see him swing the car out wider to try to really square up the exit of Hog Pen turn number 17, that's going to provide him a little bit of an advantage in terms of the top speed. You see him already closing in on the 59. Which piece of racetrack does Clay decide to defend? Right in the middle. It's going to make Ethan go the long way around, try to outbrake him. A lockup from the inside car there. They're still neck and neck, door to door. Clay edges out ahead at the exit of turn number 2.
They've got to be careful, especially for Clay, taking that inside, locking it up. If he runs into the side of Barker, that could be a penalty for either one of them, not to mention the damage that might cause. You don't want to get a full lap penalty this late in the race. It's going to be a lot harder to try and make it up at this sharp end of the field. So he holds him off for now as we get an update that the 24, sadly, has had to move it behind the wall. So some more serious issues to be addressed with that car that was stopped on track a little bit ago. Barker got one shot at it. What's he going to get for the second attempt?
A little bit of a game of chess right here, right? Going down into Oak Tree. I feel like how close Ethan was following him through the S's. He probably could have pushed the issue going into Oak Tree, but probably feels like that's not his best passing opportunity. He probably feels like it is getting the run out of turn number 12 and using that slipstream and hopefully passing him here at the end of the back straightaway, then using the momentum through Roller Coaster and Hog Pen to accelerate away. He's a little bit closer this time. The 59, once again, right smack in the middle of the road. The 77 is on driver's left, outbrakes him going into Roller Coaster. Ethan Barker back to the top of the point.
Well, he used to sing in a barbershop quartet when he was younger, and I'd say right now he is in perfect harmony with this car. Really brought it back from a long ways and now lead this race once again. The 77, the 59, the 4 have all traded that top spot at various moments in this latter half of the race. For now, it will belong to Nimbus Racing. Of course, they do have what looks to be a little lap traffic, so this might not be over and dusted yet.
A little bit of a nervous moment there as well for Ethan. I don't know if that was just the rear end stepping out or avoiding action around that 444, but definitely had to alter the steering wheel angle just a little bit. And what was a pass on the back straightaway. Now McGurk definitely has to take avoiding action from that AOA Racing BMW. And I was about to say what was an extremely close battle for the lead is now ballooned way up. It's got to be 5 seconds or more.
You talked about the difference in height between those cars, and I don't even know if that BMW could see that he was trying to get around the outside there. It was practically in his blind spot, and it was nothing untoward. I don't think there was anything intentional there, but was just about gave me a heart attack. I can only imagine Clay inside that thing.
I hear you. However, the outside of turn number 5 is always going to be a closing door or a dirt
100%. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm kind of amazed that he even considered that one. I think he desperately wanted to keep up with the 77, maybe a little too desperate in that moment, as now we got one of the farther down cars in the ZP2 class. I think that might be the 908 that we're seeing that's splitting this pair.
I believe you're right. As they go down through this roller coaster section, all downhill, heavy compression right there through, call it just past the apex of it is turn number 17. You also have 17A. It's kind of a really long right-hand corner where you definitely have to rotate the car at the beginning, really let it settle into the compression, and then hopefully the car continues to turn around the, call it, final quarter of the turn. It's still busy down here in turn number 1. Those two BMWs, even though it's not for position, are loving the racing between each other.
It does feel to me like they're having fun out there. I thought maybe the 444 had finally gotten that one done, but no dice. Still the lapped car is not going to give this one away. Now they're being approached by Piatek in the 4, who's also still trying to catch up to McGurk. That last lap with that big checkup for Clay, by the way, a 2:05.3.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm just seeing that as well. And Piatek, a 2:09. Going to have to keep an eye on now the gap between second and third. I did hear that potentially pit stop should be coming up relatively soon. Just have to keep an eye on that as well. And got to remember, these top 3 cars, the 77, the 59, and the 4, have all been pretty much identical within 1 or 2 laps when it comes down to taking those pit stops.
Let's go down to Sloan. She's having a chat with Randy Kenny at Round 3 Racing.
Here with Randy Kinney at Round 3 Racing, also with his dad named Randy Kinney too, which is very interesting, but he's not a Randy Kinney Jr. Anyway, Randy, you were kind of giving us a overview of how your day's gone today. You want to tell the viewers at home what your day's been like?
Yeah, it's been fun. This track is just so much fun to drive, but I got in for my stint and my cool shirt wasn't working, so I was absolutely exhausted by the end of 2 hours, and it was the hottest I think I've ever driven in a race car. I don't know how people did it for decades, but yeah, that was my experience earlier. Going to be hopping in later.
Yeah, I don't know how you survived that, honestly. I'm barely surviving out here in the wind in a short sleeve shirt, so I commend you for that. How's Atlas doing?
Atlas is doing fantastic. He just had a spa day a week or 2 ago. I think they put cucumbers on his eyes and everything. It was great.
I love that. Take care of your folks, or your pets, folks. Wow, the heat's really getting to me, I think. All right, so when are you going to hop back in the car again?
At some point in the next, how long is left in the race? 4 hours? Some point in the next 4 hours. I don't know exactly when. Carter's doing great, so he can stay in there as long as he wants to.
Well, poor Carter. I think the heat's getting to us all a little bit, but hopefully we're going to get some more cloud coverage later. But anyway, thank you, Randy, and we are excited to see you back on track a little bit later.
Thank you, Sloan.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, I think that it's going to get more and more rough, even with the sun going down, because now it's not just the heat, but the effects of the heat over this extended period. You're going to feel that exhaustion, that feeling after you've been outside in the sun for a long day, going to start to wash over these drivers as I think the 3 car is having to watch these two try to sort this out. He probably is yelling that they need to pick a lane so that he can find his way by. He gets at least one down to the oak tree, but I don't think he's going to get the other down the back straight.
I think yelling was probably the right term, and the number 3 car was doing the right thing, right? He is several laps down from any sort of class position, and now he's going to be even more frustrated. He's going to be holding the fist out the window as the BMW motors by him on the front straightaway, but it is a tough spot for Roto to be in with round 3 racing, several laps off of any sort of position, but like I said, doing the right thing, not interrupting anybody else.
The fist or the Tommy Milner? That's the big question.
I don't think it was to that point quite yet.
No. I wouldn't think so. But we're going to ride on board with the 777 of Jenkins, at least for a brief moment, and also check in with our 411 car, Rubenstein, currently behind the wheel of that Heinlein Racing Porsche. They're running in 5th. They were up onto the podium for a little bit earlier on this race. They've had a penalty or two, I think, for the tire changes. I'd almost be curious to see if there was some way to collate the data of which teams haven't had a penalty for tires by this point, because there's been a lot of them.
It's a long race, and that would be an interesting data point to really see. And which tires were they taking? Were they only taking one? Were they taking multiple sets? And just kind of driven around here quite a bit. I bet you the majority are going to be the left side, primarily the front left. And if you're changing one of the left side tires, you might as well change them both. It's not that you're going to only lean on the front left. You're leaning on that left rear pretty significantly through a lot of these corners as well. Kind of just depends on how the car is set up. And when you talk about having tires on for that long of an amount of time, the car has to be well balanced, because if you have a lot of understeer in the car, you're going to be going through a lot of front tires. If the car is really, really loose and you just can't keep the rear end underneath you when you go to the gas or even in the middle of the corner, guess what? You're going to be going through a lot of rear tires. So all of these cars out here are well balanced.
Sounds like Carl Rebe, our leader, is going to get a relief from the heat. Let's go down to Jonathan.
That's right, 76 is in. Good clean stop. 1 tank of fuel done. Second tank is in. Vent valve comes off, and 6 more gallons go aboard that BMW. Team scrambling as the brakes are smoking, but you would expect that here in the Virginia heat. We're seeing a driver change in effect as well. No rush. The team looks cool, calm, and collected despite the heat. As now the Hans device and the straps go on. There's so much that goes into a driver change. And now tires going over the wall. That is fresh rubber. Over goes the jack. And here's the call we've been waiting for. Would they or won't they switch tires? We are getting at least one change. Like they told us before, it's that front left that's been seeing a lot of that load in a right-hand biased track, or turn biased track rather, much of that load. So they'll have a little bit of fresh rubber, but they're struggling to get those lug nuts off. Again, they have a few laps of a buffer, so no rush. But the team is still trying to get that fresh rubber on as quickly as possible. This is their first tire change of the day that you can see the tire that has come off, and my goodness, there's absolutely no tread left on it. It is toast. So if you're going to change, now's the time to do it. That is just about corded. I think they've timed this tire change perfectly.
And you could see they've got a number of crew members over. Now, they are limited, I believe, if I'm remembering the rules correctly, to how many can be over the wall at once. So they do have to be cognizant of that. This should put them in a decent position towards the end of this race. So quite literally, a full stop, other than maybe going up to 4 full tires, which I don't think they would want on this one. But this should make quite a significant difference to the end after the 14 car we're seeing getting another penalty with Blevins now behind the wheel, and that's for too many tires changed.
And I don't want to jump to conclusions over here. However, there was one of the crew members over the wall without a fire suit or anything on like that, so I wonder if they're taking a look at that. I'm not sure if that is one specific rule, but most of the time it is.
And I think they were well within the limit of numbers, at least, because Jonathan's letting me know it's 6 over the wall, including the driver. So there we go on that one. And again, that is attempting to keep those costs down. We don't need Formula One pit stops in this series to get the tires on and off in less than 3 seconds. But it still provides quite the challenge to make sure that you are efficient on the lane as we check out the Liqui BMW returning to the course, being chased by that number 4 at Piatek, who runs in third in the ZP2s.
And check out that last lap time from Oliver, a 2:08. The next fastest lap that I see is actually Pease down there in 5th place at a 2:02.7. So not even a car that is inside the top 5 at all. Oliver Piatek is right now on a mission trying to hunt down that Stratus Racing car.
Once again, we get a little bit of intrigue here at the front of the field. The gap between the top 3 in the realm of about 20 seconds now. So it's gone down 8 seconds from when we checked in maybe about 15 minutes ago. Getting ever closer. Those 3 are probably watching each other like a hawk. If somebody makes an interesting strategy call, I'm sure those on the box are going to be carefully calculating what exactly they're doing, figuring out if it's worth trying to cover them. And of course, they're all going to be waiting to see if we get another code 60 at some point, because with 4 hours left, not impossible to go green, but also with more and more mechanical issues appearing out on the track, it seems more likely that we are going to get at least one. Saw the 777 look like they were aiming for pit lane, so I think Jenkins going to take that car in for service.
And Joe, I have a little bit of a bone to pick with you, especially with that last statement. You said 4 hours remaining. I'm looking at the clock. We are under 4 hours remaining. We have done 2/3 of this race. We're calling in the closing couple of stages.
Well, I guess if I wanted to save myself, I'd say we've got probably 4 hours on air.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. Let's head down to Sloan and Jonathan, though. They've got an overall update on what's been happening to give us the big picture.
Welcome to less than 4 hours of our first 12-hour endurance race for the Zenith Racing Series. This has been an incredible day so far. The weather right now is about 90 degrees, and track's probably, about 115 degrees is what we're talking about?
I would say well over 110, past the point where it's going to be comfortable. We've seen and we'll continue to talk about tire wear. It's slippery out there. It will get cooler as the evening starts to fall and the sun starts to set, but it's pretty treacherous right now.
Treacherous. That is a really great way to describe the track, I would believe. But another great way to describe the day is we went down to the top 3 leaders of each class, and we wanted to get some quotes for them just to hear where their thoughts are at for the day. So from the Grissom 76 car, we heard clean and consistent. Love to hear it.
From the 99 crew who's been leading in ZR2, it's, they first wanted to thank their team owner first and foremost. He's sick, couldn't be here with the team today, but a huge shout out to him who helped prepare the car, Harold Petit, who couldn't be on site, but I'm sure is watching along fondly and probably smiling at how the 99 has performed. Said if they do win and end up being fortunate enough to win, the race was really won 2 weeks ago. All the preparation that went in the shop to get to this point. They made a comment, Sloan, about how hard it is to show up, roll off the truck, and be consistent over the course of the weekend, and they've done exactly that since first practice.
And with that, we have Stratus, whose strategist said, "Is it worth the tires?" Enough said.
Well, they'd been using them, battling with Nimbus, who's gotten that 77 to the head of the field. Stratus was leading in the 59, but that battle has remained close in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, genuinely, this has been such an exciting race to watch all throughout the day, but I feel like these next 3 or so hours are going to be even more intense. The weather, honestly, I'll say it again, is pretty nice right now. There's a really nice breeze. I've stopped sweating, which is super exciting because it's been really, really rough out here. But super glad to have Jonathan with me. Any closing thoughts that you have for right now?
Well, I think you led into it nicely there. Watch in the last 4 hours, especially the last 2. It's going to get cooler. The track will get grippier. Those who have changed tires, specifically in our ZP2 class, we heard that tire really comes into its own midway through its life. Those Bridgestone Potenzas have a lot of potential and a lot of grip late in that stint. So I think once we see some of the fastest drivers on track, all we can get back in the car. We know in the 59, Linus Lundqvist is set to do the next 2 hours. Jason Alder will take that car to the flag. I think the 59 is going to be one to watch. The 77 is in the mix. Round 3 racing, let's not count them out. They've been quick all day long. The other 2 classes have been fairly straightforward, but for ZP2, I think plenty of storylines in the final 4 hours.
Definitely. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, guys. Great stuff from the teams as well. Hear from them on that one. And one thing, Joey, that I do want to point out to our viewers, because I've stood on that balcony where they are just by the suites. People don't realize how loud cars are when they reverberate off of hard walls behind you. It's extremely loud up in that spot.
Yeah, it really is. And when you're standing on the balcony, kind of like how they were, you're literally above the racetrack. So when the cars enter pit lane, they are physically going beneath you. It's pretty cool. You don't have any big catch fencing or guardrails between you and the racetrack. It is just a clear, unobstructed sight of some machines going around an amazing facility in Virginia.
This is following along with Ethan Barker. Continuing to put the laps in over Clay McGurk, who runs in second, and Oliver Piatek running in third just behind them. The gap between P1 and P2, I'm showing up to 10 seconds now. And I think another 10 seconds. Looks like actually 8.3 now to third place. Piatek closing in. But as we can see, that will ebb and flow thanks to the traffic. One of the other cars on track. Actually, no, that is our second place. That's Clay McGurk, third in line. But I believe the 908 just in front of him. That's the second time we've seen McGurk take that line. Joey, has he worked the kinks out of that yet?
No, not quite yet from what I saw that time. No, and I apologize. We're not picking on the driver at all. Just it can be an easy thing to do going out of turn number 12. And I think that time Clay definitely lifted up out of the gas. So the further you drive it into the dirt, the bumpier and bumpier it can get over there. So I think mission number 1, take care of the equipment knowing that you have just under 4 hours remaining and you got to give it off to your co-driver soon.
My thought goes to the 177. They had their off and destroyed the splitter. I'm sure it's even easier to do it on these extremely low-slung prototypes. So yeah, I agree with you that keep it on the black stuff out there. You don't want to slip off into the dirt. And he still hasn't gotten by either of the lapped cars, one of them a GT, another his fellow ZR2 machine. So this is not doing any favors to Clay McGurk, who's going to use the downforce to get down to the inside through NASCAR Bend, and that might get the job done finally.
Gets around the BMW, you're right. Now he's going to have to set his sights on the fellow ZP2 machine. Obviously, that's not for position in front of him. It's a lapped car. However, it is still a car that Clay has to navigate around and not lose too much time. The last lap, that one was another one that definitely hurt the 59. We documented him going off in turn number 12. It equates to a 2:05.1. Oliver Piatek giving chase a 2-minute 0.7. That's about 4 seconds that Oliver made up.
We've seen that a couple times, that the traffic has been a real thorn in the side of that 59 car during this stint. And you think about the 205 from before that we caught up on, the 205 here. That alone is probably about 9 to 10 seconds lost on the track to Piatek in just those two. And now the gap is showing it down to 4.4 seconds. So yes, when we see these moments, I know it might feel like overselling it a bit, but when you look at the time, they are a huge dramatic swing in the play.
I think goal number one for the 59 right now in closing out this stint is it's okay if the 4 does catch you, and I wouldn't be too worried about it if there's another pass on the racetrack. I think it's mainly making sure that your fuel stop windows are aligning with what you want towards the end of the race. We've seen a couple times where you get towards the end, maybe a late code 60 happens, and one of these teams definitely gets caught out by it. We know the 2 strong drivers that are going to be getting in for that 59, so I wouldn't be too worried about the overall performance in terms of the lap time. I think it's just making sure you're on pace when it comes to the fuel.
We mentioned it at the top of the show, that the fuel strategy can be a big part of this race. It varies based on how far you can go, and of course those code 60s having an effect on it. Once we get down to about 2 hours to go, then we start to need keep track of who's pitted when, who still owes us a pit stop, and how much of one, as we've learned from races such as Barber, that if you have a short enough pit stop, even if you do need to have that extra stop, you can sometimes get away with that splash and dash.
I want to draw your brain to something, Joe, and it's the 392. So we had him on screen temporarily. And remember, that was the car that was chasing down the class lead in ZR3. Then they took that big 5-lap penalty. They are turning laps 5 seconds faster than the class lead. And am I seeing this right? 8 seconds faster than the 330 car directly in front, and have made up already 3 out of those 5 laps after changing the tires. Harrison Motorsports and Zerbukin behind the wheel right now is very impressive.
Good catch. Yeah, I mean, that is looking like it is the right call. We teased it a little bit before that there could be teams that attempt that, because we did see it at previous rounds, and it wound up working shockingly well. We thought surely teams wouldn't want to accept a full lap penalty, let alone a 5-lap penalty. But apparently, for the 392, who has gotten back on the same lap as the 330, it's actually working out just fine. And they've got to make up a little bit to catch up to Donick right now, but HQ Autosport has got to start paying attention.
And they got to start paying attention quick, because it was, I call it 8 seconds the previous lap, and I'm adding up this. I mean, it's 7 seconds this lap that the BMW took out of that HQ Autosports racing machine. So a developing story. It's not there yet, but it will be soon enough.
I mean, if that's about 15 seconds every 2 laps, then you're looking at, I believe, about 8 laps that they'll need just to get to that next car. Maybe 9 laps to reach them, which is not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. Frankly, it's going to be a shockingly fast rundown to get to that car ahead. And we've been having fewer and fewer cars out there. I think we've had a number of them return. It does look like, I think we're in the realm of about 20 cars back on circuit now. But fewer cars means fewer traffic, which means hopefully for those that are trying to play catch up, that's less time lost in trying to overtake lapped cars.
We've got our cameras here on our overall leader. That's the 77. That is the 909 in shot. Now that is not first and second. It is first, and then that 909 is in 5th place with Rob Pelosi behind the wheel. Stoner Car Care products there with invisible glass. Always a recognizable livery, especially if you've watched Grand Am as well as IMSA racing in the last, call it, 10, 15 years. That name, Invisible Glass, has been on several different race cars throughout the call it GS and into GT4 era, and great to see him over here with Zenith Racing Series competing in the ZP2 class.
Now, I can see that on pit lane, it looks like Stratus has got a driver in the wings, suited up, ready to go. I suspect that McGurk's going to be hopping out sooner rather than later.
And I do see that it is Jason Alder suited. Now, what's interesting to me, Joe, I'm looking at the same thing. And if you see Jason, he does have his race helmet on, but what does he not have on? He does not have his Hans device on. I wonder if Jason is going to be a driver swap assistant while Linus gets in the car, and he is simply suited up so that way he has his safety gear ready just in case.
Good catch on that one. This is why I'm very glad to have Joey in the booth. His time in that pit lane, very invaluable for catching these little details. So we'll see if that does come true out there. We're watching on board with the 777. Unfortunately, we've been having a number of our onboard cars with issues with the cameras just because of the temperatures out there, it sounds like. 777 had quite a moment going through Hogpen this time. Thought I saw a big bobble that the car washed way out for a moment.
It's going to happen. I'm not surprised if it did happen, and really, it's been more the turn 10 through Oak Tree 12 area that I think has been our biggest culprit of those mistakes or little oopsies out there. When I think of VIR, probably the easiest place to get crossed up in is that section that you were just talking about, is roller coasters down through Hogpen. I'm getting some shots on my side of the 411 car in pit lane. It just kind of took me for a surprise. It looked like they dumped out a whole bunch of ice water to the rear of this car. I wonder if it was just part of a cooling system that they decided needed to be refreshed.
That would be my guess, because it was someone that was working on the right-hand side of the car, which is where they would have placed that. Looks like they've swapped the driver out. It was Rubenstein in the car. We're still waiting to see them go past the timing line and get us an updated name as to who has been put in. That 411 team actually starting 5th in the ZR3 class. So a possible top 5 finish for them. To see if they can bring this the rest of the way there. 3 hours and 40 minutes left to go. And this is a battle for position on screen. Clay McGurk versus Oliver Piatek for P2.
And given what we know about Stratus Racing and that crew on the wall, I wonder how long they are going to leave this 59 car out. If it was me, if the 4 car got around in this section, I'd probably be wanting to bring him into pit lane. However, if he's still leading out on the front straightaway, I don't see a harm in leaving the car out as long as it can make another lap around on fuel. I don't see too much urgency in the Stratus Racing pit right now, so I think it's at least going to go one more lap. But look at the run from Oliver Piatek. He's already side by side, albeit on the long distance of this arcing front straightaway.
And with a car to the inside, that complicates it more. That forces the 59 to break a little bit earlier. There goes the 4 of Piatek, and he'll take second place just like that. And to be honest, I was thinking the exact same thing as you, Joey, that if he's got track position, hold up that car as long as you can, because why not? But now that he doesn't have it, you might as well pit him in, see if you can get some fresh shoes in there, and see if they can make up the time in some of the final stints here.
And I am seeing pictures behind the scenes that Lundqvist is suited up, and he does have his Hans device on. So just to kind of complete that speculation, Jason Alder is probably going to be a driver change assistant, while Lundqvist is going to be hopping in, and McGurk will be hopping out.
I know we didn't see it on screen, but he's clearly feeling fresh because he gave us a wink over the camera feed.
Oh!
Ooh, the 908 has found an off through the Oak Tree corner. Thankfully, looks like they did not hit anything. They will emerge just ahead of second and third, but stay out of the way. Scary moment for Opalski, who just about threw it away for a moment.
And I mean, that was right in front of the 4 and the 59. To your point, Max did a great job that when he rejoined the racetrack, he was not in a dangerous position. So thankfully, Oliver and Clay were able to get around safely. But when you're fighting inside the top 3 and potentially for the lead of the race, the last thing you want to see is a car going off at a high-speed section of the racetrack right in front of you.
And they're still clipping the dirt. In fact, that's way too much dirt.
Yeah, sorry, we were talking about the same thing. We saw it at the same time, and oh my goodness, hang on to it, Oliver Piatek, but it gives second back to McGurk.
Okay, was not expecting that, especially with the way that Piatek has been doing so great in this afternoon's racing. That mistake is going to cost them a position. Now, will he be able to gather that back up? Because he has been pushing hard. He has had good pace over McGurk. So theoretically, he should be able to reel him back in. But I'm sure that was a scary one because that is a very fast corner exit.
Yeah, I'm still catching my breath over here. Oh, it's going to go back to Oliver now. Oh, he gets boxed in. Oh my goodness, this is a rather interesting lap and a half that has developed here at VIR, and now Oliver is just absolutely stuck behind the roadblock that is the ZR3 BMW. McGurk is in clean air and is accelerated away probably 4 seconds. Now the 4 car finally gets freed up, but the damage is already done.
And to be fair, I kind of feel like maybe this is a smart move from Piatek with that lap traffic. Yes, I'm sure he would have liked to have gotten by, but like I just pointed out, he seemed much quicker than McGurk. He could have risked the car going up through those S's and caused a big accident, or he could know that with 3.5 hours to go, McGurk should still be within chasing range. And there you can see the gap between them. I'm showing it about 3 seconds right now. So yes, not ideal, but he's still got a car, he's still got pace, and hopefully he can go run him down.
Here's the 77 on to pit road. So this is our overall leader from Nimbus Racing. And they are stopped taking a can of fuel. It sounds like Jonathan Grace is down, ready to report on it.
One tank of fuel nearly depleted. I suspect it will be second, tossed over the wall. A little bit left in that first 6-gallon tank, but as I say that, in comes the 59. All eyes have been on Linus Lundqvist, who will hop aboard that car. There he goes over the wall. First tank in, door is open. 1-seater insert out. And McGurk climbing out as well. You could see Alder just inspecting the rear of the car. You were right on, guys. He is just assisting over the wall. Seat insert goes out. In goes the orange cap of Linus Lundqvist aboard that 59 machine. I look behind me to my left, the 99, your ZR2 leader. They are in. R3R laying out to stop. It is now the 77 who came into pit lane in the race lead. A little bit of tape going on to some damaged bodywork. Very minor on the rear right of that car. Waiting, and now released from pit lane. Engine roars to life, burning out the tires and away. We wait now for the stop of the 59, who is taking on a second tank of fuel. Engine on, door closed. McGurk gets out of the way. Linus Lundqvist, who was the fastest man on track yesterday, has to the task now of trying to get that 59 from where it sits in second position. Net to the leaders. Now he's out and away. This is going to set up a battle to the end, although we know Linus Lundqvist will not go to the end. It'll be Alder to take that car to the checkered flag.
So the
Joe, I
emerges.
I think the 4's got a problem. I think that the 4 of Oliver Piatek has been fuel bobbling this lap. He was extremely slow exiting turn number 3 into turn number 4. It seems like the car is back up to speed right now, but I wonder if it was one lap maybe too long.
Yeah, I had noticed that he was kind of being hassled there for a moment. In fact, has lost the position to his teammate, Carter Pease, who seems to have been able to get by quite easily. Now let's watch and see if that yellow and white machine decides to come into pit lane. He'll hold to driver's right, and yes, he does. Again, Joey catching the little details out here. So they have brought it to potentially way down to the fumes at the bottom of the barrel.
And I totally get the strategy call, and it is okay if the car has a fuel bobble as long as the driver can switch to that extra fuel pump, call it an alternate fuel pump, another pickup over there, so that way you can make it all the way into pit road. But that was not quite the case for the number 4. It slowed drastically what seemed to be 2 times that lap.
Linus Lundqvist back in the car. IndyCar driver, Formula E driver as well. So lots of experience in high downforce machines and generally just non-GT racing out there. But he's got to make up some time. Now the question is, what's going to happen with Piatek after he got held up? How far back will he be from that pair? Barker is already past him. And where is the 4? And the 4 is now past him too.
And I saw the 4s just now leaving their pit stall, so they are about to cross the start-finish line, but they still have to get up to speed on the racetrack itself. So, man, yeah, that one definitely caught out the number 4 car.
And apologies, yeah, I meant the 59 managing to get by. The gap is not huge, to be honest. Right now, they've only got the 94 between them. And obviously that's not for position. So we'll wait for the gap to update, but I'm going to wager somewhere in the realm of maybe 8 to 10 seconds, which could be doable. Question is, do you think if you're Thomas Bellamine, if you can catch up to Lundqvist that quickly with the pedigree behind that 59 driver? And before I hand it over to Joey, I do want to switch over to Jonathan, who is talking to the number 4's former driver.
Oliver Piatek fresh out of the car. We can see how physical it is. We saw you bobble just a little bit on pace. It looked like you might be close on fuel. Is that what you felt?
Yeah, that's what we hope it is. I'm just coming out of a corner, just bogged down a bunch. So we're hoping it's fuel. Got Thomas in the car, filled up the tank, so we should be good to go now. Let's hope it's just fuel, and yep, we have a good race for the win.
Good clean stop. How confident are you that the 4 can find victory lane in a few hours' time?
I mean, I'm pretty confident. I think I'm really confident with the lineup. Me, Thomas, and Camden are really fast. The cars worked all weekend. Obviously, you never know. You might have some bad luck. Something might break. So, just kind of keeping our confidence low until, last hour or so.
It's Oliver Piatek. 4's been fast all day, guys.
And we've got a car stopped on track. That I think that is the 444.
Yes,
now that I look
is.
at it. Uh-oh. That's just along the backstretch. In fact, this has been a very common spot for us to have cars come to a halt so far today. 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go.
Are you trying to say we need to use the back straightaway chicane? Is that what everybody is pitching for?
No, I like a long back straightaway. I don't think we need that chicane. What I was about to say, though, that the top 3 had already pitted, so they can't really take advantage of this if we do get a code 60. Now, I see the lights going on and off, so it looks like, Joey, they're trying to cycle the car.
And typically, yep, and now we're getting word from control. Code 60 is going to start in 10 seconds time here. So just momentarily, everybody is going to have to slow it down. And I think we're getting a couple words behind the scenes as well. So the 444 is stopped on the back straightaway, and they are going to have to retrieve that car. So we do have to go under this code 60. However, it also conveniently works out, Joe, because guess what? It's dinner time in Virginia.
It is. So it all kind of fell into place. Remember, it's not just the crews, it's not just us that need dinner, but also all of the marshals and workers around the track that need to be replenished. So we want to try and take care of them. Car 99, exceeding number of permitted tires, 4-lap penalty for them. That's our leader in the ZR2s. Now, I believe they are still, we said, 18 laps ahead of P2?
They could do that a few more times.
That's a good point. Yeah. they could almost afford to probably take 4 tires on all of the next stops that they have and still finish with the lead of this race, which is an astonishing stat to realize in this race. That has been the dominance that GTR 99 have had over the rest of their class field.
And I think my biggest question, at least in terms of the outright pace and whatnot, still lies with that 392 of Harrison Motorsports. We saw them take that huge tire penalty, but they have crawled back from it. It at least looks like they are on the same lap as what is P2 right now, and they've had a significant performance advantage. I think it's just, can those tires make it the final, call it 3.5 hours or just under 3.5 hours, and hang on with that same type of performance? Because if they can, I would be a little bit worried if I was the 330 who is actually in pit lane right now.
We have had a few other teams in pit lane. We saw the 908 of Opolsky taking their service, so they've returned. It looks like Schwartz in the 290. Actually, they might still be behind the wall, if I'm remembering right, as well. The 411 of Heinlein getting work done. And like you mentioned, the 330 is now on the pit lane. I just see the 909 also stopped, and they've got Charlie Espinlaub popped back into the car.
A busy boy. He's always one of the classic pros you can throw into pretty much any one of these cars and get a great baseline reading, and not only that, get a tremendous racing stint out of him. So we'll see what he can do, and of course has a long history with automatic racing over there. And while we're talking about automatic, big time shout out to Dave Russell. Go way back into the Grand Am days with him, and he's of course one of the best team managers, team owners you can possibly get out there. Runs automatic racing, and if you're ever looking for a top-notch operation, it doesn't matter what cars you're going in road racing, definitely look them up.
Gets Joey's nod of approval. Looks like that 85 is going to be pitting in. Is the 777 doing likewise? Yep, they're both going to work their way down to pit lane. Now, one thing, you know what? I'd have to check the rules. Is pit lane speed the same as our code 60 speed?
I would assume
so.
Yeah, I would assume yes.
Which is pretty slow for pit lane speed, 36 miles an hour, roughly. But yeah, I was thinking about that earlier, that you could maybe try and take advantage. It looks like the 411 is changing tires, and look at that. Got to keep your head on a swivel, because the 777 had to stop on the turn-in for their pit stall since the car ahead was going to take their spot.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a busy pit road. I saw that the 77 was back on pit lane, and Jonathan Grace is down there with some more information for us.
Quite literally a splash and dash for the 77. We saw in that initial fill, I commented that there looked to be a little bit of fuel left in that first 6-gallon tank. I suspect that's what they were topping off on so that they could stay on effectively the leading strategy, as they are the net leaders of this race. They will lose that, making an extra trip down pit lane, but they have the benefit of doing it under code 60, although they should be well and truly topped up on fuel now.
And again, those sorts of calls, Joey, I feel like are the really clever ones in these situations, keeping your wits about you, since it is so unique and the team's maybe not as used to trying to think outside the box with how to take advantage of this. But yeah, making sure that you are good enough on fuel, or at least better on fuel than some of your opponents, can sometimes make up for what you might lose, even though you don't want to be in pit lane any more than you have to.
It sounds like they got the code 60 bailout package. It's kind of what I'm picking up here, because if they weren't able to get the car completely full and they are able to bring it back down under these code 60 conditions where they're not losing a bunch more time and they're not losing actual positions on track because we don't have a safety car out there, I think that the teams will probably see that and say, you know what, I do like having a code 60 because it kind of covers our back end just in case we have a mistake on that pit stop. And To your point, Joe, yes, they can come back in and top back up, and those fractions of fuel might be an advantage when it comes down to the end.
Especially considering this is a code 60 in the middle of the hour, and as we have said earlier on this weekend, the ZR2 class, or ZP2 class rather, should be able to get anywhere we've seen between 50 minutes and an hour and 15 for those who are really stretching it. So it's a bit of a wide window that we're watching out for, but an hour and 15 does make it tough for them to get to the end. So if you can help yourself out by topping up, you absolutely need to do it. And I wonder if that's what the 909 is doing, because Espenlaub has brought that car back in.
I think that's exactly what they're doing, is just making sure they have the maximum amount of fuel when you go back green flag racing. The 909 is not going to catch any of the cars in front of them without those cars having issues, right? They are several laps down when you look at the competition factor. So I think the goal for automatic in the 909 is, fill it all the way up. Let's stretch it as far as we possibly can. And since it's still under code 60, why not?
Lose a lot less time when all your competitors are going along at pit lane speed around the entire track. We're still waiting for the 444 to be retrieved. They're going to lose position most likely to the 411 team, who we saw on pit lane when we were on board the 777. They are taking at least one tire. It looked like the front left. And actually, am I showing right? They might actually still be in pit lane. Apologies. Maybe it was more than just a tire.
I missed which car you were just talking about there, Joe.
The 411, the Heinlein Racing Porsche.
You know what? That's one that I had kind of had in the back of my head. I was more paying attention to the HQ Autosport versus Harrison Motorsports. So I think your observation on that 411 is probably just a little bit more accurate than what I've got.
Okay, so I'll see if we can send our crew down to check that one out. But that should have an effect on the top 5 if there are some problems happening with the Heinlein Racing Porsche. Regardless, well, especially with the problems for the 444 as well. So maybe the 777 team could get back into this. They had just emerged from the pits themselves. Griggs currently in that car. Brian Griggs having done a couple of stints so far today at this point. And in the meantime, we still remain under this code 60, because I do still see the 4. Oh, okay, the 444 actually disappeared. Well, maybe not. They disappeared for a brief moment on my screen, and they are moving. So that means they've been hooked up. They should be off the circuit itself pretty quickly with what we know about that exit area. And I think we're going to go racing soon.
And since you had mentioned the superhero before, I think it was in relation to one of our drivers, but that 444 is kind of painted Batman themed. It could disappear into the night.
Yeah, not the way they wanted to. Green flag is now actually out, and we are underway. Ethan Barker leads over in your ZP2 class with 3 hours and 19 minutes left to go. And the ZR2's Jeffrey Siegel in the 999, even after they took tires and took a huge hit on laps, is still leading in the ZR2s. And then down in the ZR3s, it is Lawson Crane, who is in the 76 car, leading for Grissom Autosport.
Everybody accelerating back up to racing speeds now, as we, I'm sure, are going to get a feel of a lot of these penalties. Car 4, code 60 violation. Joe, that adds on top to what you were talking about with that Heinlein Racing car. So not only the stuff going on during the code 60, but now having a penalty to go along with it.
They just showed as having emerged from pit lane, so that's the good news. I have asked to see if we can get any information, so hopefully there can be a bit more to back it up, because I'm pretty sure that was a longer than normal pit stop for them, even if it was with tires. We watch Ethan Barker leading by what is showing about 6 seconds over Linus Lundqvist.
Healthy gap, but you gotta wonder, now that Lundqvist is in the car, how fast can that number 59 go? And of course, how much of the car does he need to save for Jason Alder once he hops in the car to anchor this thing out to a close, which I assume is going to happen probably in the last fuel stint. I would assume that they leave Lundqvist in for probably a double right now, which would take that timer all the way down to about 1 hour remaining.
I'm with you. Get the freshest driver you can into that car and try and book it at the end of this race. See if you can make the sprint to the end enough to take the victory. And we'll watch these lap times, because now this should be the first full lap under pace here that we are watching these cars circulate. The gap at the start of it, 5.7 seconds between P1 and P2. Sloan letting us know that there was nothing wrong with the 411, just had a slow pit stop.
Sometimes that does happen out there as we keep our eyes focused on number 77 right now. He's doing a good job once he's gotten up to speed, and I think one nice thing that Ethan is realizing, nobody in front of him. Look at this piece of racetrack.
Wow.
I mean, how often do you get to say that you have got VIR all to yourself?
I'm looking, and he is a full sector behind the next car up. Unfortunately, it is a whole bunch of cars together, so once he gets the traffic, it'll kind of make up for all the time that he had running on his lonesome. But yeah, he's got to be wondering, where's all the cars? I thought we had 29 starters in this race.
Well, there were 29 starters. I think that he is realizing, oh my goodness, the objects in the mirror appear to be losing right now, and I am out front.
Boy, are they. And we're going to get an update on lap time. Does look like timing has come down slightly between the pair of them since we watched. So I would wager that Lundqvist is maybe a tiny bit quicker. It's not going to be huge chunks like we saw with some of the cars earlier, but here comes the timing line, at least for Ethan Barker. The 77 crosses, and this latest lap was a 2:01.1. That's pretty good pace here, especially this late in the race. And then it's Lundqvist, a 2:01 flat. They were barely hundredths of a second apart from one another.
Nearly identical when it comes down to that lap time, and then Belleman just crossed the line with a 2:03.9. So there's the big pace difference right now. Nimbus Racing and Stratus Racing starting to pull away from that yellow number 4 car. And I think that this is really the point in the race where there's nothing left to save, right? You got to go, and right now the 59 is in a position where they have to actually go and catch this 77 car.
Which, based on what we're seeing now, is looking like it might be a little bit more interesting compared to before. But as we were just kind of mentioning, it's 2 cars all on their own, and that's what I am eager to see. Is we've got a straight fight between them, so it's going to be fascinating. And pretty well equal machinery as well, because remember, these are all the same NPO1s with maybe a few different ones, some of the Evos out there racing, they are all basically kind of a spec class compared to the rest of the classes. Looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
And it's just going to be the lap time duel. You know, each one of these drivers has kind of proven that they're very, very equal when it comes to these clean laps. The multi-class traffic always plays a part in when you catch a car, so maybe the 77 might have a few cards kind of fall his way. Maybe the 59 might get held up. There was a little bit of
Joey,
a hurdle.
that's the 99. That's the 99 going slowly. We've got a problem for our leader.
Yeah, I just thought it was a slow car on the racetrack, but you're right, Joe. That is the ZR2 leader.
Oh, again, you can't write anything off in this series. especially when it gets close to the end of the race. So they have many laps over the rest of the field, but they got to hope that they can get this turned around. This almost feels like shades of what we saw back at Sonoma, where we had teams that were having to turn the cars around quickly with some issues to try and get them on track, to hope that they can retain their track position. Jeff Siegel was in the car, but he's got it to pit lane. And it looks like let's go. Oh, no, excuse me. We don't have anybody there yet. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I'd be very curious to find out exactly what happened to that car. Just by the math and their laps amount out in front, they seem to have about 25 minutes right now. So urgency always of the utmost whenever the car is slow. However, they do have a little bit of a buffer as long as it's not a significant problem.
That's the big hope right now. Everybody who is a fan of this team is going to be crossing their fingers. The lap that they came in was 223. You get down to the 41 car with Reed Garton in it. They are on lap 210. So 13 laps that they're trying to catch up to that car. That's going to promote Espinlaub up into 4th overall, since they were actually running behind the 99 up until this point. So drama once again raising its ugly head in this race, and the 99's behind the wall.
That's what I was just about to say. They are not even on pit road anymore. They have fully pulled it behind the wall. Now, I think that this could be, call it an efficient move. If you know you can't fix something on pit road, why bother wasting time? Immediately get it to pit road. But that also tells me it's something more serious.
Wow. Again, I can't believe the twists that we keep getting in this series that keeps the racing interesting. And now what we thought was a foregone conclusion suddenly shows to be a bit of a question mark as to who's going to come away with that ZR2 win, at least at this stage, with about 3 hours left on the clock. This is one of our ZR3 cars. This is on board with Griggs at the moment.
I wonder if a ZR3 classed car is going to complete the race further ahead than ZR2. I know that sounds a little bit silly, but yesterday in the sprint race, we had a ZR2 car win overall over the ZP2, and it might just kind of be a rearrangement of that order today.
And Crane is actually about 6 laps behind. So we do the quick math of just over 2 minutes per lap, and you're looking at maybe 13, 14 minutes that they've got to get that car out if they want to stay ahead of them. I don't think that's their main concern, frankly. I think they're watching that 41 car.
You're right, yeah. No, I was just kind of making a little bit of a fun thing to watch on timing and scoring in terms of the class positioning, but you're right. In terms of the main goal for the 99 right now, it is to return to the racetrack ahead of the number 41, which would be about just over a 20-minute period that they can work on the car without losing that position.
Well, let's hope that team has got a good handle on that M4 GT4 Evo, and that they feel like they can solve whatever issue has cropped up pretty quickly. And the fact that car kind of coasted in, not ideal. At least it was able to make it back. I think the worst scenario would be if it came to a halt out on the track.
I'm still scratching my brain about that 392 car from Harrison Motorsports. Still turning laps now. I see 6 seconds faster. So not quite at the 8-second mark that they had in terms of closing in with HQ Autosport. But definitely still at a pace advantage. And actually now we've got that 392 on our screen right here going through what is turn number 12. So this is the BMW that has definitely been on a move. Still a lot of ground to make up in terms of getting that second place, but they certainly seem well on their way.
Jonathan Grace is finally caught up with the 99 team. Jonathan, what is the solution to this mystery?
Well, they were expeditious in getting that car quickly behind the wall into the garage. Actually went to the pit stand first, but the team beat me to the garage. It is pulled up. It is on the air jack. They're leaving the driver inside. Report I'm hearing initially is a blown brake line. That is the rear right. Also damage, it would appear, to the rear right caliper. Team has called for parts on both. The front hood is up to cool that BMW, but they're trying to get this car back out on track as quickly as possible. They have a buffer, but every time it sits here, and as much time as they spend, it is ticking and ticking away.
Blown brake line, not one that I was expecting to see.
And thankfully, Joe, that's actually not too long of a fix. And if they're worried that it damaged the caliper, whether it's the fitting going from the line to the caliper or whatever it may be, I would probably just yank off that entire line from the hard line, which is attached at the fender, and replace the caliper. Now, this is counting on if the team has a spare brake line and has a spare caliper, but I mean, the caliper is held on by 2 bolts. That brake line is going to be probably a clip plus 1 bolt attaching to the hard line, and that would be my quickest source of trying to resolve that issue, if it is only that.
Jonathan saying they do have spares. Car 908 continuing slowly from turn pit entry. Could have been an interesting name for a turn, but let's see. They can keep from causing another code 60, although if he does cause a code 60, that'd be the best news possible for the 99 team. There's, I wonder if that's a bit late. The 908 now saying stopped at that same area.
And that's the car that has had quite a few issues already today. That is not the 909, but the sister car of the 908, which is significantly further down. I see about 70 so laps down, at least, to the class lead right now. And Joe, and I'm not sure if you've caught this. Sometimes we'll clip to some of these random shots, but this red AOA car that had the shredded front left tire earlier on, I'm not sure if it's just a little bit off the pace, or when we grab it, sometimes it seems to be off the pace, letting other cars by.
The last lap was a 224, so it could be, but like you said, they may be slowing to let them through.
Yeah, and I mean, a 224 is 15 seconds slower than the class lead, so that is pretty significantly off the pace.
Sounds like the 444 going to get a driver change and fuel as well. And okay, pit entry. I was thinking pit exit for some reason. I'm getting a photo from Sloan as to that car being stopped. Now, it is mostly out of the firing line, and she's also saying that the front left tire is actually out as well. So hopefully, I would think that would mean that they should be able to just limp that back into their pit stall from where they sit right now.
Hopefully, I feel for the automatic crew, because pit lane at VIR is not completely level. It's somewhat level. However, there's a reason why the car stopped so far down. It's because it can't coast up the hill. So hopefully we've got some nice refreshments for everybody after pushing that car. They have the slushy machine, right? That's automatic racing. They should be okay.
I think that's with the traveling little cart that they have. We've got a code 60, so maybe they have not been able to restart it. I believe that may be for our stopped car at pit entry. And again, music to the ears of the 99 team, meaning they'll get even more of a reprieve for having to replace the parts on this car.
This is working out, especially, like you just mentioned, for that BMW that is sitting in the garages. So, not that they wish to have something fall ill on the racetrack, but sometimes that's just how the cars will happen and unfold themselves here at a race, especially a 12-hour race. So it just kind of gives them a little bit more breathing room, and I shouldn't say a little bit, pretty significantly, right? Depending on how long code 60 is. These laps are usually 5 minutes or more, which drastically extends that time.
So Yeah, the 444 having the tire out, and the 908 still having mysterious reasons that they've come to a halt, and now they're going to have to try and retrieve that car. Now, for the reason for this code 60, since a car could still have an incident and run into that area at the pit entry, that's why they can't just let the team go and try and grab it, because they want them to be able to be in a safe space if they send anybody out within harm's way. But hopefully that should mean that this should be very short, and they should be released once again.
Look at the time remaining, Joe, and the way this code 60 is happening, it could be that opportunity to kind of hop on that 1 hour train. It obviously depends on where you're at in terms of the track position, and obviously how comfortable the teams are feeling in terms of how far they can stretch it on fuel. After all, they have been racing for, call it 9 hours now, so they've got some really, really good data points from each one of these drivers on how far they can stretch it on the fuel. Maybe that number has changed just a little bit. However, right now would be a good opportunity to have it right around that 1 hour mark for the rest of the race.
Harrison Motorsports agrees the 392 has come in and they're refueling right now. Let's see if there's anybody else doing likewise. 444 returned to the track, I'm showing. So Dinkoff currently in that car. Espinlaub as well has brought the 909 car back out.
And I had mentioned that the 909, at least previously, not going to be able to go catch the top three, but what is more important about them taking all the fuel, right? They came in during that previous Code 60 to take the second stop up. Remember, you had made the comment on that. And then they also came in this time for this Code 60 to fill it up with fuel. They're only 1 lap ahead of the number 5 car. So even though they're not going to catch the top 3 per se, they still need to run to the end. And we've got the green flag back out onto the racetrack. Cars are accelerating up to speed once again.
Full tilt for the field, but not for the 99 team. Seagull's still waiting patiently for the crew to wrap up the work, because they're still showing in pit lane, or at least in the garage, I would assume, from our end. The lap that Garton is up to is 2:15, so another 8 laps between them. That's still going to be quite a bit. The 908 did have to get towed up to their pits from that pit entry, which is unfortunate to see. They've been having a bit of a rough race at time, especially with how quick we know Opolsky can be. It's I feel like he hasn't really been able to show what he could do today.
Sometimes that's just how racing goes. You can look forward to the next round. We know that Max is still very young in his racing career. We know a lot of these drivers still very young in their racing career, and they are learning how tough adversity can be, especially when it comes to endurance racing and really how much of a team sport it is. It's not just one driver that's going to go out there and win the race. It has to be that team effort.
A lot of dust kicked up by Ramirez there in the 392 up into the faces of the 777 here that we ride on board with Griggs, now up into fifth in class, rather, I should say, for Griggs. Brian has been in the car for a little bit now and been just kind of plugging away to see if he can catch up to that 411. Unfortunately, with 411 getting back out, even with the penalty, they're still ahead by about 3 laps, I'm seeing.
Chugging away laps here, and I think we just clicked under 3 hours remaining. So all that 3/4 of the race done, 25% remaining.
Thomas Belleman goes by us. He still remains in third. Ethan Barker, though, is leading this class in the ZP2s for the 77 team. It is Siegel who is in the lead, even though they are on the garage in that 99. We'll see if that changes in a bit. And it is Lawson Crane who is up at the front for the 76 team, still out on the track We'll be back in a moment. We'll keep the action going here on screen, so don't go away. With 2 hours and 31 minutes left to go, we are into the final stages of this race. Welcome back to Zenith Racing Series. I'm Joe Peak with Joey Atterbury, along with Sloan Polisner and Jonathan Grace down on pit lane. During the break, Linus Lundqvist is up to the lead of the ZP2 field, passing Ethan Barker for that one. And for the first time, we had a change in the lead in the ZR2 class. Reed Garton overtook Jeff Siegel, but then Siegel returned to the track, and with a 13-second per lap difference in their pace, he got it right back within about a lap or two. So it was brief, but the 41 had a glimpse of hope. They are still on the same lap as them right now, Joey. So again, as we've seen, you can't count anything out, but great job for the 99 team to get that thing turned around.
What intrigues me most, first of all, I agree with you. Great job to get that 99 car, fixed it, and back out, resume the lead. But our top three, let me just read off their lap times that last time by. A 2-minute 0.4 from our leader, a 2-minute 0.8 from Ethan Barker in second, 2-minute 0.0 from Thomas Belleman in third place. So we have three cars, call it, 8 hours into this thing, 9+ hours into this thing, all on the same lap, and they're all turning lap times that are near identical to each other. It tells me this thing is far from over, and it is up to one of those top three cars to go out and win this thing.
We've reached lap 255 for those top runners at this point, so we've collected quite a few of them. Haven't had a whole lot of Code 60 interruptions in the latter half of the race. Last one came from the 908 car coming to a halt at pit entry and having to be towed into pit lane. I can tell you that the 98 machine of Kevin Bohm and Random Vandals Racing has officially withdrawn, so they are the latest retirement. They'll continue to fall down the order here at the end as other cars behind continue to overtake. From my counts, 19 cars are on the track and circulating right now.
Top 5 are ZP2 cars, and then we have a gaggle of ZR3s for a bunch, and then it starts to kind of get intermixed between ZR2s and ZR3s just outside of the top 10 overall. But you're right, fantastic amount of cars still running, coming up on just shy of 10 hours into this race, 9.5 hours into this 12-hour race currently. And you see the picture is starting to look a little bit different in Virginia. The sun isn't straight up in the sky anymore. It is by no means low on the horizon. It's just the shadows are starting to come into play a little bit more.
They are absolutely getting longer. It's past 6 o'clock local time. And to your point, Joey, that's kind of something that I was wondering about. I was trying to watch on the onboards during our break. There's only two parts of the track that are very short that face the setting sun, that are west. Unfortunately, one of those is actually through Oak Tree, where you definitely want to have sight of where you've placed the car. So that's going to be tricky when it comes down. Do you have much experience dealing with that at this place and the sun kind of getting in your eyes?
I never really found it to be that big of an issue. Now, I spent most of my time in production-based sports cars, so I always had a roof over my head, and typically we run these big old visor strips, at least on the top of the windshield as well. And honestly, if it's going to be an issue, just make sure you run a shaded visor, at least if you're going to be driving in those situations. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. The other nice thing about VIR here is look at the tree line, right? The tree line is quite tall all the way around the racetrack. So you never get the sun truly staring into the eyeballs.
That's at least one nice thing about that. So as the drivers carry on, we are going to once again remind you of what the difference is between these three classes. Let's head to Sloan and Jonathan.
Our current top class of the Zenith Racing Series is ZP2, and the P stands for prototype. These are purpose-built race cars, carbon bodywork, downforce, wing angles, and they offer drivers a unique challenge to navigate GT traffic while on track. They run to a 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio,
And this example from Zemeco is just one of the mini cars eligible in this championship.
These cars can reach up to 150 miles per hour on track. They're intense, they're hard to drive. Think about these cars as a rocket ship on track. These cars are perfect for those trying to work their way up through the prototype rankings. Our ZR2 class is currently our fastest GT4 class. Think of these as high-performance luxury production vehicles. You can race a homologated car like this BMW M4 GT4.
Or this, the G56 from British manufacturer Zenith. Both cars are eligible to race in the ZR2 class. They may run to the same 9-to-1 power-to-weight ratio as the prototypes, but make no mistake, this is a thoroughbred GT car. Lastly is our ZR3 class. Like the ZR2s, these are GT or Grand Touring cars. They run at a 10.5-to-1 power-to-weight ratio, and they offer the same challenge of a Grand Touring car, although this is Zenith's most affordable and most accessible class.
These are heavily modified cars for track use only, perfect for those club racing teams that are looking to compete at a higher level.
And we have seen a lot of those teams that are kind of making that step up here to professional racing, using this as a nice accessibility point to try and test the waters to see if they can cut it up against some fantastic names. We've already talked about guys like Charlie Espenlaub out there racing. Of course, Linus Lundqvist, probably a very well-known name to race fans that are watching. So I believe it was one of the competitors saying a little bit earlier this weekend when they were talking to our pit reporters, Joey, that they were kind of surprised at the level of talent and competitiveness throughout this field.
And lots of young talent as well that is kind of learning their way and trying to find out how to go professional racing. I feel like ZRS being all-inclusive in terms of not only the action on the racetrack with multi-class, but kind of inviting to all types of drivers, for those that have already accomplished a lot in their racing career, like the names you just mentioned, or maybe some of these younger drivers that are learning how to kind of race their car around that racecraft that we talked about. So yeah, I love what ZRS has kind of developed into in just the 3 short races it's been around in 2026.
And then we've still got a few more coming up later in the season, of course. This is not going to be the end, so more endurance racing coming your way, going to places such as Road America. And of course, ending what I'm looking forward to at Daytona International Speedway, a track synonymous with endurance racing, and it should be quite fun to see them get up onto the high banks in these cars. So as we continue to watch, go ahead, Joey.
I was just going to say, I don't think we mentioned that the 77 got back around the 59, so Ethan Barker is actually in the lead of this race. That's what we're watching right now, and of course I was kind of used to seeing those 2 cars at the front, but it's been a swap around in terms of who's leading.
Thanks for calling that one to our attention. It's, once again, Nimbus Racing up at the front, and the 59 is electing to pit. Now we are at 2 hours, 23 minutes left to go. Assuming they can make it just over an hour and 10 per stint, they should be able to make it on one more stop after this.
Just over an hour 10. Well, it should be, because it's going to be plus 1 lap.
You're right. Yeah, that's a good point. Which is still cutting it a little close for comfort. We saw the maximum yesterday during the sprint race being about an hour 15. So you're hoping that you can get the maximum out of it.
I mean, is this not exactly what they did at Barber? And I was calling them out for it and saying, I don't think that this is going to work. And all of a sudden, they put Jason Alder in the car. It doesn't seem that it matters if it's Lundqvist, McGurk, or Alder. They go out there in the last, call it hour and a half, 2 hours of this race, and they find a 7th gear, and all of a sudden they win the race.
Yeah, you honestly can't put it beyond them. That has allowed Belleman to promote himself up to second place, but of course, they also still owe us a pit stop, so that's going to be handed back at some point. Lundqvist returns to the track in third, and we'll just watch and double check, make sure that driver tracker does not change. But I'm kind of with you, Joey, on the call that we anticipate that Linus is going to be in for these 2 stints, and then they're going to hand it over to Jason.
Well, let's see who pits next. In the middle part of this race, the 77, the 4, and the 59 were all pitting, call it within 1 or 2 laps of each other. Now, there has been lots of Code 60 action, so I think all of that has kind of swapped around just a little bit. Here's shots of the 77, our overall leader with Nimbus Racing. Nice lap right there, a 2-minute 0.8, so they are not slowing down at all. They've got their foot on the gas, continuing on, and I think that a more safe pit window would probably be about 10 minutes from now.
I agree. We'll see who can make it to that, but it's unfortunately not the 4
cars in.
who is also pitting in. Yeah. Well then, that also puts them a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of fuel if they want to try and run it the same way that the 59 team is. Now, Joey, I don't know if your pile of Post-its has all the Code 60s, because I had failed to write down how many we've had. I was going to guesstimate maybe about 5 or 6 so far, which is actually, I'd say, a pretty good number.
I think we're right about that, and you got to think we had a couple, one silly one, right, with Wile E. Coyote out there on the racetrack, and then we had a second one that just kind of popped up immediately after a Code 60. I mean, we weren't even green for 30 seconds, so I'm going to count it to a couple of interesting Code 60s, but you're right, I think about 5 or 6, and did you catch that on the back of the 77 there? It seems like the tail light is loose once again.
That's been a running theme. Also, pit stop for the 777 team, and I think they're doing a driver change, so Greg's probably getting out. Our producer behind the scenes is telling us 9 Code 60s, which
really
sounds high. Yeah, that sounds like a lot to me, but I mean, again, our brains are pretty full right now, so maybe we just lost track.
Well, he's saying directly from timing, so I mean, I'm going to trust the hard data. Yeah, you know, I was up at 4 in the morning. I guess that's a good reason for me not to know.
By the way, the 77 also now coming in. So our leader, the last of them, and supposedly the safest of them on fuel to get in, but all 3 of them definitely cutting a little bit tight. And the drivers obviously are going to have to keep that in mind. The teams will let them know if they want them to try and save, or as we saw last time, sometimes it just makes sense to push like the Dickens, take that extra splash and dash at the end, and still come away with the lead just because you trust in the pace that you've got behind the wheel. And like Joey pointed out, if you're the 59 team, you probably have pretty high confidence in the pace of your drivers.
If I'm Stratus Racing, I'm very, very comfortable, right? You know, you have one completely fresh driver who's been out of the car for several hours now. And I mean, Clay did what? A double. Linus is doing a double. So that means that Jason has been out for 5 hours, or call it about 5 hours. He's going to be completely fresh. Now, completely fresh in 90 degrees VIR muggy heat is, you know, still pretty warm, and he's only got an hour to do in that car. He should be able to hop in that thing, put the hammer down, and just absolutely run with it.
I want to note that the 76, our leader in the ZR3, is in pit lane. And also, it looks like after a penalty during the break for the 392, for I believe a Code 60 violation, they were docked one more lap. And they are still showing on the lead lap as the 330. So that means they made that up already. And mighty, mighty impressive for them to somehow manage to keep up with that HQ Autosport team, forcing them to have to play a rear guard here late in this race.
I think that 392, you're right. It's just kind of lurking right there. And it seemed that once they might have been right there to take the chomp out of second place, they were taken down a peg, but they have been right back at it. And to your point, yeah, huge amounts of lap time. Still the fastest car in that ZR3 class is Zurbuchen in that Harrison Motorsports BMW.
Now, the 77, if I'm remembering our notes correctly, he was in second before the pit stops, and they've come out in third. So was there a longer pit stop for them, I would assume?
And it shows, it's... Well, and I think that we were talking really about the pit window with the 59 car, and you bring up an excellent point because I was a little bit distracted looking at the other class, but the 77 has hit pit lane, and we're still looking at 2 hours, 15 minutes remaining. I do feel more comfortable about this window. Based off of the sprint race yesterday, that was 2.5 hours. These cars could maybe stretch it up to an hour 10 or an hour 12 with the help of a code 60.
That's a good point. Yeah, that was one of the things that we did see yesterday that helped kind of extend those stints. But we haven't gotten one in a little bit here. It's still plenty of time for something to happen out there on track. Haven't seen too many dramas in terms of cars slowing out there recently, so hopefully they've got most of the bugs worked out. This is our leader, though. This is Linus Lundqvist in the Stratus Racing number 59, coming across the 908, or excuse me, the 909, rather, of Charlie Espinlaw, who's going to hold off to the side. He knows this is not his race. Yes, he's running in fourth, but he's many laps behind this class leader, so that's not really his fight.
I think he was just going to give him a tow all the way down the back straightaway, like a good buddy out there, and then near the end of the straight, he lifts off, lets the car by, and I'm smiling over here because when a driver is in the groove doing his thing, like the 59 is right now, last lap time, 2:05, second place, a 2:02, third place, Gavin Vaughn, a 2:05.9, still getting everything up and running in that 77 machine, but Lundqvist is picking up track position hand over fist right now.
That was the 85 Pollard for AOA Racing we saw ducking into pit lane at the lower side of the screen as we watched from above, and continue to watch this 59 circulate around the track. Camden Hibbett is running in second. Oh, and I spoke too soon about a car going slow. It is the 392 who had actually just taken second place.
Oh no, this was the car that I was really wondering about, and just after they had taken their pit stop penalty, it seemed like they had a huge amount of performance, but now something has gone awry underneath the hood of that BMW. Joe, do you see a little bit of smoke coming out, or is that maybe just what I kind of visualized? Maybe on the left side.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, no, you are correct. I thought it was a little bit of dust being kicked up by the car, but
left
yeah,
tire it looked like.
I think you're right. Interesting, and that's a long ways from pit lane, so that's going to take a long time to get around. In the meantime, let's go down to Jonathan, who's got the update on the impressive 99 team.
Impressive indeed. Last time I checked in with you guys, that car was up on the jack stands in the garage. You made your way back out onto the track in fairly good position and quickly retook the lead, but it wasn't quite that easy. Talk me through the process of getting the 99 back on track.
Yeah, so the driver was complaining he had no brake pedal, went straight to the floor. We had him to come in. I immediately noticed there's brake fluid all over the right rear wheel. I knew obviously there was an issue. Got him back to the garage. Sent my guys to get the caliper or brake line, one of the two. Luckily, we have an extensive amount of parts in inventory. Sourced the part, got the brake line swapped out. I guess it ended up rubbing on the wheel, put a hole in the line, fluid everywhere, but we got it figured out. Luckily, there was also a code 60 during that time, which helped us out a little bit. Able to get out just in time. I think we ended up 30 seconds behind the first guy, and now we're back up in the lead. So luckily we had that buffer, and we were able to get back up there.
When we stopped by earlier, not on air, you spoke to Sloan and I about preparation and the fact that if you win this race today, it will have been done 2 weeks ago leading up to this. Was this all part of that preparation?
Absolutely. I'd say a huge part of it is our inventory system is really dialed in. Our guys know the system really well. I was able to start taking the car apart. I told them, hey, go get the part. They knew where it was. It was easy to find. We weren't wasting time looking for it. We spent a lot of time building that system, and it's for times like this where even saving a minute or two makes a huge difference.
Thank you, James. Perfect execution, even in unfortunate circumstances, are part of the reason why the 99 is still in the lead.
That's telling that this team is that organized as we've been watching that 392 continue on around. I'm actually impressed as well with this 392, Joey, because he's not shredded the tire yet. He's been very gentle crawling back.
He is taking it nice and slow, which is what you need to do. And if it is just a flat tire, don't destroy this car. I'm looking, the gap down to fourth place is, call it a handful of laps, about 6 laps. So, yeah, your hopes of maybe catching the cars in front of you are diminishing. However, you still have a great podium spot as long as you don't damage the car and you can get a new tire on it.
And we've already seen them come back and chase down the 330, not just from their own disadvantage on track, but then overcoming penalties within not that many laps, frankly, because, again, it was a 1-lap penalty that you get handed for any of these penalties on track. So that is 2 minutes and some change of time that they made up very, very quickly to put themselves in that second place. It's just kind of cruel that it gets snatched back almost immediately from them here. So with 2 hours and 9 minutes left to go, they still have time to make that one up. It is not over, but the 330 is going to have to book it now because they've gotten a second chance at taking P2.
I guess my second follow-up question to this 392 that's going to have to replace the front left. Now, I can only assume that they changed the compound of tires when they took that big penalty and went on to that other set of tires, right? And that's where they got that huge pace advantage from. Do they have another single tire, or are they going to have to change all 4 tires? What is this pit stop going to bring for the 392?
That's a good question. Yeah. And since they already took a penalty for one, that means they're going to get a penalty for the next one as well. So that adds to the misery of all the time that they're losing with this issue. This is our leader, Lundqvist, in the 59, looking like he is really wheeling that thing right now. So I don't think that car is showing signs of trying to save fuel.
He is on the loud pedal. It sounds like Sloan is down on pit lane with the 392.
Down here, 392, it looks like they're taking fuel. They're doing a quick driver change. We think this is going to be the last big pit stop.
No, we're going to have another pit stop, but unfortunately we have a front left tire right now that is flat, so we are about to change it.
All right, you guys taking a penalty for that?
Yes, we have to.
How are you feeling about that? Does it make you a little nervous, or we just kind of...
No, it's because we're super close to second place right now, so...
Yeah, I mean, we still got, what are we looking at here? A little over 2 hours left on the clock, so that's not the right app that I was opening at all. Yeah, a little over 2 hours left. So you guys have been running super smooth. I know that when we talked yesterday, you were thinking about doing a tire change first, like 6 hours in, and I know you guys have had a few things thrown your way, but still, you're driving flawlessly, which is awesome, and the teamwork here is incredible. And now we have Wipe hopping over the wall right now. They're changing the tires, so, this stop is taking a little longer than I think that they want to. They're taking a left front, and that is going on right now. Cars starting up again. This is really exciting. Oh, that tire is absolutely just, I don't even know how you would describe that. It's not a good looking tire, I will say. Jonathan, how would you describe that tire?
Sloan, that tire is completely delaminated from the rim. Looking at the wear, because most of the tread is intact, was fairly consistent, albeit aggressive, but that tire is completely separated from the rest of the rim, Sloan.
Yeah, you heard it here first, folks, dilapidated. Looks like we're still changing the tire. Looks like things are going smooth. Just making sure everything's on tight as it can be. And we'll be back. See you guys soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. there. We're getting visual of the tire as well. Still plenty of tread on it. So it was down to something that either they struck out there or maybe got cut on something.
It just depends on where you're looking on the tire for that tread.
True. This is true. And it is back out and running. Like you mentioned, they had multiple laps down to the 411 machine, so they easily return in third place. I'm showing maybe 1 or 2 laps, probably 1 lap down from Weltson in that 330. We've seen them come back from that already. I don't think that is the death knell for them to get P2 yet. This is the 777 in the meantime in that same class. Were in 5th place earlier. They seem to have lost that position to the 444, I believe, and now running 6th.
Yeah, Bruce Innovations has moved up to 5th place. Those were the 2 cars you were just talking about. Riding on board with that 777. It is Griggs behind the wheel currently. Brian Griggs right now piloting this machine. And I'm looking at the lap times, a 2:18 last time from this 777, 2:09 compared to the 444 directly in front. So maybe just getting up to speed, maybe everything's still working out the kinks over here after getting in the car, but definitely a little bit of a pace disadvantage right now.
Ramirez, as we heard Sloan mention, is hopped into the car, so they did change those drivers. And I think Ramirez, Sergio, is going to try and get that thing up to speed as quickly as he can. Just saw a change of overall position in the meantime as we watched the 41 go by. Anthony Pacelli went by Heinlein in that 411 car. That's for 12th overall. Credit to the Camber Performance team, back up into the top 3 many hours ago. They're still holding on to that position over the 94, who is back on track and is trying to play a big game of catch-up, which I don't know if they'll have enough time to do so. And, of course, that 41 team now a little bit behind the 99 after they overtook them, but still running in second and slightly slower than Pacelli, so could see Camber Performance try to catch them in the final hour or 2.
I think that's probably the more realistic potential than Ford catching third in that class that you were just mentioning. It is still going to be very much an uphill battle. There you see on screen 392. Was that 2 laps of a penalty they got? I think that's what I was reading. And so,
yes,
to what you were talking about, they were relatively close to the 330. However, that penalty, I feel like, is going to knock them down just that much further. They'll still be safe from falling down into 4th place, but 2nd place is going to be a pretty far reach now.
Yeah, 2-lap penalty versus a 1 is a different kettle of fish, unfortunately. And as we saw on screen, the 58's going behind the wall. Again, it has been kind of a back and forth all race long for that team on if they're going to get back out and keep going. But I give them credit for not giving up and bringing it back out, trying to finish what they can. Off to the side, I believe the 14 changed drivers, and Blevins hopped out. Okaranza, from what I could see from the helmet, has gotten back in. They're running 8th in the ZR3s.
Update a little bit further down in that class. We've been really talking a lot about the ZR2 and the ZR3 class. I think that's where we've seen the most growth here at ZRS, especially from round number 2 to round number 3. The ZP2 class has been strong from the beginning, always putting out over 10 cars in most of the races we've had, and always showing extremely competitive. It doesn't matter if it's the fight up at the front or if a driver or teams have some issues early on. They always seem to be able to fix the small problems with these cars and get back out and always have, call it, great mid-pack fights. And 4th, 5th, 6th place later on in these races, just kind of how the cards fall with everybody and how they get along with 12 hours of racing. 12
hours of racing and limited rubber which is, I think, played
great
in
point.
a tremendous part of this, because we've seen so many cars that probably would have been in the hunt, but they had to take that spare tire either because of these delaminations or just simply feel like they could use that pace to overcome things. So I think we can't discount how much it's been to the drivers using what's underneath them and the teams deciding what to do with how that has unfolded. Grissom, by the way, I don't think we've talked about this, that Mark has gotten back into that leader in the ZR3s. So the 76 with the eponymous driver behind the wheel now.
I love that my brain was going to the 76 and all of a sudden you started talking about it. Man, we gotta start thinking about
we spend
different
too
stuff.
much time together.
But to my point about the 76, we've had the top 3 in ZP2 be extremely consistent. We've had the top runner in ZR2 fall a little bit of a foul to some mechanical woes. The leader in ZR3 has been that 76 pretty much from the drop of the green flag, and they have stayed extremely consistent in that class lead.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I know we had the 14 kind of up there a little bit early on, but for, like you said, since probably about 1 hour in, nobody seems to be able to touch the Grissom Autosport car up at the front of that ZR3 class, running 6th overall as well. A mighty accomplishment from what is supposed to be the slowest class out there on the track. And I think you have to give a big nod to that team for not only having the pace, but having a well-prepared car that everybody else around them tripping over themselves. They're one of the few that has just been plugging away hour after hour.
Car 24, you see, is behind the wall. They've kind of had their woes out there on the racetrack today, showing completed about 144 laps so far. You compare that to the near 250 of that same class up at the lead. So 24 team probably doing a little bit more test and tune, just like how we were talking about the 58 team from Stratus Racing. I think it's a great opportunity that if you have the extra personnel, if you're a multi-car team, to kind of dedicate it to that car. Let's fix the problem. Let's see if we can get back out there on the racetrack, even if it's not to complete the race. Did we actually solve the problem? How long did it take to fix it? What can we plan for next time? Or it just turned it into a testing opportunity.
Well, and to your point about fixing it, reinforcing it, like you said, preventing it from cropping up again. Because if you can figure out what caused it, then you can keep that car from experiencing that one more time, as the 411 is a temporary roadblock for the 59 through one of the fastest parts of the track. Can't make the car disappear, and thankfully great behavior between the two classes as Lundqvist is able to go by the Heinlein Porsche there, who runs 4th in the ZR3s.
I'm smiling over here because remember how we thought Stratus Racing pitted too early? I mean, picking up huge amounts of time compared to the 4 and the 77 out there. What was a race for the lead, maybe under an hour ago, has now become a near 40-second gap between first and second.
It's almost disgusting how quick they can be out there. It's got to be frustrating, but it sounds like another quick team. Grissom Autosport is with Sloan. She's finding out what's the story behind this newcomer.
Well, it's a pretty incredible story as well. With the family, dating all the way back to one of the original Mercury 7 astronauts, Gus Grissom, from the Apollo 1 mission. That sticker is on the race car. I'm here with his son, Mark Grissom, Cody, his grandson, all of whom are involved in this program. I think it's a really touching and inspiring thing that you have the Apollo sticker on the race car. When did that start, and why was that important for you to do?
Just keep the memory of the Apollo 1 crew in everybody's memory.
Is it helping you go any faster today? Because it's been a pretty flawless day for you and the crew. You've executed well. The car has been quick, and all the drivers have been too.
We've been
And Cody, I'll turn to you. I mean, what does this mean for you to carry the Apollo badge and the Grissom name as well?
Oh, I think it's great. I mean, it's cool to continue the remembrance that going on. And then, I mean, that whole thing is how we actually came up using number 76. My grandfather co-owned a IndyCar, Jim Rathman and Gordon Cooper, and their number was 76. So I've always used it on any car I could for the last, I don't know, 15 years? Yeah, so it's cool to keep that legacy kind of going on and being involved in motorsports. I love racing, so I'm, glad to be in this business. I feel like we're pretty fortunate, so.
Well, I think that legacy would be proud today. Talk me through your race, because it's been mostly with no other ZR3 traffic around you.
I didn't expect to be in this position when I was loading a car up on a Tuesday evening, so I'm just very fortunate, and I feel like everything's going well so far, and knock on wood. I'm anxious, ready for the race to be over.
Couple hours to go, but sitting at the head of the class. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Wow. So ties not only to motorsport, but maybe a little bit higher flying than we're used to, because we see a lot of aviation involved in racing, Joey. I don't think I've ever talked to a team that had involvement in space exploration.
No, I think the closest thing we got was when we were covering some Velocity Invitational a couple weeks ago, and I believe, what did we have? Rocket engineers, rocket propulsion engineers. That was pretty interesting.
That's right, yeah. Worth noting that the off-screen, the 777 team came into pit lane, and I figured that might be unscheduled because they were in not that long ago. I saw the team getting the bear bond and zip ties out with the hood. I wonder if the pins were starting to fail on that BMW.
Well, a good job for the crew to jump into action there, because the last thing you want is to have, let alone a piece of bodywork, especially the hood, have any sort of failure. So better to be in pit lane and get that thing fixed than potentially have a hazard for the driver.
Up from above, Lundqvist still leads, checking out the 444. We know cut down a tire a little bit earlier on, and who are they battling with there? I don't think that's for position. No, it is not. But definitely having an interesting time trying to overtake this other BMW.
Oh, and it got narrow right there into turn number 3. That is our class leader, number 76 car. That's the blue BMW out of this pair that is fighting on the racetrack. So not surprised to see Grissom just completely close the door there on the 444 going into turn number 3. They are of the same class in ZR3, but that 444, a lot of laps down, and the class leader having none of it.
How much does he want to fight, considering the lead that they do have? We were just hearing from their team. Might want to get on the radio to Grissom and just let him know that it's not our fight. This car is probably not going to catch us in the next hour and 53 minutes. So if it gets a little too intense out there, just pull over, let him by, and let's finish this race that we have so far really aced in an impressive way.
I would love to hear you get on the radio and argue with a racing car driver to let another class, similar class car by when you are the leader. It's happening right now, but I would love to hear it.
There's a reason I'm behind this microphone, because I don't have to squabble with the drivers. But it's at least giving it the option to the 444 now finally, I think, sneak through and hopefully take off to try and catch up to Heinlein. Dinkov showing about 3 laps behind them. The lap times between them, though, about 6 seconds apart, at least based on the previous time around. So certainly could be doable for them to at least catch up to 4th place. We'll have to watch and see as this continues to progress. We were talking earlier as well about how the sun is getting lower in the sky, and pretty soon we'll start to see some headlights start to have to come on. For a second, I thought the 76 might actually want to try and get right back by.
It looks like it. It looks like these two cars are very similar in pace, which I'm not surprised, right? They're both ZR3 cars, so they both abide to that same power to weight ratio. One is a lot newer than the other, so they're making their speed in two completely separate areas of the racetrack. I mean, you can just see the size difference between these two cars. And so when they do kind of catch each other, it seems like they almost trip over each other rather than be able to pass.
It does feel like that's kind of part of the issue. I think that's the 5 of Kenny that is catching up to the back of him. He's actually on the same lap as Espinlaub, so he doesn't want to be held up for too long. He could have a battle for 4th in that ZP2 class on his hands before the end. There you see the 76 still waiting patiently behind. Both of them going to have some good grunt down the back straightaway. So I don't think the pass for Kenny is going to be happening here, although he may try to outbrake into the roller coaster.
Happy you mentioned him and the 909, though, because the last time I saw the 909, talking about the car directly in front of Randy Kenny in class, this car did actually leapfrog up into 4th place. So, albeit different on those pit stop strategy cycles currently, they are kind of in that overlap phase of one another. We've seen automatic racing in the pits several times, just trying to keep as much fuel in that car as possible. And I have a feeling this is why they know round 3 racing is literally right on the tail.
One ZR3 team that has been having a bit of a rough one is AOA Racing. Sloan is with them.
Hey guys, over here at AOA Racing with team manager Bradley. The 14 is behind the wall, unfortunately, again. And I was just telling Jonathan, the grit that this team has, every time you've gone over the wall, you've tried to figure out what's going on, you get back out there, and then you end up back over the wall again. And Bradley, what is going on this time?
Yeah, so it's not taking fuel, so we're trying to figure out why. There must be a clog somewhere.
Alrighty, well, I think that just going back and forth all day for the past 10 hours, we've been admiring how hard you've been fighting out there. It's absolutely incredible, especially in the ZR3 class. It's incredibly competitive. What are your thoughts for the rest of the race? We got 2 hours.
Yeah, we're just going to keep running as hard as we can. Never give up, never surrender.
Is that the team motto?
It's my motto.
It's Bradley's motto. Okay, well, we're hoping you guys get back out there soon. I know that you guys are fighting to the end here, and we're all rooting for you.
Outstanding. Thanks, Sloan.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Joey, you've caught something that I didn't notice before, that the 177 is suddenly in pit lane. I hope this is scheduled, because they were looking like they were having at least a decent bounce back for a moment.
And the ZR2 class has been very much up and down, and shouldn't say I'm too surprised. That has been the class with the biggest swings in terms of the laps and who can be on top. Retro Rocket's currently in 2nd, but that 177 from Camber Performance has fallen several laps down from 2nd place. And yeah, they are showing on pit road. I think the next biggest problem they're going to encounter is the number 94 car, who has had their share of problems, is only 2 laps behind that Camber Performance machine. If they are having an issue with the Ginetta, it certainly is going to fare well for 9-4 Motorsports.
We have a couple cars on pit lane, and Jonathan is with them now.
Yeah, I'll get you an update on that 177 in just a moment, because I'm watching some of our class leaders come into the pits. It is a full multiple tank fill for the 99. That GTR crew operating flawlessly as normal. Fuel going into the car, no driver change. Just the catch can underneath to get that fuel. Engine is fired, waiting. Released in a way. Actually ended up beating the 909 who had came in behind out of the pit lane. 909 had to give way for just a moment. Further up the field, I saw the 59 come in as well. That car was in the hands of Linus Lundqvist. Curious to see if he's going to finish out this race. He has been blisteringly fast at the head of this ZP2 field.
Oh, but we got a car stopped on track. Was that the 58? I think it was. Yeah, Matt Million once again. And that's almost the exact same spot. I think we saw it stop earlier when they emerged, because this is another outlap.
That, I think, is the 3rd time that we've seen that exact same thing happen in the exact same spot. So I'm with you, and I'm seeing shots, at least on my side of things, that 177 is still in pit lane. They are adding even more tape to the front end. So what we thought was happening is indeed that car is still stationary.
Just went off the jacks, though, and they put a whole bunch more tape on it. It's looking a little less than stellar right now, almost a Frankenstein of a front end on that machine. Let's hope that it can get to the finish, because they're trying their best to cake it with that bare bond in hopes that it will hold to the finish. Pacelli is back out on the track officially now.
Getting shots of 59 continuing to lead the way. Still 30 seconds ahead of the number 4 car. Camden Hibbett is behind the wheel. Gavin Vaughn giving chase in the 77 with Nimbus Racing. All 3 of our top competitors in ZP2 still on the same lead lap.
Indeed. So that's now put them about 30 seconds apart between P1 and P2, 18 seconds apart for P2 and P3. Jonathan, in the meantime, is caught up with the 177 team.
Clark Camburn helping with some of the repairs over the wall. We saw the engine cover off, and did I see a tire change as well? Can you tell us what happened?
We didn't change the tire. We just took it off to look. Anthony was reporting some smoke in the cockpit, and it looks like there's a little bit of an oil leak. It's getting on the headers. He thought there was a tire rub, so I think the car's okay to go to the end.
We saw you top off with a little Mobil 1. Did you see a loss in any of the oil level?
I mean, it was low, but not so low that I'm concerned about it. It's just a safety thing.
And the tape has been holding on the car. It looks like it's been clean, at least since you initially applied those patches.
Thanks for reminding me of that. Yeah, I knocked the splitter off the car, I don't know, 6 hours ago, which wasn't great. It backed our lap times up a second and a half. And yeah, so since then the car's been okay. We actually had the sort of whole nose assembly and splitter had lost a stay and was fluttering really bad, and it was creating some aero instability, and my race car driver excuse is that's why I spun. So since we lost the splitter, that fixed the flutter, so the car's more stable, just slower.
Such are the rigors of endurance racing. That's why it's in the name. But I think this is also why you do it, because despite the patchwork, despite the full fills and the patches, you're still out there, still running well.
Yeah, and these guys are working so hard. I mean, we were here super late last night and the night before, and they're digging as hard as they possibly can. So super proud of the team, and we're just going to keep going.
A couple hours to go. We'll see the car at the checker flag, I assume?
I hope so.
Thank you, Clark Camber.
Still looking at a podium finish as it sits right now, with a car that at one point had the whole front of it removed and everybody digging in the engine area. It sure is fantastic to see them within a shot of getting some champagne at the end of this race. But I also love that he had his driver excuses ready for mistakes that happened hours ago, Joey.
I mean, he's good, love Clark and everything that he's done for the sport and all the coverage that he has provided for various forms of professional racing. And I've got my file cabinet over here. All I got to do is pull out which drawer, and I've just got a list of excuses of why it's never my fault.
Of course, that's what every race driver should have. There is that same car, the 177. You can see it almost looks like an art job on the front with the tape kind of spread across there, but it's holding, and that's the important thing.
I got to ask you, Joe, because you're an artist yourself, albeit a different type of application. How do you think you would do a gaffer tape job on the front end of one of these machines? Would you put a little bit of flair to it?
I mean, you gotta do it with style, right? Or else what's the point? So, well, I don't think that the rest of the crew would probably agree with me on that one, but I don't think I'd be the one that would be sent to try and get this back onto the track in the first place. So again,
for reference, everybody, Joe does some amazing work with a rattle can and some graffiti type artwork. So I think that he would apply some pretty neat design to the front end of the car.
Can't say I've ever done it with tape before, although that would be a fun challenge. as these guys, again, will make the car look pretty once it gets to the finish and gets to collect some hardware. I think that's the big differentiating factor on whether or not you call it a pretty car. And it has been through the wars today. It has earned its stripes. We'll see if it can just seal the deal out there on track. Haven't seen much in the way of changes up in the top 3. We've been kind of watching out for that because
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I see this, and it might be developing more. Remember how Clark said that there was maybe a small little oil leak that is dripping down onto the headers, and the driver is reporting that, right? Because they instantly smell and they instantly see something in the cockpit. But the more that I look at this 177, and that was a big puff of smoke out the left side, whenever the car is loaded up on the left side, aka going around a right turn, which there's a lot of here at BIR, it seems like it's putting out more fluid and more smoke.
Okay, here's one of those right-handers, and getting a little bit of it there. I was kind of wondering, it almost looked like it's maybe when they lift, but no, because here we're getting a little bit of it down the back straight too. I noticed that as well. I was seeing those puffs of smoke here and there. It's not looking ideal, and maybe they are not out of the woods yet.
And it could be a tire rub, right? It might not be the oil issue that he was talking about, but there is definitely something coming out of the left side of the car, and it is being affected more on the higher speed sections where there's more load. I'm sure from the overhead shot of it going through what is turn number 17, and there's race control saying mechanical black flag for this car.
Yeah, they're not liking what they're seeing. If there's any fluids that are being dripped on the car, they don't want that making its way to the track. Now, I don't know when they handed that to the team. There it is right there. So now they for sure know that they have to come in, but they did pass by the pit entry. That was, of course, shortly before we saw the message.
Yeah, I don't think that the message was able to be relayed to the driver in the very, very short amount of time that it was posted to when they crossed pit entry. So, yeah, they have to go another time around. This is no fault of the driver or team. It's just when it was applied, and now they understand and will be bringing it down to pit road.
Ooh, that was a lot on that left-hander. We saw a whole bunch of smoke coming out there, and I do not think that was any sort of lockup. The gap between themselves and Barbary, who is in 4th, is only about a lap, so they're not going to have much time to try and diagnose and solve this issue.
Unfortunately, I think it's going to mean that 94 going around the 177. I just feel like the amount of time that it's going to take, even just to bring the car down to prove to the officials that it is okay, if it is, that 94 is going to make up a ton of time.
They've been running very good pace in comparison to, I think, 6 seconds a lap faster last time around for them. Barbary and the 94 Motorsports car were actually suffering from overheating issues on the driveline at one stage. Had to bring it behind the wall to work on that, and they've now got a shot at getting back onto the podium themselves. So coming up and across into Oak Tree, our leader in that class, the 76 of Mark Grissom, has been experiencing no such issues himself.
Something I hadn't even thought about, and Jonathan Grace doing a great job of pointing it out to us. If the 177 has to go under the hood again, they got to rip off all of that tape or a bunch of that tape just to get access to where they need to fix this car. I do see it on pit road as of right now. They're going to be bringing it into the pit stall. So I have a feeling this is going to be a little bit more extended than what they hoped for.
When it rains, it pours, and we keep saying it, but I think it's important to reiterate that you cannot count anything in this series, and they are just using a box cutter, it looks like, and cutting through it. So that's smart.
Thing to do. Yeah, smartest thing to do. Great job by them just to realize, okay, yeah, it's a gap there, and just cut that thing right off and The only bummer part is now the engine cover is officially off.
They're already looking into it and taking some rags to the car. No doubt it is a mess underneath there from all the smoke that we were seeing, if that's any indication. And so officials will be watching closely to make sure they're happy with it before it is allowed to return to the circuit. This is the 909. Obviously trying to put another lap up 76. Interestingly, though, 909 is the next car up in the overall order. That tells you how good the Grissom Autosport team has been doing with this race.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive out of a ZR3 class car. The consistency has been there all race long. They have yet to let off the gas. In terms of the lap times, the only car that's been faster in class has been that 392. And Joe, maybe we should stop talking about the 76. They just went for a ride on the exit of turn number 10.
The most concerning part was that it started to get very, very loose as it bounded over the dirt there. We've seen a lot of cars kick it up going wide there at South Bend, but you do not want the car to start to get wiggly because, as I mentioned earlier, it often gets shot out to the left-hand side where, yes, there are some tire barriers, but it tends to be massive impacts into that wall, and that definitely will steal a win away from this car if they have that happen. I'm with you. Let's maybe stop praising how good of a job that they're doing so far in this race. Now, one thing we do need to think about, since we were kind of talking about this 177 coming back into pit lane, there's going to be some other cars probably visiting soon. What's that marker we're looking for? Hour 15 left to go for the ZP2s?
Roughly, right? Roughly about an hour 15. And I think about an hour 5 is a little bit more on the safer side. First of all, big time shout out to the entire Cambrian Performance crew. I just watched them pour an entire jug of Mobil into that engine without a funnel. If I tried that, there would be oil everywhere right now.
Joey lacks aim, noted for later. As
especially on a hot car. I mean, oh my goodness.
Yes. Yeah, that is true. You don't want to be touching anything that is surrounding it because this thing has been running for 10 plus hours now at this stage. And they are digging into what is going to be a very uncomfortable engine bay during a hot day. I think the sun setting can't come soon enough for a number of people out there.
Here is the shots of this 177 still on pit road, and I think they're going to be getting ready. Yet here is the hood going on the car. So they added a bunch of oil. I saw them in there with a bunch of rags, just trying to make sure the car is as clean as possible. And now I wonder, are they going to send it back out? And how fast is the car going to be? They're going to have to deal with the body work again as well, or if they're just going to send it back behind pit road.
Let's see. They are releasing it now, but we'll wait and see if it makes the right turn behind the... Oh, yeah. It's retired!
Yeah.
Wow.
I just had a feeling when they weren't going for any tape on the bodywork, that has been a persistent issue, that it was not going back out onto the racetrack, unfortunately.
Another disappointing ending for one of these ZR2 teams that has been a roller coaster of emotions for just about every team out there. Even our leader, the 99, has not been immune to it today. I hope you're prepared for some mental trauma out there if you're going racing with ZRS today.
So this is the 59, our overall leader. And what we have observed in the last couple stops is that they're maybe just a bit shy of where I would feel very comfortable in the race, and that means they should probably be aiming up a pit stop in the next 15 minutes or so.
Sounds about right to me, but we just don't know for sure. And of course, we have seen that some of the teams have tried to go for a quick sprint and get back out there. But one area that I'm pretty sure that if Joey and I were there, we'd be sprinting towards is the slushy machine. So why don't we head on down to Sloan and Jonathan, who seem to have a nice little treat waiting for them.
I know you guys are all probably jealous of the slushie that I had earlier, but I didn't really get to show you the slushie. Here I am with Jonathan, and we are going to show you the magic of this slushie machine. Currently, the flavor is Mountain Dew. Jonathan, do you want to go ahead and sauce me up some slush, or slush me up some slush? Perfect. All right. I can now do one. Oh, there you go. Now, this is automatic racing, and I said earlier that they were fighting over who was going to get their slushie machine, but now I've heard from Bill is that they got their own. So cheers to having our own ZRS slushie machine at automatic racing. I'm not going to lie, that's really good. Like, that's a really good slushie. What do you think?
That's pretty tasty. Yeah, it's actually, with the heat right now in the day, that's refreshing. Thank you, gentlemen, for the slushies. Quick note on the pit strategy while we're at it, Sloan. About 49 minutes since the last pit stop for the leaders. If that gives you any indication, they're stopping at around an hour and 5 minutes, generally, throughout this race. They've done about 10 to 11 pit stops, have the leaders so far.
Yeah, I have a brain freeze, I'm not going to lie. This genuinely is a very, very cold slushie. Back to you guys.
That was going to be my first question, Joey, is if they were getting brain freeze down there. You got to be careful. That's only professionals around that thing, right?
I was wondering if there was going to maybe be a brain freeze challenge over at Barber, and I think Sloan just had a little bit of a challenge against Jonathan, and oh man, I'm sure they're happy with the slushies, maybe not happy with the brain freeze.
I was going to say, I think she's learned her lesson about trying to imbibe too much of a drink at Sonoma. So she's going to enjoy herself. Oh, we got a code 60. Joe. Yes.
Jinx.
I owe you a Coke. So where is it? I'm trying to see where we have on track, and I'm not seeing a car stopped right now that I can make out.
I don't see anything either. Even on our timing and scoring, the cars that are stopped have been stopped for a significant amount of time. But while they are slow in this code 60, we have another wildlife issue. Now, this is a much more adorable wildlife issue. This is just outside of turn number 3, in between turn 3 and 4. And it seems like we have some baby duckies that want to come and watch the end of the ZRS race. And I shouldn't say baby duckies. These are Canadian geese, and
I was going to say
a flock with them.
My wife would be extremely disappointed that you would not identify those as geese, and they do have the crew out to try and coax them out of the way. Unfortunately, they are moving at a much lower pace than the Coyote. Mechanical black flag for the 85. That is the AOA racing team. Manley currently in that car. We don't have any more information as to what's caused that. I'd almost be more afraid to try and coax the geese out of here than I would the Coyote, if I'm honest.
Just bring a stake and you'll be able to lure the Coyote anywhere. But you're right. You mess with the mama goose and you're going to be running for a while.
And this has certainly been one of the stranger races we've seen when it comes to these code 60s. They're actually going back to the track. They liked what they saw out there for some reason.
Here's the thing is that if they heard them towards the camera, I don't know if they can get through the wall. There we go. That is exactly what I want to see, is they're going to actually go underneath the guardrail. I was worried that they were going to have to go back into the forested area, back on driver's left side of the racetrack, and that would be a whole different deal of having to deal with the geese crossing the racetrack at that point.
A lot of drivers are used to having to deal with that, but as enamored as I and Joey are with this, let's go down to Jonathan, who's got coverage on pit lane.
Yeah, the leader overall in this race and in ZP2, the 59 came in. Linus Lundqvist hopped out. Jason Alder has hopped in, presumably to finish this motor race. Second place car in line is Round Thieves Racing's number 4, but it's the 5 who's in, Sloan.
We have the 5 who's just leaving the pits right now. Looks like it was a very successful stop. We had a driver change. Hopefully, we're looking at an hour and 27 minutes left. Not sure what their strategy is, but hopefully this is the last stop for them. Looks like it was very successful, and that's where we're at for right now.
Thanks for the update, guys. I've made sure and send a photo to my wife of the geese. I'm sure she is going to be thrilled that this was our latest caution flag out here. I think that makes us, is that 10 or 11 that we're now up to? Because we heard 9
I should have
last time.
started paying attention when we were talking about it last time.
Jason Alder managed to get in and out and hold on to the lead, we should point out, as we are now green flag racing. Just a brief pause, thankfully, for this one. Neil Desai has taken over for the 5 car, remains in 5th place. Actually, no, loses 4th place with that pit stop, because I just see that Lee is now promoted up out of that P5. And McClintock, who is our points leader, currently still running 6th. Now, he's going to lose some points to some critical people in the CP2 class, but they are trying to mitigate the damage in that 3 car.
And also what I saw during that Code 60, I know you had mentioned that the 59 was back out on the racetrack, but when they came back out on the racetrack, it was still under a Code 60, and basically when they blended onto the racetrack, it went green. So talk about perfect timing of being able to minimize your time spent on pit road.
That's why we keep seeing everybody taking these opportunities to pit in. It's going to put them in a bit of a strange spot, though, since an hour 25 is definitely way too long to try to get to the end. We heard Jonathan saying an hour and 5 is what we're thinking under the green flag conditions for the ZP2s at the very least.
And since we've been talking about the 59 at Stratus Racing, I believe Jonathan is with the driver that just stepped out of the car.
I am indeed Linus Lundqvist, a phenomenal, presumably final stint. Your teammate Jason has hopped aboard. What kind of a race car did you hand to him for the final stint?
Hopefully one that will make it to the end. No, obviously, car's fast, good balance. Obviously, it's always tricky in these long races because you start off in the morning and it's kind of cold, and then you get to the middle of the day and it's super warm. So you can't have a great car throughout that. So you kind of pick your positions where you want to be fast. But I think we found a happy medium to be fast everywhere.
Before we went live, you looked over at my timing screen and you smiled. What did you see that you liked?
I always like seeing the car up front. No, but it's been a great weekend. I'm super thankful to be here. Really enjoyed it, and I had a really fun battle with. I'm not sure who was in the car with the 77 at the end of my first 1 hour stint. We had a good battle, and then I got passed, and then I got held up in traffic, and he got past me again. So super enjoyable.
It's been pretty tight here in the ZP2 class. It's consistently been our tightest of the 3 so far. How have you liked competing against the rest of the field here?
Yeah, it's been great. I think driving standards has been awesome, been phenomenal. Respectful, but obviously still hard racing, which is exactly what you want to see. But it's always fun with these longer ones because it's all about endurance and making sure that you're there at the end, because if you're fighting for the lead on hour 2, it doesn't matter because you got 10 hours to go. So it's always that slight precaution in the beginning, but it seems like we're in a pretty good spot here with an hour and 23 to go.
Finally, before I let you go, when you and I spoke yesterday, you said you had been happy with the car and the balance up until this point. You felt confident it would be fast at the end. Has the car matched your expectations today?
I would say so. I think we made a small adjustment from the sprint race yesterday because when the heat was heating, the car was oversteering. So we made a small tweak to that, and I think we were in a very happy window here today.
That's Linus Lundqvist out of the 59, brought the car in the lead, and it left that way as well.
And the car that is chasing that is the number 4 for round 3 racing. Sloan's got the opposite perspective over there. Sloan?
Over here with round 3, car 4 co-drivers. How are you guys feeling right now?
We're feeling good. We have a fast race car. We got a big gap to catch, but we're going to do our best to try and get to the Stratus car.
And I was kind of asking you, Oliver, are you going to get back in the car, or what's the situation with Camden right now?
Yeah, so we don't know. Camden feels good, so we're trying to get him to the end. If he doesn't feel good, then I'm going to hop in. We don't know. We don't want me to go in the car too early because I'm having radio issues, so we're going to try and either have Camden finish or me hop in for the last few laps.
Wow, that's crazy. So it's really going to come down to the last few minutes here. How's your race been so far?
It's been interesting. We got a bit unlucky with some cautions. I really lost a lot of track position, but we have a really fast car. We have a really good lineup. Just not the luck right now.
Well, we are hoping for the best of luck for you guys. How have you felt about your race today, too?
I think, we executed. We did everything we could. We got a little bit of bad luck with traffic, and that kind of, set us back a little bit when we were trying to catch up. But I think our driver changes, pit stops, everything's been good, and the team's been doing a wonderful job today. So couldn't ask for anything better.
There you have it, folks. Co-drivers of the number 4. Good luck to you guys.
Both of them sounding pretty confident, both on the lead lap. And then, of course, we can't forget the 77 also still on that lead lap. We saw some of the penalties during the Code 60, and it included both our leader in the ZR2s and second place. So any sort of advantage that Allsup and the Retro Rockets team may have hoped to gain, unfortunately, was negated.
I think the other car that probably has the bigger issue with that is the 909. They were also docked that one penalty for a Code 60 violation. That drops them officially behind round 3 racing in that number 5 car. Remember, it was the 909 versus the 5 car, and they were kind of on alternate pit stop cycles on who was in 4th place and who was in 5th place. Well, that lap penalty just kind of determined the drop to 5th for the 909.
Yeah, I had noticed that as well. And again, not impossible for them to make that up. It does seem like Automatic Racing has very good pace in that 909. And Neil Desai in round 3's number 5 is going to do his best, but it's going to be tough here at the end of the race. There's still plenty of time left to go for him to hold on to things if things stay as they are. And of course, we don't know what is on the cards in terms of potential strategy and maybe fuel between those two teams who've been paying close attention to these cars, the 77, the 4, and the 59 up at the front of the field. This is Gavin Vaughn that we see on screen right now, roughly a minute behind Hibbett, it looks like.
And I think we got kind of the anchor versus the anchor. It's tough not to call Linus, one of the strongest drivers out there, and he is going to be, especially if you put him inside this 59 car. But when it comes to Jason Alder in these stints that he has been able to perform out there, I don't know. It's kind of a roll of the dice which one you want in the car, but Stratus has picked Jason. And then Gavin Vaughn inside the 77, I think he has been the strongest in terms of the driver combination there for Nimbus Racing. So on the gas pedal right now, and everybody is trying to catch that 59.
And let's talk about that ringing endorsement that Linus gave to the series as well. A driver of his caliber who's literally competed globally in some top series has come over here and said that the driving standards are top notch. And we have to remember that you've got a range of experiences on the track, everything from Linus down to drivers who, like we mentioned earlier, are stepping up from club racing. So give a round of applause to the ZRS organizers that they've gotten all these drivers in line, and then all the drivers as well who have managed to put on great shows so far this season.
The combination is right between the people running the series that are extremely passionate about the sport and the product they want to put out there onto the racetrack. You combine that with some great ideas with multi-class racing. And then, of course, it comes down to the crop of drivers that is actually out there performing on the racetrack. And you're right, ZRS has put together something special here in 2026 and hopefully going to grow in future years to come.
The inaugural season of ZRS that we are in the midst of, will it wind up being something legendary come the end? Because the championship battles have remained close throughout. Sloan is letting us know that the 4 car actually might be coming into pits relatively soon. So look for Hibbett to enter pit lane maybe in the next couple of laps. And the Nimbus Racing car sitting in 3rd of Gavin Vaughn will likely pick up that 2nd spot since they are not that far behind.
I'm looking for that hour 5 that Jonathan was mentioning, right? That is 12 minutes from right now. We saw Stratus play their strategy card in terms of that code 60, and that was about an hour 30 remaining. I actually really, really like that call because that means you can short stop that final stint. You don't have to fill it all the way completely up. And if there's one thing we've learned about these code 60s is that you don't necessarily want to be caught inside the pits. So maybe it's just one of these strategies of running it completely dry and then only filling it however much you need in terms of that splash at the end.
That's a good call. So I'm with you on that one. We're watching the number 4 that we were mentioning that does owe us a pit stop here with Camden Hibbett currently in the car, having shared that one with Oliver Piatek a little bit earlier, along with Thomas Belleman as well. Each, I think, really putting in fantastic work today. We've seen some teams where some drivers seem a little bit stronger than others. I couldn't really tell you who's the weak link in this group.
Neither could I. And that's consistency. That's exactly what you want out of a 3-driver combo. The more consistent these racing car drivers are, the easier they can talk amongst each other and have the same problems, right? If one driver is having the same problem as another in turn number 1, they can kind of formulate together, well, maybe if I open up the entry or a little bit, whatever that is to fix what they got going on, consistency, and the more similar the drivers act, the better off they're going to get along.
Now, is it just me or is the rear look slightly off kilter?
Like low and right height, or are you saying left hand low?
Left hand low for some reason, but almost like the 2 sides are almost not lined up as well. I don't know if maybe I'm just looking too much into it, but it looks a little off for some reason.
I'll try to pay a little bit of a closer attention. Now, I have noticed that they run the rear ride height pretty low on these ZP2 cars. And I think that's just the nature of how you set them up. But if it is left side low, that usually is a little something else. And Joe, here they come onto pit road an hour in, call it 15 minutes on the dot.
Still just a little bit too early. Let's head down to Sloan, who's going to give us the action on the pit stop.
As we were talking to Oliver and Thomas earlier, they weren't sure with this pit stop if they were going to do a driver change or not, but it looks like that Camden is staying in the car, that they are just refueling. So Jonathan and I were talking earlier, they are doing a full fuel stop for this. So now one of their techniques, which is very interesting, is that they tend to throw their fuel jug over the wall. It's not what's happening here right now, actually, but it is a very cool thing that we have seen over the course of the race. Now, this stop is crucial. Hopefully they're going to execute it perfectly because you don't want to lose any time, especially when it's a full fuel stop. Tires do look great, so I don't think we're going to have any issues there, and hopefully won't need to take any tires before the end of the race. Looks like the 3rd fuel can is going in right now. Everything's looking beautiful as far as I can see. The team feels really good. I was talking to Camden's dad a little bit. He said, I'm just dad, but I said, you're a full supporter. There's a half a tank of fuel left, but it looks like Camden has just left the pits. Looks like it was a very successful stop, and we'll just have to wait and see how the rest of the race plays out.
Well, now that they are back out onto the racetrack, or I should say, leaving pit road, resuming back out onto the racetrack, that is the strategy card for the number 4 of round 3 racing. Now I think we just patiently wait for the 77, that is Nimbus Racing. We've already seen the 59 go ahead and fill their tank up about, call it 15 minutes ago, so I'm not expecting them down pit road for a significant amount of time here, and I really think that they played it perfectly. When they stopped, they were in that code 60 situation, so losing a minimum amount of time when it comes to the track position and the raceability when everybody is under these green flag conditions. This is the 76 that we are currently watching, leading the ZR3 class. Got Mark Grissom behind the wheel currently for Grissom Autosports, and they have been out front with this blue E36 chassis BMW pretty much since the drop of the green flag. Stayed extremely consistent. Maybe one or two little things along the way, but anytime I look to the top of the orange leaderboard, this blue BMW has sat on top of it. it sounds like the 77 is in pit lane, and we've got Jonathan standing by.
Another one of our contenders had led this motor race for quite some time, brought that car in, stopped on its marks a little bit sideways. 1 tank of fuel gone, that's 6 gallons, adding in another 6. Clean, no driver change, still stopped, no traffic around it. Quick peek at the rear tires. They look in good shape. I think that the R3R guys might have had just a little bit of tread left, but the wear I can see, at least on the right rear, is very even, really healthy. On the left rear, we know that they've changed left-hand tires earlier in the race. A 3rd galloner going in. I think they might be trying to go to the end as well. Filling. We suspect it should be about half of that tank, just waiting for the mark. Yes, it is indeed. So 2.5 tanks of fuel going in. Engine on, firing. This car should be out of the way anytime soon. Catch can goes away. Some tape being applied to that brake light. We saw the brake light come loose early. The left light, a little purple tape, waiting. Off and away. Crew members jump over the wall, and the 77 goes back out on the racetrack.
Well, with Gavin Vaughn resuming racing action out there, I can tell you he has dropped to 3rd place because of that pit stop cycle, so he is going to have to really hustle things along if he wants to catch the number 4 car in terms of outright pace. I think he's going to be, call it about 20 seconds behind that round 3 racing machine, and now it is just a guess. What is the 2-lap difference going to be? Can the 4 make it all the way to the checkered flag after stopping it right at 1 hour and 15 to go? Or is the 77 with a little bit more conservative of a call stopping at 1 hour and 12, call it about 2 laps less, going to make them be able to reach it to the end of the race? We'll just have to wait and see here as we get shots of what is our ZR2 leader, Jeff Siegel, back behind the wheel as he has been for the last couple hours now. Ever since they fixed those mechanical woes on that right rear of this BMW, it has been back up to pace and quite honestly been one of the fastest and most consistent cars out there. We've always been given the lap times of the ZP2s. They're just so impressive. However, Jeff's last lap time, a 2:02.9. The only car faster on the racetrack is our overall leader in that 59 ZP2 car. I understand that the number 3 car is having their pit stop, checking out some tires on there, and Sloan is right there next to the car. What do you have for us?
Number 3 is currently in for fuel right now and a quick driver change. It looks like they were taking, I think they're on their 1st gallon of fuel still, and they've got a 2nd one ready on standby. So we'll see here if they end up taking it. But it looks like that, well, we're going to find out. And they're going to take their 2nd jug of fuel, which is very exciting. We have McClintock getting out of the car right now, and I believe we have, who's getting in the car right now? Oleg is getting in the car, hopefully to finish out the last. The tires still look really good. Took 1.5 gallons of fuel. Looks like it was a good successful stop, and he's going to peel out of here as soon as he gets his belt buckled. And he's off.
So that is another one of the round 3 racing cars going back out onto the racetrack. You heard John McClintock getting out of the car, and I believe it was Oleg Gorshkov getting inside that machine. And sure enough, there goes timing and scoring ticking over for that driver change. I like that strategy call. If you've got a fresh driver, given how hot it's been over the course of what is now nearly 11 hours complete of a 12-hour race we've got here at Virginia International Raceway. So if you've got a fresh driver, you might as well put him in to anchor this thing for the final 60 minutes. Still watching the number 99 car here on the racetrack. Healthy lead over 2nd place, the Retro Rockets machine. You see about 3 laps right now, and speaking of Retro Rockets, it was just William Alsup that had brought that machine down pit road, where they probably just served their final pit stop. They should have enough fuel on board that machine to go ahead and make it all the way to the end. And sounds like we got Joe Peak back with us. So Joe, when you stepped aside very, very briefly, it was 1 hour 15 to go, and that's when we saw the number 4 car hit pit lane. The number 77 hit pit lane 2 laps after, so a 2-lap fuel difference, but this might be the deciding factor. This is out of turn 1 and 2. This is the 94 car stalled on track.
And not in a very safe space. This is probably going to bring out the code 60 pretty quickly unless they get that refired soon. And yes, those code 60 is going to help the fuel mileage for everybody. So if you were tight on it, suddenly you're that much safer. And if you were hoping that your competitors would have to take an extra stop, and this might put the kibosh on that, there is the confirmation that the code 60 is coming out now. Okay, well, this changes everything. We say that often, but it is suddenly a very different complexion as everybody slowing down. Let's not forget another factor with this code 60. I don't think we've seen a code 60 without somebody winding up having to take a penalty for improper procedure, which usually equates to speeding out there. Have been one case where at least one driver overtook during the code 60. That 94 team been a little bit up and down, but the sort of good news for them is that the 177, who was trying to challenge them for that podium position, are officially DNF'd. So no matter what, 94 is at least promised a podium finish. Just unfortunate that it might be a little bit of a difficult end. And as we saw on that message, they're going to get a flat toe. Hopefully that means it's nice, quick, and easy to get that out of the way since they are right near the pit area. Sloan letting us know behind the scenes that the car went into limp mode. So a little bit of a mysterious problem for them. I do hope they're able to get the car running and see the checkered flag. That's always one of the disappointing things, is if you can get so close to the end and you might have a decent finish, but you don't even get to celebrate the car running when the timer runs out. Kind of one of the job one for all the teams, get to the finish of the race, especially in these longer endurance races. 12 hours is a difficult task. As we've seen, we've already lost a good half a dozen cars over the course of this race that will not be able to achieve that. Let's go down to Jonathan in the meantime. He's got some information on strategy. Jonathan?
Just looking through the times and the timing of the pit stops, I think who this code 60 helps maybe the most is the 59. They came in 22 minutes and 52 seconds ago. If there's anybody looking to go to the end, they will be hoping that this code 60 extends as long as possible, because the car chasing them for the lead of this race came in 9 minutes and 15 seconds ago. That's the 4 from R3R Racing, who it would appear is in a better shape fuel-wise. They packed both of those race cars about as full of fuel as you can. Both teams took about 2.5 tanks. That's 12 gallons plus another 3, 15 total roundabout, assuming those tanks were just about empty, as the 5 now hits pit lane, running a little bit further down the field. But keep your eye on the 59 and their fuel mileage numbers. If they're going to come in, the time is now for a quick splash. But as long as this code 60 stays out, they may be able to just squeak out a quick one, if not for a quick splash right at the end.
Oh, that's a very good point. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a long one. So they're not going to get that aspect, and I haven't seen them enter pit lane, so they won't be able to capitalize it on that front either. So might as well have not happened other than just extending their fuel stint by a tiny bit at this stage. Green flag already back out, and also somewhat academic for the 94 team, since they're not really technically racing anybody in Class 4 position. But as we had discovered back at Sonoma, this lap obviously will not count. So when they return, they will still remain at that lap 256 for that ZR2 team. And we're hearing from Sloan that the 330 team was able to get in for fuel. I'm showing them as actually still on pit lane. It sounds like Joey has joined us once again. Joey, you missed perhaps would have been one of the shortest code 60s we've seen yet.
Yeah, it only seemed to be a couple minutes long. I guess my big question, did any one of our top 3 take the opportunity that they were potentially shy on fuel, mainly looking towards the number 59 on
That's
the code
a big
60?
nope, unfortunately.
Okay. Because I feel that the 4 and the 77 were right on the edge of when they stopped. So when the Code 60 happened, that does nothing but help the case of the 4 and the 77. In the case of the 59, we kind of know they need to stop again.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking with Jonathan about. He was pointing out that depending on how long the Code 60 goes, it could help them. Or, as you mentioned, they could take a pit stop to top up, make sure they get to the finish, but neither was able to happen. So it was almost tantalizing for them that it looked like it was going to be their ticket to be able to take this one to the finish and more easily solidify this win, but it was not to be.
Racing, sometimes it is just cruel out there and things fall your way or don't fall your way. And I think that Stratus was probably hoping that if a Code 60 was going to happen, that it would fall maybe just a few minutes later, because Joe, to your point that you were just mentioning, then that really would have made it an easier call to bring in.
I want to give an update on the 777 team. You may have noticed that they have pitted. They are once again working on the hood of the car, and I've seen a lot of tape being placed down. Car 4 and 392 interaction under review. So that is Hibbett. That's one of our competitors, and then of course that's also third in ZR3.
And I am, hearing from Jonathan behind the scenes that, the 59 most certainly is going to need a splash at some point. When that splash is going to happen is probably up to the team. We've seen with the Code 60, I don't think that there's a reason to stop early, run it completely dry just in case a Code 60 comes out. However, you do have a pretty significant gap back to second place. You could certainly do some heavy fuel saving.
Do they want to try and go that route? I don't think Jason would want to. I don't know any driver that enjoys having to try and save fuel, especially for that long of a stint to try and eke out the win. I'm sure he'd rather just try and push all the way to the finish if possible. But we wait to see if it's kind of a moot point, because if the 4 gets a penalty for whatever that interaction that's being reviewed is about, then that is going to be a 1-lap penalty. Remember, that essentially will take them out of the hunt.
Oh, I missed that. When did the 4 and the 392 have an issue?
We don't know, but it cropped up just about when you came back. It was on the screen. It just says interaction between 4 and 392 under review. We don't know much more than that.
Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, that could certainly be some drama towards the end of the race. And I look up, we are officially under that 1 hour remaining mark. So 11 hours of racing already completed, 59 minutes plus 1 lap. So I guess it does push us over 1 hour, but it is officially under on the timer.
An hour and 2 minutes, essentially, at least at minimum, since, like you said, that plus 1 lap out there. There is that 99 car still leading. At times, the 41, or at least one short period, the 41, providing a bit of a threat for them, but has not been since they retook the lead. Somebody had a big off there at Oak Tree, and it's not seen anybody stop, so they must have gotten away with it.
The corner worker didn't seem too thrilled to jump into anything. So, yeah, I agree with you, Joe. Maybe just a car running off the racetrack there at turn number 12. I think anybody standing down there for 12 hours is going to see that plenty. I do see maybe that was just a yellow vest over there by that corner worker. I thought I saw maybe a flag being held out.
See that Grissom is on an outlap, so they took a quick stop. It looks like Smith as well in the 777. Actually, excuse me, I had mentioned that a little bit earlier, that that car was getting more tape put on the hood, so we did know that one is obviously in and out. And yeah, we're getting word from Jonathan that the teams are actually a little bit confused about what's being investigated as well. Interesting.
I see that. Yeah, they have no idea. There's been no reported contact, nothing like that. And, I tend to believe the number 4 car simply because the size of it, right? If there was contact between the 4 and the 392, the 392 is one of the largest cars we've got on the racetrack, and the 4 is a little ZP2 machine. So the driver definitely would have felt it.
That's a very good point.
That doesn't mean maybe a car was forced off the racetrack, though. I'm not sure.
True. Yeah, that's excellent. So we'll see. Maybe there is nothing to it. Maybe they're reporting the wrong cars, which is another aspect to this. In the meantime, let's go down to Sloan because she's caught up with second place in ZR2.
Hey guys, here with Rob over at HQ Autosport. You're currently running P2 right now. I know that we're just under an hour and anything can change, but Rob, tell me what's going through your head right now.
Well, trying to make sure that everything lined up to get us to this point was a big challenge, and all we can really do is run our race. We've got Travis in the car now. He's going to be our last driver, take us to the end. He's really good at that. We know that we've got Harrison coming for us pretty hard. They've definitely got pace, so we got a couple laps on them, and whoever makes the fewest mistakes from here to the end of the race is probably going to pick up at least second on the podium. Lots of credit to the guys at Grissom for running P1 because they're really running their own race out there, which is kind of incredible. But it's been a lot of fun. You guys have done a great job. It's a very professional organization. We appreciate all the hard work that's gone into putting together a great weekend.
Yeah, we're lucky to have you guys here too. So the stop that you just did, is that your last stop for the day? You think it's going to take you to the end?
Yeah, we're ready to start tearing down, packing up. We burned up all the fuel we brought, so we think we're good to the end.
Okay, that's awesome. And I heard you want to give a shout out to somebody at home, right?
Yeah, lots of credit to Matthew. So Matthew's our remote engineer back in San Diego. Yeah, we came all the way out here from the West Coast. He couldn't be here this weekend, so we've actually got him tied in remote on our radio stream. So he's actually talking live to the drivers from his home down in Oceanside, but he'll be at the track with us next time. So Matthew, great job.
Matthew, great job. We're happy to have you in the comments on the live stream too. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Of that, we get people involved, not just there on the team, but I guess in our chat. So big hello and thank you to Matthew. We saw a penalty for the 392 car. Another one, we should say, is they've had multiple in this latter half of the race, Joey. Puts them another lap behind second place, continuing to bury their hopes of being able to catch back up.
It was a little convenient that we were talking to HQ Autosport at the time, and they were worried about the speed from Harrison Motorsports. They said, we're comfortable. We got a couple lap buffer. Well, that couple lap buffer just turned into plus one more lap, like we were saying. It puts HQ in an even more safe, or I should say comfortable position.
Absolutely. They've been handed a few gifts here at the very end. Without a doubt, back up to our leader of Alder, still running in the 201s, last lap of 201.7 currently. Now, Hibbett actually was quicker by actually almost 0.8 of a second last time by. So again, this one has not been concluded. Still about 53 minutes left. We know for sure Alder will need a splash and dash to get to the end. We're still wondering what's happening with the 4, and I'm also seeing that the 909 has just entered pit lane. That will absolutely take them to the finish.
So the 59 just in flat-out run mode right now. We talked about the potential of huge fuel saving, but a 201 doesn't tell me huge fuel saving. It tells me maybe some. So I have a feeling that the 59 is just going to take the baton right now and run as fast as they can. And hopefully Jason Alder goes out there and does his thing, just like what we saw over at Barber.
And I'm kind of curious, too, because we've been saying that the 4 and the 77, and this is absolutely a code 60 as the 444 is into the tires. Now, this may be at the Snake, from what I can tell, and that is a big hit.
Turn 4, Joe.
I'm looking, track map. No, it is the Snake.
Okay, so just beyond the turn 6 area, which would be a pretty high-speed impact over on driver's right. And you can see the entire tire bundle ripped off of that green guardrail. Thankfully, the 444 is still on this side of that tire bundle, so it did its job in terms of bouncing the car. You're right, that's a pretty significant impact right now.
The one this helps the most, the 59 team, was on it. They must have been so close to pit lane because I can already see them down in the pits. I think, actually, no, they had gone by. Pardon me. I thought that they were in pit lane, but they had just missed it because they had called that car in, but they did not manage to get there in time. That means they've got to go an entire lap at 60 kilometers an hour. Now, they could still get around there because that looks like that's going to be a big cleanup.
Yeah. No, I hear you, but I think it's going to be a non-issue just given the size of this incident. The driver is now climbing out of the car. Great to see that Hoffines is out of the car. So that is TJ now, and he's going to be climbing back to one of the safety trucks. I think that is the number one thing to report, is that the driver is out walking around and seems to be just fine.
Really, really good news. So, man, unfortunate because that car had been doing so good. They were in 5th. They were trying to chase down the 411 of Heinlein Racing. Certainly not going to do it at this stage, and I feel safe that they are not going to get back out on the track with what is likely to be huge damage. And so cars 4 and 392 have no action taken by race control, so that's good that it did not come to any sort of penalty. We get to see a straight fight.
I see that some pit stops are happening, and Sloan is down there with all of the action.
It was a very quick splash for car number 3 that we just had come in. Very, very quick splash. I think that'll hopefully take him to the end. Now, Jonathan's got some more stuff down by him, I think. Jonathan?
Yeah, Sloan, no cars in at the moment, but we are waiting for what we think will be the leaders to take advantage of this Code 60. We'll update when they do come down pit lane, but the 3 jumping the gun, trying to take advantage early just in case the cleanup is done quicker than expected, although I suspect we may be under Code 60 for a few minutes here.
I agree. I think this is going to take a bit of a cleanup. We've been watching it down at the Snake there, and they're going to have to put it up on the hook. We have another penalty, this time for our leader in the ZR3s. Pit lane speed violation to the 76. They'll lose a lap, but they are far enough ahead that I don't think the 330 will get on the same lap as them.
No, they show 2 laps ahead, but it just... it makes things, right? Yeah, it makes it uncomfortable. You've had a nice lead for 11 plus hours now, and it's getting narrowed up at the end. Yes, you do still have that buffer, but like you said, a little bit uncomfortable looking at it.
So where is the 4 and 77? 4 might actually make it into pit lane in time. They're coming through Hogpen right now. 77 still on the backstretch. That might be more questionable if they will make it down and around. And I'm almost certain that the 59 won't. They are not too far behind the 77, but I don't know.
I think they still got to fix the tire bundle, though. So
good point.
I doubt they're going to have to replace it, but they're still going to have to rearrange it at least. I see that the number 4 car has hit pit road right now. I do expect the 59 car to pit. So I'll just have to kind of wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a given that if it is still under Code 60, the 59 absolutely needs to pit. 77, we'll see. They are still heading down the roller coaster. And yes, it looks like they're waiting to get ready to replace or at least readjust some of those tires. Safety crew still hard at work.
And to jump in here, I'm curious. I doubt we'll see the 77. Now, with this long of a Code 60, I thought that the 77 was right on the verge of being able to make it when they had stopped at, call it, an hour 12, because when they got back out on the racetrack, it was about an hour 10 and change. And given how long this is, it should be plenty of fuel saves, so it should put them in the window. The number 4 car had stopped a couple laps before the 77, so I understand being a little bit more conservative over there. So, yeah, 59 still do win, but curious about the 77.
I'm not showing them as pitting. They've gone past pit entry at this stage. So they're going to stay out, maybe to your point, because they feel like this does the job for them. See, some other pit stops are happening on pit lane right now. I would assume the 59, 59 is in.
Joe, it is in. It is stopped, but barely clearing the wall. The 59 is taking one full tank of fuel. It has come in at an extreme angle, trying to maximize every tenth of a second they can on pit lane. A little bit of a bobble getting that first jug out. Remember, they needed a splash. I think they're going to pack it full of fuel to try to take advantage of the slower car speeds. We weren't sure if we were going to get a Code 60 at the end of this motor race, but we are. There's the second jug. It's about a tank and a half. Waiting for an air jack. Are they going to service anything under this race car? I think they need to rotate it a little bit to get it in position. They are going to change a tire, so there might be an issue. They're looking at the rear right-hand side of this tire. 5 lug nuts coming off. You can hear the wheel gun going now. Old tire comes off. I will take an examination of it as quick as I can. There's a decent amount of wear, but it looks in okay shape. A brand new sticker tire is going on the right rear of that race car. They're going to do both rear tires, guys. The 59 is going to be in for a little bit longer here.
Now, I'm curious if we know how many they've changed so far, if they've changed any. If they haven't, then, I mean, this thing was a huge boon to them. Not only can they pack it full of fuel, fresh tires would put them at a huge advantage over their competitors. And the 4 car is still coming up through the climbing S's. They're already down and underway. They can make it to the end. They have fresh rear tires. It is suddenly coming up everything 59.
Very, very interesting, taking advantage of both Code 60s. The first one at a roughly 90 minutes to go. That's where they started playing their real strategy cards, and then this one kind of fell into their lap with now 45 minutes remaining, and they were absolutely on top of the call. They knew what they wanted to do in terms of the tires. That was a planned service, a perfect stop in terms of hitting every single lug on both the right rear and the left rear. And now they are in perfect position to bring it home.
Sometimes you need a little bit of luck to get away with wins in racing, and it certainly seems to have gone the way of the 59, running a bit of the last to first challenge here today. Still got to run these final 45 minutes of this race, and they got some time to even pick up a little bit of debris. Now, I would assume they're probably waiting for the tires to be delivered to this spot, since we see the officials still hovering around and waiting for them. Likely they are elsewhere on track and making their way towards that group. Of course, they have to safely navigate their way there. But in the meantime, everybody still has the opportunity to trundle along, and those that needed their pit stop can do so. There we go. Confirmation that the tires are making their way towards the S's.
And speaking about even more tires, I think that Jonathan down there, and he's actually inspected those rear tires that have come off of the 59.
I have, and credit where credit's due. Sloan was actually the one that pointed this out to me, so I want to give her a tip of the cap. Those 2 tires that came off the 59 are the first tires they have changed all day. We'll remind you, in the ZP2 class and the ZR2 class, you are allocated 8 tires for this race, 4 that start the race, and then another set of 4 to change at any time without penalty. They've only elected to change these 2 right now. This was scheduled. This was in the run plan. I asked some team officials why they have waited so long to change tires, and they said, well, A, the drivers have been kind on them, and B, they reported a loss of rear grip, so a good time to change them. But I asked them why they haven't changed them more often. They said, well, it's just more time on pit lane. The 59 has done a great job strategically to stay out in the lead of this race, but also, remarkably, with how the tires look, and they look pretty clean, they've done it on pace as well.
That was going to be my comment, Joey. That is incredible that they're making that choice based on the fact that they've been kind to the tires, and yet that's one of the fastest teams all race long. They have got just about every box checked on this race. They have really hit everything as they wanted.
Hats off to the engineers or the team managers, the crew guys, whoever's setting up the cars, because you cannot make it 11 hours on one set of tires with an imbalanced race car. And so props to Stratus Racing for bringing a perfect piece of equipment here. And the drivers have done their job driving an amazing race car. And I think it's great strategy that has played out for them here in round number 3 of ZRS at VIR. And I don't blame them for saving tires, right? If it's not costing you a whole lot of pace, there's always the what ifs. What if we run over a piece of debris late in the race? What if we absolutely need to change something because we had a tire failure? So love seeing they've been on the same set the whole time.
Certainly caught us by surprise. I think we'll keep that in mind for later endurance races, that one of the strengths of this team certainly seems to be that car setup and that tire management. It's been a big factor in this series because of the unique tire rules that will definitely come in handy as things carry on. Love watching this organized effort to get this across, because one thing I realized, Joey, is that it's not just a matter of getting those tires in place. They had to watch out for when the cars were coming, because at Code 60, cars are still circulating, so they had to make sure that backhoe was clear.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting but fantastic point. I've never dealt with this sort of situation where you have the heavy equipment on the racetrack, because typically you do have the safety car if a piece of equipment is out there, and they will dictate exactly where they want the race cars being driven. So it might be just a little bit of a learning process overall as well, and I think the competitors are doing a great job. Always give safety vehicles and safety trackers or safety workers out there just a little bit of extra space.
Certainly. And going around at 36 miles an hour definitely helps that. That's why they have them run so slow in a Code 60. Look at that. They're even making sure that little gap that was left over, kind of shoved across by the 444, is closed up, because that is a safety issue. I'm sure it seems particular from the outside, but if a car can hit one spot, it can always hit that spot again. That's why they have to make sure there's no gaps in the tires.
What I would love to see is I see a fan on a dirt bike just past the fence behind that construction
It's not doing
equipment
donuts
over
for
there.
you, Joey.
I was maybe not a donut. I was going to maybe ask for a wheelie. You know, I mean, it's a dirt bike.
Okay, that I can understand. Not sure if he's even listening to us right now, but yeah, certainly getting a wonderful view out there of this racing. That is a great spot to see lots of track. You basically see the exit of turn 5 into the snake, which is 6, and you see them all the way through the tunnel under the bridge, the underpass, really, I should say, that takes you up to the climbing S's. So lots of track that you can see from a nice rise up next to it. And obviously, towards the end of the day, your eyes won't be looking into the sun, too, since you'll be facing west. Speaking of the sun, now I know that the exposure
Really cool
on this
shot.
camera, the exposure on this camera is a little bit dark from what I've seen throughout the day. So this isn't completely accurate, but it does give a good sense here from Brian Griggs' view.
And we are completely in the shade in this section of the racetrack, right? You see the sun underneath that tree line. Now, when we get over to call it turn number 1, we're actually going to go into the sunshine here momentarily as we go down into Hog Pen from roller coasters. So I think that depending on where you are at the racetrack or on the racetrack, you're either going to be dealing with a heavily shaded area or still some nice, beautiful Saturday afternoon sunshine.
We don't have accurate timing between the cars because of the code 60 right now, but I can tell you from our marching ants that the 59 is roughly half a lap ahead of the 4 after the pit stops are over. So it unless there is some unleashed pace that round 3 racing is holding back on, I don't think Alder has much to worry about as the green flag comes out, because all he's got to do is take care of the car for about 37 minutes.
Always easier said than done. However, if you're going to ask a driver to do it, I wouldn't mind any of the 3 drivers that the 59 has in store, whether it be Jason Alder, Linus Lundqvist, or Clay McGurk out there. I think that they would all be able to get this job done nice. They've proven that they can be the fastest car at any point in the race. You had pointed out that they started from last in class, made up all of that ground via passes on the racetrack, especially early on. About halfway through, really asserted themselves as contenders for winning this race, and ever since then it has been that still steady climb to now in a confirmed commanding position.
The 94 team, the 94 Motorsports team, really deserves some credit, because after a mysterious stop on track, they've got it running again. Barbari's in the car now, and they're back going. They will remain in third, as we mentioned before, since they have no other cars in their class that can manage to overtake. In fact, the only one that is not officially retired behind them is the 290, but I'm pretty sure that they also are out of it, even though it isn't marked as retired on our timing screen.
I agree with you. I haven't seen that car out there on the racetrack in a while. Pretty cool that we're winding down here close to the last half hour, just noticing over 300 laps accomplished here for our top 3, working lap number 304.
Not quite as many as I had predicted earlier on based on the estimations. Now, am I seeing... Yeah, that can't be right, because it's showing the 4 is 4 seconds behind Alder, so I don't think that is accurate, because, again, marching ants are showing them on opposite ends of the track right now. And, in fact, if I look over at the tower on our screen, yeah, a minute 13, that seems more correct to me.
And yes, I hear you. Minute 13, that is definitely more of the accurate statement between those 2 cars. I guess I'm more curious, how close is the 4 and the 77? Now that we know the 59 is good to go to the end, we don't have to worry about the fuel or any sort of shenanigans over there. It really is kind of a race between the 4 and the 77. And Gavin Vaughn took out about 4 seconds out of that last lap time.
You're right. Those 2 are more accurately about 11 seconds apart, so that could come down to the finish. We've seen how much the traffic can cost. Like you had said, last lap about 4 seconds apart. We've seen upwards of 5 seconds cost by traffic alone if you're in the ZP2 class and you catch some of the GT cars at the wrong place. So they'll have to push a little bit harder maybe if you're in the round 3 racing camp, letting the driver know time to take some risks. If you're going through traffic, don't wait patiently. We got to go.
Something I'm noticing, and I had to recorrect my math over here. Once we reach 306 laps, right, just another lap, that is 1,000 miles accomplished at VIR. I think when you put it into that distance perspective, wow, right?
100%. So we've, effectively raced just over the VIR 1000 here today, which is very cool.
1,000 miles at any racetrack is absolutely no joke, let alone VIR, a really, really aggressive place.
Watching one of our ZR3 cars come on down the hill. Once again, I think that might be the 85 of AOA Racing that we saw a little bit earlier. And there's a good example of how the traffic can cause a big checkup coming down through the roller coaster and hog pen. That was the 77 as well, so they're probably going to be cost a little bit of time. Last lap for Hibbett, a 2 flat 5. Vaughn just crosses 2:02.6. They were held up by about 2 seconds.
And who knows what it's going to be in the next coming laps. It could continue to fall in the favor of the number 4, and we see that gap continue to extend bigger and bigger. Or it could fall the direction of the 77, and we see a race start to form. And you never know. I think that's one of the cool parts about multi-class racing, and you combine that with the larger entry fields that we're definitely seeing now here with Zenith. I mean, we still got, just shy of 20 cars that are out there running at VIR, and they are all of different classes out there. Of course, you've got the 3 different classes, so definitely still some potential where you can get held up.
Right now, when I look at the track map, the 4 has a little room. I think in the next lap or so, they're going to be catching up to the 330 machine, and then there's a bit of a gap before they get to the 411. So the 77 can hope maybe that helps pretty soon. There's also the 99 and the 392. Other than that, there's really not too many cars that are in the way if they're hoping for the traffic to give them back some of that time in the near future. It might have to be more down to pace for Gavin Vaughn if he wants to catch up to Camden Hibbett. A couple of young drivers who have got the pace from what we've seen. Will that fervor of their youth pay off here at the end of the race to gift a position to Nimbus?
My brain is curious on if we're going to get enough low light that we're going to start to see these rotors glow. Typically, you need to have a little bit of a darker light condition in order for the cameras to really pick up the rotors glowing. And then second of all, you have to have some pretty big brake zones that you can actually see inside the wheel. Now, we do have some big brake zones here at VIR. It's just a matter of how cool that these cars are actually running. We know ambient temperatures are pretty hot, but I'd just be interested to see. Those are always some of my favorite, and I'm sure a lot of people's favorite shots.
Going to be a real joy for the photographers this late in the race, but with now a half an hour left to go, 11 hours and 30 minutes of racing. The drivers are going to be tired. The teams, they're going to be tired. But as we heard, many of them already getting ready to break down now that they've had their last pit stop. And it's going to certainly provide them some relief once they get to that checkered flag. It's always sort of the interesting contrast, Joey, because I feel like every time I talk to drivers and whatnots after these endurance races, they're exhausted, but at the same time they're going, when's the next one?
You're right. There's kind of an intoxicating feel about it once you've accomplished such a long race, and you can't wait for the next one. I'll draw another parallel that a lot of times when you're racing, it doesn't matter if you finish first or if you finish last. You're always going to find yourself at the exact same bar, drinking with the exact same people, having good times. So I think it also goes to show you it's not necessarily the finishing position. It's not necessarily the length of the race, but it's the camaraderie along the way. Being out there with all of your buddies, your teammates, and competing for something. I think that's what all of these teams, drivers, everybody that competes in this sport, that's what they're here for.
It is still about people at the end. Yes, we love these cars, we love the speed, but the competition requires that we all be out there and enjoying the sport, really enjoying getting to go up against one another. Without the other drivers and the teams out there, then we have no race to partake in. But all this waxing poetic, I think maybe caused a little bit by the beautiful sunset that we're seeing, which is officially going to happen. We're hearing at about 8:30, which is about the time that we're going to see the race end, as somebody kicked up a whole heap of dust ahead of third place there.
And I wonder if that car is still sitting in the grass, because we went by it pretty fast with the 77. But obviously, nothing to be worried about too much for that 77 car. Pretty fun also to see a lot of the headlights being turned on, and especially some of the artistic liberties that the drivers and teams can go about now with making sure that their car is identifiable at night. How about this neon pink to go along with the pink accents with Nimbus Racing kind of down that shark fin?
That is one thing that I have loved over the last maybe 15 years or so that has really become a feature of endurance racing. Like you said, making the cars identifiable, and it certainly looks gorgeous here in the twilight, as well as when we get actually late into the night. Obviously, we won't be reaching that fully for this series, just reaching when the sun dips below the horizon, but we can still show off some of these cars. Especially that 77 that you were just highlighting there. It goes around the outside of the 411.
Just goes to show you how ahead of the times Fast and Furious was with that underglow.
That's the place you go with this. All right.
Am I wrong?
I guess so. I wouldn't have considered that. Then let's see. What's that last lap? Ooh. Vaughn with a 2 flat 5. We're at the end of the race, so obviously if you've got anything left in the tank, Joe, you're going to use it. That's a good lap. How about a 1:59.7 from Hibbett in response?
And that's what we've seen all race long, right? I think that between the 59, the 4, and the 77, any of those 3 cars could be the fastest ZP2 machine at any given moment. In the last handful of hours, it has swung the direction of the 59. However, you look at any given lap, and they are pretty much right smack on top of each other, and that is why all 3 are still on the same lap.
You mentioned crews breaking down. Jonathan is there amongst it. What does it feel like as we reach the end here, Jonathan?
Final 25 minutes and some change. There has been a noticeable change in attitude and tone here in the pit lane as the sun starts to dip below the Virginia trees here along this beautiful 3-mile and some change road course. The easy ups are coming down. The fuel is still being left on the pit wall, as are 1 or 2 lingering tires and a wheel gun just in case anything happens. But the snacks have gone away. The coolers are being torn down. The Rubbermaid tables are being folded up. For the most part, these crews are starting to pack up as the sun not only sets here over the track, but also on this race. You can never be too careful, of course, if emergency service is required. All of the teams are ready for that, but the urgency, the angst, the nerves seem to have cooled it just a little bit, because now it's in the hands of the drivers to finish this race.
And it's been all these hours of effort. We've heard, as you guys were talking to some of the teams, it's been weeks of preparation as well, not just leading up this weekend here at Thursday and Friday, and then of course this morning, but they've had to do all kinds of stuff to get them into the right position by the time they showed up at the track to wrap it up. That was the 99 on screen, with Michael Gilbert currently behind the wheel of that ZR2 car, who has just done a fantastic job with the lead of this ZR2 race, Joey. Even in spite of major issues out there, they're still going to come away with, 6 laps over their nearest rival.
Been the class of the ZR2 field, not only in the performance on the racetrack in terms of lap time, but also when it comes to fixing that car. We documented that issue with the right rear brake line. Crew was able to get to work in the garage, and of course they resumed out on the racetrack in second place, and then their drivers just simply went back to work, and like you had mentioned, gained now what is 6 laps yet again on the next fastest ZR2 car. I was going to point out too, visually, the sun has pretty much set in terms of the tree line. I know official sunset isn't for another, call it 25 minutes or so. But the amount of sunshine that is physically on the racetrack is almost non-existent now.
Yeah, we saw a little bit there coming down out of roller coaster. Let's see if there's any into turn 1, because there could be some kind of shining onto that point. No, it doesn't look like it. That is also in the shade there, even down into that first corner outside of most of the trees. It looks like a little bit of it is reaching the trees to the outside of the circuit. That's going to mean likely that most of the rest of the track is in the shade. And here's where the headlights really become visible as we get the 4-car flashing at those GT vehicles, letting them know they're coming.
Hey, I might be small out here, but I have plenty of lap time and speed. Just please see me coming. That's exactly what Camden Hibbett is trying to relay in terms of those lights flashing to all of those ZR2 and ZR3 cars. He is urgent. I think that, the team has probably said, hey, Camden, you need to turn qualifying laps from here until the checkered flag if we want to catch the 59. So that is probably what's on the mind of the driver as well.
And I think with good reason. We had said it was about 11 seconds is what I mentioned. It has bumped up to, it was at 15, it went down to 14 there. So yeah, they're doing good. That what he's doing with that urgency means that they're having the right effect because he's pulling away. But if he was any more patient, it could wind up costing them precious seconds at the end of this race. With 21 minutes left to go, we're looking, plus a lap, we should clarify, we are looking at somewhere in the realm of about 11 to 12 laps left.
Something I find pretty fun right now on timing and scoring. Jason Alder, last lap, green.
Oh, wow.
Fastest lap out of the entire race. Now, he does not have the purple lap. That still belongs to that number 4 car. So the fastest lap in the race is a 1:58.999. But if the 59 just turned their fastest lap on lap 311, remember they have those fresh tires. I'm thinking the sun is going down. They've got some tires. The car is going to be doing nothing but getting lighter on fuel. How much does Jason Alder go out there and chase that 58.9?
I don't think Jason Alder needs happy hour at the bar later. He's got it right now. That car has got to be feeling great compared to what they were experiencing.
But how much does he want it?
Oh, I'm sure they'll want it. And you know what? It's seeming like they will have some champagne to have there if the things continue as they run right now. The gap still remaining at about an hour and 10. Not an hour and 10. I bet they wish it was an hour difference. a minute and 10 between themselves and second place right now. It is certainly in a comfortable position, at least with these 20 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, comfortable for the 59, not as comfortable for the 4. Still holding off the 77, but so equal on pace as long as the drivers stay consistent and don't make any big-time mistakes out there. Should stay relatively stagnant. I think the other one to report on was definitely the 76 car. They're leading our ZR3 class right now. That's that Grissom Autosports machine. And remember, it was a little nervous there just between penalties and the 330 with the 392 as well. Things seem to have stabilized in ZR3.
I think that's music to the ears of that 76 team. And for the 392, it's a question of what could have been, because Ramirez probably would have been a couple up. Oh, and the 77 had an off course. That's Vaughn still pushing to catch up. That was turn 11. That's actually over at Oak Tree. Kind of lucky that they didn't wind up binning it in the wall there. So what was 13 seconds is now grown to 18.
That's what I was just about to point out. I'm already on my dash display over here trying to find exactly what happened. What I bet you is going to be something pretty similar to what we saw out of the number 3 car earlier on, but probably a lot less drastic given that he only gave up about 4 seconds.
And it sounds like Jonathan noticed that the 77 was actually pushing pretty darn hard from what he could see there in pit lane. So not too surprising that they overstepped their bounds a little bit here at the end. It's still looking like a podium position. They don't want to give this away yet. Although, honestly, I'm looking at the number of laps. even if something did happen, I'm not sure if the 5 of round 3 racing would catch Nimbus at this point.
Let me check on that. Yeah, given the amount of time left, I don't think it would be possible either, Joe.
14 laps difference, I believe, between them. That, to me, says that these 17 minutes are pretty safe. Might as well go for broke. Don't crash the car, but give it all you've got. It's just, unfortunately, an even bigger task at this stage.
So, Joe, I found the replay of the 77 going off in turn number 11. And I can say that Jonathan has also reported that the 77 has really been pushing the brake zones over in sector number 1. So he's pushing it in every single brake zone on the racetrack. I mean, he didn't even get the car turned in at turn number 11. So he went lucky that he went off straight, was able to slow the car down. It was probably a bigger ride than what he would have liked.
I think a lesson learned for Gavin Vaughn on that one. And the various classes coming around here in the low light. We're checking out the 99. They've made their way back up to 8th overall. We saw this car win the overall in the sprint race yesterday. Not going to be able to do that again, and in fact going to finish behind our leader in the ZR3 class, but only by, it looks like, maybe a lap, a little less than a lap.
And I had mentioned it not too long ago that this car, it's not just the drivers, right? The team has done a tremendous job as well. So hats off to come into this ZR2 class that has been absolutely dominated by 9-4 Motorsports. And I understand we didn't see the 95 car run the entire 12-hour here at VIR, but definitely something else to enter a paddock that you haven't raced at before and lay down this type of performance.
It has been a line drawn in the sand by the GTR 99 group. He's going to get by another of our lapped cars here on the back straightaway. We watch from above with the drone. Curious how close he will wind up getting, because it's about 16 seconds a lap quicker, if I'm seeing that right, between Gilbert and Rebay.
I see what you're tracking as well, the overall for 7th place, but I mean, there's 15 minutes left. I just don't see it happening.
Close. If they're on the same lap, it'll get close.
Yeah.
I mean, again, doesn't mean much other than, I would imagine, a little bit of pride. Yeah. To put themselves back on top. There's past the start-finish line. As we watch that 99 car brake once again. The rear lights glowing in the twilight here in Southern Virginia. Thankfully, besides the geese, haven't seen any more wildlife after that coyote. Get back out there. Don't need any possums here late at night.
Well, and if you're around the trackside right now, or have been maybe working on the cars and want to catch maybe a little bit of action, there is under 15 minutes left in this race. And if you're looking for visuals on some really fun stuff to watch, the lighting conditions are perfect. The ZP2 cars are spitting out some really, really cool flames. Just a neat time to go out there and watch some race cars go around the track.
Guys mentioning earlier, that if you've got a camera, which nowadays we live in an era where everyone's got one in their pocket practically, so worth getting it out and snapping a few photos to really kind of save the moment here. With so much of this race having taken place, I'm sure there's some memories that are going to be kept by competitors out on the track that they'll want to take to next year. Now we're even starting to see not just the headlights, but you can see it shining on the track. So it is getting relatively dark.
I'm thinking about the memories made in this race, and the one that stands out to me that's definitely going to be talked about is Man, I was in the middle of a race on the back straightaway, and I almost hit a coyote.
Yeah, that's. I'm trying to remember who was in that 290 car when that happened.
290 car. I'm not sure who it was at the time.
Yeah, that one is going to be retold many a time, without a doubt. Not many drivers, I think, can claim that they've had that experience during a race. Oh, look at this. One of our stationary cameras coming down the backstretch, also really showing how dark it's getting with the headlights of the 77 coming across. Their gap has continued to grow. It's now up to 23 seconds. And that kind of brings up a point, Joey, that we haven't, I don't think, talked about much today, but I think is very much a reality for some drivers. There is such a thing as over-driving the car.
Yeah, of course there is. I've always been taught, now it's a little bit more true in larger cars, that sometimes you actually have to drive slower in order to go faster. You think about hopping into a race car and it's all about pushing the absolute limit. Well, you can push past that limit, and you can easily push past the limit and still be in control of the vehicle. That's why top-tier racing car drivers, they can absolutely push it to the maximum level and then hold it right there. So sometimes drivers will get in, drive the car too aggressively, push it past that limit. You actually have to reel them back in, say, hey, you know what? Back up the corner a little bit. Let's go slower into the brake zone. Let's focus more on the corner exit versus the corner entry, and all of a sudden the lap times start to drop overall.
Been watching Jason Alder recently in this 59 car. Been sharing that one with Clay McGurk, and as well, Linus Lundqvist has been in there enjoying. I think he's just savoring this moment. That car with a yellow neon on the back.
It is the yellow neon on the back of that 59. So on the Nimbus car, on the shark fin, you got the pink highlights with the pink shark fin. Stratus Racing has gone the same way with their artistic design with the lighting scheme. They've got the yellow highlights on their car, so they've gone with that yellow shark fin.
There's a method to the madness out there. So looking through, I see the 85. Looks like they've returned to the track just recently. And not sure what that pit stop was about. They're going to be the last one to be able to reach the line here. Still getting 7th in that ZR3 class. But again, I always want to give credit to those cars in these long endurance races that stick with it regardless and actually make the achievement of crossing the line as that checkered flag is being given. So AOA Racing, a tip of the hat to your folks for getting that car out on the circuit for the final 10 minutes and getting it to the end.
I was noticing from this camera shot now, when we're punched in like this looking at a car, you don't really get to see it, but when it's the wide pan shot of the racetrack with the tree line, we have a pretty cool shot of the sunset, or the sun about to go back behind that tree level, and just kind of shows you how beautiful this racetrack can be in these hours.
They picked an incredibly picturesque circuit to hold this 12-hour race. Very glad that VIR has brought them on for this special event. Of course, we'll have some longer, well, not longer, but some as long ones a little bit later on this season. But this was a step into the unknown for the officials, the organizers, for the drivers and teams. What is going to happen when we take it one time around the clock in these cars? And I'm very pleased to see just how many are going to be able to manage to make it to the finish. Yes, we had a number of retirees today in the end, but I'm counting, it looks like 15 right now that are going to make it.
The majority of the ZP2 and ZR3 class are still running out there. I think especially for these little NPO1 machines, our ZP2 class, this is a huge proving ground. We've seen that they can make it 4, 5, 6 hours. Obviously, the 2.5-hour sprint race yesterday. But I think that this is the best proving ground that they put them out here for 12 hours. Not only did they last 12 hours, they lasted on one set of tires for what seemed like 11 plus hours, and we still have 3 race cars from 3 different teams on the lead lap. Not 3 cars of the same tent, 3 different teams all competing potentially for the win.
And that win is looking ever more solidly in the hands of Jason Alder. Just set his personal best again, down to a 59.2. Ever closer to the fastest lap of the race. It was a 58.999, so about 0.3 off of Camden Hibbett's car. I'm not sure which driver set that quickest lap earlier in the race, but certainly getting closer. Again, that's probably more a point of pride around here. One thing they do have bonus points that I should point out, Joey, is clean racing. So if you have a clean race, then that is 3 extra bonus points. And from how close it is, I'm pretty sure those are going to come in handy come the end of the season.
And I haven't remembered anything that is like sticking out for me on the 59 side of things. There's a great shot of the sunset here.
Gorgeous.
VIR. Absolutely picturesque. We've talked about this facility. It really is one of my favorites. I lived in Virginia for just over 10 years and spent a lot of time at this racetrack, and it has grown up a lot since those days. And Joe, it's not over yet.
This is the 777. Now, I had mentioned earlier that the team, I think maybe about 20 to 30 minutes ago, were working on the hood once again. They're stopped at turn 2, as we can see. 5 minutes left. If it is a flat toe, hopefully it can be nice and quick. I wonder if that's just the brakes that we're seeing a little bit of smoke coming out there.
That's what I'm going to lean towards. I mean, this car's been running for 12 hours, so it's going to be pretty hot, and it's not just going to cool off immediately. But I do wonder what the issue is that brought it to a halt.
It's Big Mission Motorsports, who had climbed up to 5th. A few laps ago, they overtook the 444 after their retirement, putting it into the wall. Not too far ahead up the road of this car. They're well ahead of the next car down, which is AOA Racing, who I had talked about a little bit earlier. We are still green flag racing, though. They haven't brought it out. There we go. There's the code 60. It is going to be out in just a few seconds.
Oh, my goodness. And Jason Alder's so excruciatingly close. Lap time, a 1:59.0. He needed a 1:58.999 or faster.
I'm curious if he is talking to his crew to find out what that fastest lap is, to see if he can snag that away at the last moment. But they might get around with time for one last go. It just depends. I'm not confident, if I'm frank, that they are going to restart this in time.
We do have the plus one lap.
Plus a lap. Yeah.
And we know how fast that, once the scene is clear, how fast we go back to racing. So I'm not going to count it out yet.
That's a good point. So maybe it's not done. We've already got the safety vehicle ready to grab them up. I'm sure they're going to check to see if they can flat tow it and talk with the driver. They're already actually pulling out the ropes. And so, yeah, it looks like they feel confident they can just drag this one off to, well, what is an opening, I believe, right there
directly
in front of them.
the track.
The pits, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally right across the racetrack from them. So as
There it
long
is.
as they don't have any cars coming on the track itself, they should be able to remove this car very fast.
We need to turn a little bit here, but look at that. Nice and easy. I mean, quicker than I even anticipated. As soon as these cars are behind the wall, we're going to be looking at maybe 2.5 minutes left of racing. And no, it's not even that. They're just going right to green flag.
3 minutes plus 1 lap of racing to go. Jason Alder sees the carrot that is the purple fast lap. Now, it's not going to happen this time because he's accelerating on the front straightaway. And I think what is most important is we just had a code 60. Let's make sure we got through that process without any penalty.
Does have a few cars showing in front of him. No, we did not get through it, including the 76. The 330, though, and the 392. So our podium cars for the ZR3 class are all going to be disadvantaged equally. So that's not going to have any effect on them.
I think that the ZR3 class right now is playing Uno when they said, all right, you draw one, now you draw one, and just went around the circle.
Well, it almost provided us a little bit of drama at the end, especially since Rebe, I mean, they have got to be wiping their brow on that one because it was getting within a lap. It was just way too close here at the end for them, but the 330 will not be close enough.
And kind of to the ulterior storyline about those cars, that now puts the ZR2 machine back in front of the ZR3 class.
Good catch. And not by much. It's by about 20 seconds, if I'm seeing this correctly. So, yeah, they just skipped ahead with that penalty. Again, that doesn't mean anything for points. It is all just bragging rights. And Michael Gilbert will be glad to know that the ZR2s will, or at least one ZR2, will finish ahead of the ZR3 field.
Well, it seems like Jason Alder is going to have, call it what, 2 laps here to get this thing done, to try to grab that 158.99 or faster. I'm not joking, folks. The number 4 car's lap time is a 158.999. So as long as he cracks into those 158s, he will steal it away.
And this is going to be his first flying lap. So, yeah, you're right. 2 laps for him to try and make that happen. Since we're down to 30 seconds to go. 12 hours ago, we took the green flag for this round in the Zenith Racing Series. And we will see what looks to be 14 cars manage to make it to the end. This not looking like it's going to be the lap because he is catching that lap traffic. How badly do you want it if you're Jason Alder? Do you back it up to give yourself clear room?
I mean, you don't mess with putting your race in jeopardy at all, right? If the stars align, a.k.a. there's no traffic in front of you, I expect a race car driver to go out there and do his thing, but you see him very tentative to pass the 392. He's doing the right thing. He's presenting the car. He's not trying to force an issue too much. I'm sure he wants the lap time, but it has to come to him in terms of when.
And his first sector was a personal best. So, yeah, he was on course. The second sector just not going to play out for him as he did catch this GT car. Could be waiting maybe to sneak by here on these last few turns. And that should give him mostly clear track. He might have to catch up and pass the Heinlein Racing Porsche.
I think it's all going to come down to the run through Hogpen right here. Does he get to the inside of the BMW because he's going to get checked up? Let's see about the run. Does he time this run through Hogpen? Look at the closing rate. Does he lift off the gas? He gets to the inside of the BMW. This is a fantastic run for Jason Alder. We have reached 000 on the clock. White flag, 1 lap remaining after 12 hours of racing at VIR.
It's going to be a compromised first corner. That doesn't mean he can't take that fastest lap of the race. At this point, this is the drama that we've got left for this winner. It has been well earned, but can he suddenly go quicker than the number 4 car right at the very last lap of asking? He has now got clear track in front of him. They are slowly catching the car of Heinlein in front of them.
42.0 was his green Sector 1 time from the previous lap. We're about to be going through that Sector number 1, crossover to Sector number 2. 41.88, Sector number 1.
Oh, but he's caught him at a very awkward spot unless he's super ambitious here. Can he get through? Yes, he does.
Oh, my goodness. He is on the gas pedal all the way on the exit curb of what is turn number 10 at the absolute limit of traction. And now he has a clean run through Oak Tree. Does he get on the gas and get the drive down the straightaway? The more important part is the checkered flag is waiting.
Just past the end of Sector 2, but I'm not seeing an update on that one, so we won't know if that was an improvement for him. This one is fully clear. What a run as this car started from literally the last spot on the grid. And Jason Alder gets the honors of bringing it home to the checker. Last to first challenge for Stratus Racing, not going to be that big of a deal today. We'll see whether or not he can take the fastest lap of the race. He's certainly trying for it, but the more important thing that our first 12 hours of VIR is going to go to Jason Alder and the Stratus Racing team.
159.21, so does not grab the purple fastest lap of the race. There is the checkered flag. Stratus Racing going to be extremely happy with that performance, coming from last in class to winning. And now we're going to be waiting for our other class leaders. That's going to be the ZR2, the 99 GTR team, with Gilbert behind the wheel. Michael Gilbert is closing out that race, as well as Carl Rebe in the ZR3 machine going to be crossing momentarily.
Indeed. What a job by them. They had a little bit of a hiccup partway through, but the 76, they don't need that rearview mirror. They will win in the ZR3 class at the 12 hours as they just cross the line.
And now it really is just patiently waiting as we see a bunch of these other cars stream across start finish. There goes Camden Hibbett in the number 4 car. He brings that round 3 racing machine home on the podium in what is second place overall. When we're looking at that ZP2 class, also waiting for what is Gavin Vaughn in that 77. He's been driving that Nimbus racing car, and those top 3 competitors all in that ZP2 class still all going to finish on the same lap. 323 laps complete is what I see. There goes Gavin Vaughn finishing on the podium.
And Michael Gilbert, who brings along the likes of Jeffrey Siegel, claims victory in the ZR2 class, only briefly losing the lead for about 2 laps of his 295 laps, circulating around here. Utter dominance. Jason Alder, your winner in this ZP2 class for Stratus Racing. Round 3 Racing brings the 4 car into second, and then Nimbus Racing with the 77 onto the podium in third. Round 3 Racing's number 5 machine takes a 4th place. Automatic Racing's number 909. What a great recovery to get back into 5th. Remember, at one point that car had some significant damage on it. Round 3 Racing's number 3 machine was 6. Random Vandals, number 98, unfortunately a DNF in this race, and same for all behind them. The 908 of Automatic Racing in 8th, Stratus Racing in the 58 in 9th, and then Roberts Motorsports 109 car in 10th. Stratus Racing 57 machine was a did not start for this event. What about our ZR2 class, Joey?
Yeah, over to that purple ZR2s. It really was dominated by Team GTR 99. Michael Gilbert closing that one out. They were the class of the field when it came to the speed and also being able to repair that race car when they had a little bit of an issue on that right rear. Retro Rockets, another terrific performance out of that number 41. They're going to finish second in class. 9-4 Motorsports conveniently with the number 94 car is going to finish on the podium in what is third. Camburn Performance with their Janetta had to retire a little bit later on in this race. We saw them in and out of pit road. Great job by Clark Camburn and crew to keep that car running, come home what is in fourth place. Moorhead Speedworks in the 290 had a lot of issues early on, was definitely one of our dark horses that climbed as high up as second place. They finished fifth in class. And then you see the number 95 from 9-4 Motorsports. They were out there doing some tire testing early on, so they knew they were only going to do a handful of laps. They finished sixth.
That takes us down to the ZR3s. Carl Rebay and the Grissom Autosports brought it to the checkered flag for the win in this class for number 76. It is HQ Autosport Racing finishing P2. They managed to hold off Harrison Motorsports as the 392 looked faster but ran into a lot of penalties. Heinlein Racing Development with a 411 car managing to come home with fourth, just outside the podium in their first attempt with this series. Big Mission Motorsports took the 777 into fifth. Unfortunately, not getting to see the checkered flag, coming to a halt right at the end. Bruce Innovations 444 car also having a wreck in the last hour of this race. AOA Racing's 85, I do believe, managed to see the checkered flag last on the field to actually get to the finish. The other AOA Racing, number 14, lots of problems today. You could hear their issues with the tires earlier on in the interviews with Montgomery Motorsports in 24th. And the 24 finishing ninth, rather. Great Performance Motorsports, number 73, rounds out your top 10. Big Motion Motorsports 134 car with early problems settles for 11th, as Bruce Innovations 555 car also out of this race in the end. I think we're getting very close to interviews with our winners, as you can see already the team decompressing and celebrating, Joey.
Yeah, this is, of course, Stratus Racing, winner of ZP2 and overall. And there you see the number 76 car. That is the class winner in the ZR3 class. And like you just mentioned, just patiently waiting for that Team GTR 99. That is our purple ZR2 class winner. Beautiful podium being set up. I'll also see the 77 and the 4 over there. Going to probably go through tech inspection, make sure everything is clean, legal on all of these cars, and just have a celebration at the end of this thing, right, folks? We just made it 12 hours plus a lap at VIR, and give it up for all of your winners.
And I love that they've already got the lights up on the podium as well. So the celebrations are going to be fun here in the twilight as we can see the driver Gilbert's emerge from that, Rebay emerge from the 76, rather. This is Gilbert actually just pulling in now, managing to have found his way back to victory lane. They're going to guide him in. And it looks like we do have our podium finishers with Sloan. Let's go to our winner.
We are here with Jason Alder, P1 of the ZP2 class in car 59 with the Team Stratus Racing. Jason, what a phenomenal drive by you towards the end here. I know you were chasing for that fastest lap, didn't quite get it, but I do want to say everything that you've left on the track today is absolutely incredible. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I'm just honestly so proud of the boys, the team, everyone. I mean, this car ran flawless for 12 hours, and that's after a flawless weekend at Barber. That was a flawless weekend at Sonoma. I just honestly can't thank Stratus and Ryan in particular. They just do an amazing job. So, it was looking a little crazy there for a bit. You know, we tried to make the one set of tires last the full 12 hours, and I think we can make 10 hours happen, but 12 hours was just too much. So, put some new shoes on the rear, and that's where we got that time from at the end. But I gave everything we had, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, that was awesome, especially the last tire change there. Jonathan and I were looking at the tires. They honestly didn't look too bad, but I think that last bit there really helped push you guys to the end. So congratulations on a phenomenal race. Super stoked for you.
Thank you.
All right. And then
our ZR3 class winner, Carl Rebay, getting the honors of taking the car to the checkered flag. It was a controlled day, but I know endurance races are never that simple. Part of an endurance race is enduring. How did you survive the 12 hours?
Well, first of all, the car, the team, the group that are taking care of this thing and getting it ready for racing, that's where it all lasts. I was the slowest guy on the team. These guys really made it happen, but I just tried not to break it.
Physical in the car, we can see the sweat, but I can also see a grin ear to ear. You seem happy out of the race car.
Ecstatic. Yesterday was my first day on this track. So I apologize to all those guys I cut off out there, and gals for that matter. But I really enjoyed it. Absolutely love this place. And this is my first win, and so I'm stoked.
first win in motorsports. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
What a place to do it at VIR. Does that make it any more special?
Oh, heck yeah. This is one of the greatest tracks there is. I couldn't wait to get out here, and I can't wait to come back.
Carl, we hope it's the first of many. Congratulations, your winner in the ZR3 class.
Thanks.
And we are here with ZR2 class winner Mike Gilbert. Congratulations on an incredible race. How are you feeling?
I feel fantastic, but this isn't the same without our awesome team owner, Harold Petit. He's sitting at home with a cold, unfortunately, and couldn't make it, but none of this happens without him, so he's unbelievable.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right.
Rob.
Lots of celebration happening here. And also, just to say again, this is their debut weekend here with Zenith Racing. That was a clean sweep for you guys. It's absolutely phenomenal. We kind of got some comments from Mike, but how are you guys feeling too?
Yeah, that's our thing. Consistency, make no mistakes, good pace, and bring it to and make sure you make it to the end of the race.
Yeah.
And,
It all starts with the pit crew and the preparation of the car getting here first, right? Harold supporting, Shane and James to get this car ready, and then just really a good solid team effort all day.
Yeah, especially with that little brake fuel line issue that you had in the beginning
It
there.
did not come without its challenges, and nice to be able to overcome that.
It was a little scary, we had a 17-lap lead. I get in the car for 2 laps, and all of a sudden the brake pedal goes to the floor. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, no, you truly never know what's going to happen, especially over these 12-hour period races. But congratulations to you guys. Phenomenal debut. We're so happy to have you guys here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks for hosting. Great job, Zenith.
Thanks, Zenith.
Yeah, interesting perspective. We hadn't heard that before, Joey, that he was the unfortunate one that had to hop in the car, and then next thing he knows, massive lead gets soaked up by having to take repairs. So as we wait for them to head over to the podium on the behalf of Joey and I, as well as our crew, we want to give a big thank you from our perspective. Our coverage is not ending. We do have podium celebrations coming up in a bit, but as Joey and I rest our voices, we look forward to seeing you at the next round. So once again, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.
Oh, no. Not yet. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the podium ceremony for the first ever 12-hour race of the Zenith Racing Series. Give yourselves a hand. Okay, come on. I know we're tired. Give yourselves a hand. Okay, I'll take that. That's fine. Okay, we are so proud of you. This was not an easy feat at all. Absolutely incredible. I'm proud of you all from the bottom of my heart. I really, really am. Jonathan, any thoughts?
Thank you all very much for being a part of this. We're excited to begin the presentation of trophies. For that to begin, we ask all of our podium drivers to come behind the white step and repeat. If you are a member of a winning crew, make sure you grab your celebration packages and the confetti and mini bubbly within, and please make your way in front of the stage to help us celebrate. We will cue you when it is time to do so. But in the meantime, again, all winning and podium drivers behind the step and repeat. All winning and podium crews, please in front of the stage with your celebration packages.
Front of the stage, all of our crew members. We want to celebrate you too. Crew members, drivers behind our lovely backdrop crew members. I want you right up here, front and center. Come on. Come on. We're a big family here. We all smell, you know? Close enough. We want to just crew members to come closer here. Just crew members. The drivers. See, you know what I'm talking about. That's perfect. Follow your lead right here.
Don't be shy, right in front of the stage. Don't be shy. Come right in front of the stage.
There we go. Yeah, this is great. This is great.
We don't bite.
We don't bite. Okay, this is working. It's working. We're doing great. We're doing really great. Look at this. Everybody's coming over. This is so exciting. This is how a podium's supposed to be.
All right, real quick before we begin, we will go class by class, third, second to first. Once we announce the first place finishers, we will give you a cue. 3, 2, 1, let's celebrate. When we say let's celebrate, pop the poppers, the drivers will spray the bubbly, and we'll get photos of that as well. But we will cue you, all right?
All right? All right. All right. With that being said, let's start with our ZR2 class. In third place, we have car number 94, 94 Motorsports. There they are. They're making their way, I believe. Are they making their way? 94 Motorsports. 94 Motorsports. Okay. That's okay. 94! There you are! What's going? In third place, 94 Motorsports! Here they come. There we are! Woohoo!
Sorry, guys.
No, you know what? You weren't late. Everybody's early. Yeah. You know? All right, smile for some quick photos. Woohoo! All righty. In second place, we have car number 41, Retro Rockets. Yeah! Come on up here, guys.
Congrats, guys. No, man. Great job, man.
Good job, you guys.
We'll pose for a quick photo. We're going to get posed for said post photo. Oh, yeah. And in first place, we have car number 99, GTR 99. We're going to pose for a quick photo. And just a reminder, if you are in the ZR2 class, you are allowed to pop those poppers. If you are not in the ZR2 class, do not pop those poppers. Okay? Okay? I feel like I need a 1, 2, 3 eyes on me thing, but this is not school. So, all right. Once we get an okay from our cameras. Oh.
Hold all trophies high. Hold them high.
Hold them high. Hold your trophies high first. I know we're all so excited. It's a very exciting time. No. Watch yourself. Watch yourself. Look what you did. Look at what you did. Emily, get in there quick. Ah! Oh, that's awesome. Wait, this is so fun. Heck yeah.
I have everybody. Oh my God, it's the champagne.
It's the champagne.
Thank you.
All right, it's time to celebrate our podium finishers in ZR3. First, our third place finishers. From the number 392 Harrison Motorsports car.
Woohoo! Give it up for
Harrison Motorsports onto the stage in third place. Our second place finishers in just a moment, but hold those trophies high for some photos. Second at ZR3 in the number 330, it's HQ Autosport Racing. All right, gentlemen, let's see that trophy. And your class winners in ZR3 after 12 hours, the number 76, Grisha Motorsports. All right, drivers, let's see those trophies.
Hold them high.
Wait for the cue on the celebration, please.
Remember, only ZR3 you're allowed to pop your confetti. Only ZR3. I'm watching you.
Let's deliver the bubbly. Hold for a moment. All right. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's celebrate.
Woo!
Congratulations to our ZR3 class podium.
Congratulations, guys. Oh. All righty, we're getting ready for our ZP2 class. In third place, we have car number 77, Nimbus Racing.
What's that? All right, let's see those trophies. Our second place finisher in ZP2, and also including our fastest racing lap, a 158.999 in the hands of Oliver Piatek, the number 4 round 3 racing crew.
Hold your trophies high, boys. And in first place, we have car number 59, Stratus Racing. Congratulations, guys. We're going to pose for a quick photo. If you haven't popped your popper yet, this is your time. But don't do it just yet. Don't do it yet. I love everybody's getting ready. Not yet. I know, not yet. We got to deliver the bubbly first. But I do love the readiness. This is great. This is very intense.
We'll
Bubbly
deliver
being
our
delivered.
celebration drinks.
We're going to pose another second. Wait for our photographers. It's like a dog waiting for a treat, you know, like, wait. Do I get the thumbs up? Am I good? Pop those poppers! Oh! Woo! Congratulations to all our competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for round 3 of the Zenith Racing Series at Virginia International Raceway. Congratulations to our 3 podium finishers in all 3 of our classes, ZR3, ZR2, and ZP2.
We'll see you next time at Road America.